she'll use it. I got her one of those fancy KitchenAid mixers, and I have to tell you that's the best investment you can get your wife, because even though they're very expensive, it just inspires cooking. You know,
What color did you
I love those things.
we got a red one.
Yeah, that's what I got. Candy apple. There's the thing is, like, I was watching a video yesterday about them that says why yours won't last forever, but your grandma's did, and I didn't get to like finish it, so I don't know the actual answer yet. But it seems like they
feel very well made. I mean, I don't know.
The same made. Yeah, me for 15 years, so
they feel well made. You know, there's an even more expensive commercial grade one you can get.
Is it Hobart?
No, it's a KitchenAid, but it's like $1,000 KitchenAid versus I think the one we both bought is like $600. But it only comes in like stainless. It doesn't come in all the cool colors or whatever.
Interesting.
Yeah, but that one's even beefier. I don't know. It feels like one of the best quality items we own in the kitchen. You know.
And these places don't believe that they would have clients at that level. They don't make them pretty.
Right.
And they're sorely mistaken.
Well, just making it pretty in and of itself, it'll become a thing that women buy just to have in the kitchen because it's an aesthetic thing, you know, whether they use it or not.
$1,000 one, like as a dude, if you're like not rich, you're gonna look at it and be like, I'll take the cheap one. But if you're rich, you're like, I want the best one.
Yeah.
And you're gonna look at it, one's $1,000, one's $300. Well, I guess you get the $1,000 one, and it's in candy apple red, just like the other one. Good, okay. That's what my wife wanted.
Hey, whose fully white baby is that, Junso?
What did Rainey and Jimmy think?
Who's fully white baby? Yo.
Hey, that's a Asian baby, dog.
Whose fully white baby is this, bro?
That's a Asian baby if I ever saw one.
White Asian baby, bro. Bro, I'm sorry to tell you, bro. It's not a half black baby.
She's cute.
She is. She's adorable.
She's got the Junsa smile there in picture 2.
That's right.
You can see it.
Yo, she look like in 20 years you're gonna hear her on the fucking speakerphone in Vietnam. Why you fight for your country, G.I.? You don't need to die for your country, G.I.
If she's Jensen's daughter for real, she's gonna be on a podcast telling us all why certain people don't deserve rights. She'll get away. Female Jensen is a powerful thing because she'll get away with a lot more than Jensen can get away with.
It's horrible, bro.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. Baby Jensen is just Jensen for his inheritance. That's fucking horrible news. That's horrible news.
Jensen with resources and carte blanche to say what he wants.
Here's the dash cam.
You know, June said, now that I think about it, if that's how your babies come out, I don't think you're allowed to say the N-word, bro. I don't think you can say it, bro.
You're such brown as fuck, bro.
Nah, bro. But these are white passing babies.
Is it right invisible except for your teeth?
Listen, if she ever says, I have no black in my family, everyone would believe her. My babies cannot say that. At least they look like at fucking Tops Dominican. It's still Dominicans got black. I know everybody's gonna try to speak Spanish with one of these kids.
Hi. What's your name?
Hey, you know she looks like this. You saw her all over. You see? What you think? What you think? So it looks like you.
I like this one.
You like that one? Hey, Jen said. Yeah, what? My baby likes the bottom right picture. It's a favorite. You like that one? What's your second favorite? Yeah, he likes that. She's like, I like this one. Which other one? The same one? Okay, fine. That's what you're into.
I like bacon.
The big one? Yeah. Ah.
And Jimmy, are they about the same age, your daughter and Jensen's?
I think my oldest brother's a little older, by a couple months, and I have one that's younger. But I think June said like 12 months didn't pass until he had his.
Also,
Like,
like within a year.
7 or 8 months. Huh?
They're like within a year.
Yeah, within a year. June said you were 2024, right? The baby.
September 28th.
2024, yeah, I was 2023. Also, almost a year, almost a full year. Not yet.
Yesterday, my phone's a mess. What's going on? Oh, it's because he just tells me I got 162 viruses.
If you had 5 more years with your father, what would you do?
usually was.
What's going on, people? Is it consensus now that the strait is going to be open soon? From what I'm hearing?
No one wants to say yes because it makes them go crazy.
It looks like it, though. For the first time, really. Is that one of the hobbits in your PGR, John says?
What's that?
I said, is that one of the hobbits from Lord of the Rings in your PGR?
You must think the hobbits are gorgeous. I'll tell you what, that's not what J.R. Tolkien wrote.
It's a cute kid, John said.
Agreed.
5 years from now, does the Republic survive or not? I think it's an open question.
It's so funny because, like, it's like if, I don't know, I feel like she's not going to have that problem that you have, Johnson, where, like,
She's ugly.
you all the time because she's way cuter. She's like John Seth if he was adorable.
Good looking. Yeah. I found a wife. Don't forget that.
Oh, I don't. It's impressive.
Wow.
Personality goes.
It's always the same supporter.
That's what my wife said too.
Like a phone number is it?
Wow, it's always the one same supporter. Great photo, guys. Try to find more voters.
Does Moa hear me talking shit about
No way.
your family?
Dude, I would never be when you were talking. It's some of the funniest content I've ever heard. Thank you.
Wow, it's always the one same supporter. Great photo, guys. Try to find more voters. You won't win with your current strategy and content.
So I cut myself open. My mom said the entire living room was covered with blood. She told me later there was not one area that was not bloody, and I'm already cut up. My arteries were cut, and I'm on the stretcher. And as I'm getting carried out, I'm going in and out of my body now. I'm having OB. 1 minute I'm in eternity. 1 minute I'm back on earth, and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm dying. I just knew as my spirit leaves my body, I thought I was gonna go up and fly up to heaven and see something good. And I started sinking. It felt like the elevator had no cable. Just I'm like, oh my gosh, did I make a mistake? Like, this is not heaven. So I fall. What for like 5 minutes, and like, boom, I land, and I look around. The whole place is crowded with people. I look up, and it's just pitch dark. I was like, oh, I'm in hell. I just knew I'm in hell. There's a cliff next to me. There's no plants, no animals, no life. And the fear, the anxiety, the hopelessness that I felt on earth just increased even more. I look up, and there's demons with capes, and they're huge. And they're like here, and I knew they were like in charge of this place. And I go, oh my gosh. I saw cells on the cliffs where I knew I was gonna go in there and get tortured. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm next. I made a huge mistake. It's too late though, because supernaturally I knew I was a sinner for the first time in my life, Rebecca. I was like, what? Because on earth, I was a pretty good Buddhist. In my eyes, I was very righteous. Like, I'm a good person. But right when I landed, for the first time in my life, I knew I deserved to be there. And number two, I knew I was going to be here forever. This is it. And that feeling of eternal separation from God shouldn't be felt by people, because it says in the Bible, God desires all people to be saved. But people go there because they choose to go there. So I believe in free will and all that. I used to be like, God sends people. God wants everybody in heaven. So free will is so real. Choice is what makes a human, and love, and God.
I send you to hell. Yeah.
Jimmy, you're actually not even good at that.
Yo, Joseph. If you're ever outside with your baby and an Amber Alert goes off, you're in trouble, bro.
Why?
Because you stole somebody's white baby. Where'd he go? Why he disappeared? Where'd you go? Ah, there he goes. Don't want nigga stormed out, son. Why is Laurel's name Laurel Junta?
I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, I don't know either.
But I want to say to Jimmy, when I come, I can decide what rate of being will, like, I put into the sperm.
What? I'm just saying, don't be out when the Amber Alert goes off. You're in trouble, bro. If I was a state trooper, I'd stop you, bro.
That's how Amber Alerts work.
That's why you're not a state trooper, Jimmy.
I hear that fucking sound on my phone. I said, stop that black man with that white baby right there.
That's not how Amber Alerts work, stupid.
Stop that black man right there.
That's not how Amber Alerts work. Amber Alerts are for divorcees.
What, that Negroid with that wonderful white little angel. Stop that Negro right now.
And the first question is they'll say, are you divorced, sir? And I'll say no. And they're like, oh, it's the wrong person.
Oh, wow. You think black people are divorced?
No, I think Amber Alerts are for divorcees, and one of whom doesn't like that the other one got custody. So, 99% of them are just that.
It's a child dispute, essentially, what he's saying.
They're not giving your black monkey ass custody.
Jimmy, they give black people custody, huh?
They ain't giving your black ass custody. Who in the NBA or NFL has custody?
Do you not like that I gave her all of my English and Norwegian blood? Does that offend you? When I gave them my sperm, Jimmy, they were like, this sperm is literally white.
They called it.
They couldn't see it. They couldn't even see it in the microscope.
You gave them albino sperm.
Just pure white sperm.
Use CRISPR. Use CRISPR. It's CRISPR. He said, make sure this motherfucker.
John said CRISPR.
Everybody's coming. Do not come.
You know what movie's so good? Moneyball. What type of ball? Moneyball. It's a baseball movie about the Oakland A's when they started, building a team based off of data more than feelings.
Yeah, it's the Moneyball, the only sport that's predominantly played by That was too easy.
Throw the Jew down the well, so my country
Yeah,
can.
no, you can't just start singing that.
Why not?
No.
Why not? This is America. Why? Because you live in Florida? They hear that coming out of your phone, you'll be arrested.
Oh, what do you got? Kitover?
I should go to fucking Florida and just say something anti-Semitic, get arrested, and just be in jail like set me free. Oh, got me started.
Set me free. It's just grade 11 math, boys. It's grade 11 math. Does anybody else miss Greg Foss?
No.
Oh, him and Lawrence Apart were like two old men in our industry that were just cute. All right, we got to get this room going. What do we got to do? Trivia?
I'm gonna tell you something, man. Every time I walked in this bitch and there was trivia going on, I wanted to kill each and every one of you motherfuckers.
Yeah, well, obviously the people who suck the most at trivia are not going to like it.
Absolutely horrible behavior.
Trivia was great.
What's the topic going to be for trivia? I need some entertainment. I got a 16-minute walk.
Can you look up the trivia?
No, I'm busy walking.
Oh, okay.
I did it last time.
No, you didn't. You did it like 18 times ago. It was just the last time you.
No, I just did it. I basically did Miguel's trivia. That felt like trivia hell. Trying to help him study for his test, and that was like a week ago.
Anything with Miguel feels like that.
Which animal in the ocean existed before trees?
Saltwater crocodile.
Sharks.
Sharks. I don't believe any of that stuff, so.
What food never spoils?
Honey.
You got it. How long was the shortest war?
I don't know, probably 10 minutes, but.
As long as it took the French to drop their rifle.
Is it like the 12-minute war or something?
It was 48 minutes. Okay, a repeat. What was Google's original name?
Something back. Back rub.
You got it. Can you hum with your nose closed? Yes or no?
No.
Correct. What was the first CGI movie?
Toy Story?
Toy Story.
It was alright.
Toy Story. All right.
Sorry, Laurel, I beat you.
Yeah.
Which animal has 3 hearts?
3 is an octopus.
You got it.
You're lucky I was on another app. I was gonna say that too.
What's the capital of Australia?
Canberra? No, it's something like
Canberra.
Canberra.
When did humans first land on the moon?
Never, 1969. 1969.
Correct. What is the capital of Canada?
Ottawa.
Ottawa.
What is the boiling point of water in Celsius?
100.
111.
Too easy.
Oh,
What is the M in M&M's?
Nothing.
Mars and Uri. The last name of the company founders. Which planet is known as the morning star?
Mars.
Incorrect.
Jupiter.
Not quite.
Mercury.
Not yet.
Damn. But, oh, no. Anybody? Is it only me and Dave carrying? Venus?
Correct.
Sorry, I didn't even hear the question. I was busy replying to some messages.
Hey, did you see Avis Rent-A-Car stock went from 100 to 300 in the last 2 weeks?
No.
Fuck yeah.
Why?
I have no fucking idea. It tripled since when? Since March 24th. It's tripled.
There's gotta be they're buying someone to be suits.
I got no idea why. But I wish I saw one Bitcoin 2 weeks ago to buy fucking Avis Rent-A-Car.
I wish you did too, Jeff.
Yeah,
Well,
that makes two of us.
you would have bought back and counted the amount, and you would have pumped Bitcoin.
Yeah. What the fuck, man?
Would
I gotta
you
find out
ever
why.
thought to buy it?
What?
Would you have
I'm chancing out, but
Yeah.
But if I saw it drop like 20%, I would have thought about it. I had no idea it was on this kind of move until just now.
Trump is at the UFC in Miami.
That's wild that he goes to that.
Well, it's in Miami. He's already there.
Yeah, but like the protocol I hear of when he goes to like the Bitcoin conference is crazy. Like, yeah, I wonder how much extra security, or if they consider it secure enough already.
He's surrounded by Secret Service.
Yeah, it's still like everyone at the Bitcoin conference had to get vetted to be there, you know?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
You like Trump, Jeff? Yeah, are you happy with him?
I'd be happier if fucking Bitcoin was not $73,000.
Yeah, but other
Other
than
than
that,
that, I don't care.
the fucking spread on fuel at the gas stations here is wild.
Yeah, it is here too.
Dude, like, okay, so a liter, I just got it for $2.05. 2 minutes down the road, it's $2.55. And another place I seen was $2.40 something. I'm like, it's significant. You're talking like 25% differences.
Oh, dude, I was at what 25%. So what, like a dollar US? I mean, how?
We're paying like, well, I just filled up for $2.05 a liter diesel.
Oh Jesus, we have to do 2 conversions. Let's do
Yeah.
5 Canadian.
Yeah, it's probably $10 American a gallon.
It's how much?
It's probably like $10 a gallon American.
Oh, that's fucking crazy.
I don't know. I'm guessing.
that.
I'm guessing, but it's high.
It's 205 Canadian.
No, it's probably more like 7 or 8, but the 250 is like $10 probably.
So that's 148 USD a week.
Times 2.4, is it? What? How many liters are in a gallon again? No, it's 4 liters. I never remember.
3.785.
3.7. Yeah, there we go. Would you come up with fish?
560. 560.0.
A gallon?
Yeah.
Okay. And then another place I seen was 250 something. So, yeah, 25% more.
That's
Be like,
pretty wild.
yeah.
Yeah, because like our swing, you know, it'll be like you can get like 390 or like 425, you know, which is a pretty big spread, but like
Not that big. Yeah. I wonder if the price dropped so much, some of the places got the old fuel still and the new ones are cheaper. The gas is a lot closer price, so I imagine that's it. All I know, Fish, when I bought this truck, I was paying $100 to fill it up, and now I'm paying like $270 to fill it up.
How much was it originally? Like 70?
70 cents a liter, yeah, probably something like that. 80 cents a liter.
I think I put the most money I've ever put in my truck, and I only put like 18 gallon, like 75 bucks.
Yeah, I hold 130 liters. So what is that in gallons? Times 130 liters is how many gallons? No, yeah, do it. 3 point something, 3.474, whatever.
3.5 gallons.
How many?
33.
Yeah. Okay. How many gallons is your truck?
It's like, I think it's a 25 gallon tank. I've put like 1.5.
Yeah, I know mine's a bigger tank than most trucks.
Yeah, it's a big stove, right? But
yeah. But I think a bunch of it.
Is this what depression looks like when you talk about the gas prices on a Saturday night? It's just a question. It's not my opinion. Hello?
And then it's right.
He's saying, okay. Now this is another.
Can you get on mute real quick? Let me answer his thing, and Bert, just hold on a second. All right, so you want me to look up bias and bigotry? Gotcha. Just give me a second here.
Hello?
I'm going to the actual. Hey, Alistair, I'm going to the actual one. All right, bias. This is singular, an opinion about whether a person, group, or idea is good or bad, which influences how you deal with it. For example, some employers have a bias against women. When analyzing data, you must avoid having a bias toward any particular result. That's bias. But being biased is, for the adjective version, is unfairly preferring, there's that word again, preferring one person or group over another. The referee was definitely biased news reporting. And then we go to bigotry.
I don't think it was bias. I think it was
I know, but hold on, Clem. 1 second. Bigotry is bigoted behavior or beliefs, like religious bigotry. But hold on, I like the when I was reading that before, that one was talking about unfavored opinions about someone or something. But again, the bias is most likely like a nature versus nurture. Someone told you, or you're making something up.
I agree 100%. It's about your nature, your nurture, and your ethnicity and your culture.
Yeah, we weren't talking about that.
Well, but because you have your biases and your preferences doesn't mean you're a racist because you were raised a certain way.
Nobody said that though. Nobody's saying that.
Yeah, you did. That's exactly what you said. That's all you've been saying the whole time, Bert. You've been calling me a racist the whole time, Bert. Go back on mute, little fat boy.
You are.
Don't
we were
call
talking about the difference between preference and prejudice. And yes, you are a fucking racist. But that has nothing to do with what we were talking about. We were talking about the difference between prejudice.
Millions are rising for what?
Exactly.
Your mom was.
You know, it's against the rules, right? You've been doing kind of well today. And
No, but Bert's being a dick on purpose.
You got a shit already. What is this?
He's
16
not
beer you're on?
We really were talking
You're
about
fucking drunk, a piece of shit motherfucker who doesn't understand the context of the conversation.
I do. You can't do it without yelling at people and acting like you're the high school principal.
Fucking yelling at people and this.
Bro, you're acting like you're the high school principal, like you're the end all, know it all, be it all. You won't even let me finish the sentence, bro.
tell us we are
What
on
are talking about?
where we.
You're mad as hell because I know more than you about two fucking words. You're mad
I'm so happy for you. You know more than me.
Preference and prejudice. You fucking idiot. That's what you're mad about.
Wait. One more time.
And I'm edifying you, bitch.
Okay, one more time.
And be edified.
Okay, one more time. Reread these definitions for bigotry. Behavior or beliefs that show that you have unreasonable opinions, especially about race or religion, and that could go with other things as well. Preference. If someone has a preference for something, he or she likes it more than another thing. That's the first part. The second part is to give or show preference to someone, like to treat someone better than you treat other people.
Yeah, but why do they not like the other thing? Is it irrational why they don't like the other thing? It doesn't tell you.
Right, but we can talk about that part now. Right? That's
the whole point. It's all subjective. It's all how you feel and how you allow the world to affect you and what you give back to the world.
You're a fucking idiot.
No, I'm pretty sure that I've done well with my life.
Cleared up, and like you even earlier conceded to all these definitions and shit.
No, you told me I conceded, but that's not true.
Because you had like 7 more beers since then, and now you're like fucking forgetful.
No, I probably had like 10 more since then.
You fucking drunk piece of shit.
Still as articulate as ever and keeping up with you.
You can't keep up with the conversation. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
We were talking about prejudice versus like bigot versus biases and preference.
Idiot, you fucking cock.
That's literally what we've been for the last like half hour.
We're not so pressed about that. That was just our thing that we were talking about.
Yeah, well, we were talking about that in this room before y'all even showed up.
Whatever. It's just our what's it called? Like when we talk about something, that was just the thing we were talking about. So it's not a big deal.
Hi, everybody. This is Alistair. I'm just wondering, what's this room about? Hello?
Oh, I know who you are. I got something special for you. Just give me 1 second.
Hello?
In the meantime, let me welcome back Blade. Hey, Ghost. Welcome back Willow. And hey, KP in the audience.
Hello, moderators. I'm requesting 60 seconds or 30 seconds to read a poem.
Oh, this is this guy. Oh, what you got for him, Lala? I know this guy.
Hey, Edmund. Oh, shit.
Hey, welcome back, HP.
We're not moderators.
We're about a lot of stuff over here, Alistair. I hope you enjoy the space while you're here. Yes, let's continue because Don did bring up a good point about subjective. About what are people being subjective about? Paraphrasing. When it comes to being prejudiced or preference about, let's talk about.
Yeah, but like, I get that if I prefer vanilla ice cream over chocolate ice cream, it's not because I don't like chocolate ice cream because it's brown. I'm not being prejudiced to it, but like I am prejudiced to chocolate ice cream because it tastes really bitter compared to how sweet vanilla ice cream is. Like, if they're all subjective feelings on how I feel about how I choose what I want in my life. They're all on how I feel. And if I'm not adding like melanin into the relationship and like looking at people and races and humanity, then racism isn't even a thing. They're just my biases and they're my preferences, or my bigotries and my prejudices. It doesn't matter. They're all the same thing.
All right. Stay on mute, Brian. Let me ask the room. What do you guys think about that? Would you like to challenge what he said? Would you like to agree? What are your thoughts? And this is for the room. agree. Like, it could be
Have fun,
prejudice, but
bro.
also could be your preference.
Evening
People take it the wrong way,
hours.
so it's however the person hearing it takes it, I guess.
That was my whole point. It's subjective. It's all in how you feel about how you perceive it, or how you give it away.
Okay. Good discussion. Anyone else? Alistair, for the fun of it, I did invite you back up. Since you claim you want 60 seconds of airtime, go ahead.
All right, pick a number 1 through 64. What's your magic number? Number 10? All right, your inner guide. The oracle invites you to remember that inside of you there is a guide, able to make you take root in happiness. You just don't use it to the point that you are no longer aware of it. Don't worry, it can be rejuvenated, and it must be, if you wish to live love in fullness.
Well, damn, I did.
Actually, out of all the poems I ever heard Edmund say, that was actually pretty good. I liked it.
Probably 17 beers.
Well, I mean, I sit around and listen to him talk about the Tao Te Ching for like, hours, or like Marcus Aurelius when he reads like Stoic poems.
Alright, yeah. Nobody cares. Yo, so go back to the.
Dude, are you okay? Do you need a hug, Bird?
Whether these concepts, on whether or not these concepts, right, that you seem to think are subjective, which means what, based on personal feelings and opinions, or objective based on what, Doc, observable, measurable facts, right? Doc, are you still?
Yeah, can you observe and measure my biases?
Why didn't you give an answer to that? So the answer to that depends entirely, and I said this many times, on whether you are looking at the intent of the individual or the impact on society. So the subjectivity spectrum that you fucking keep talking about is, well, you haven't mentioned that phrase exactly, but that's what you're talking about, whether you know it or not. It's so like preference, yes, primarily subjective preference. Now prejudice, we could say mostly yes, and here's why. Because when it's preference, it is an internal leaning. It doesn't require a reason, or usually only affects the individual's choices. When you're talking prejudice, mostly yes, because it is internal prejudgment, and even though it's often shaped it's based on stereotypes. That's the shit. It's based on stereotypes. It is a personal feeling or belief. So that's why it's mostly yes. Now, when you're talking about bigotry and racism, the belief of bigotry, you might think that it's subjective. You're a fucking bigot.
You keep bringing up racism. We love racism in this a long time ago.
No, you kept bringing it up. That's the thing. We were only talking about prejudice and preference, but you kept bringing up bigotry and racism.
That's only because you keep bringing it up.
No, not at all. I'm actually going to edify you, though. Shut the fuck up. So while the belief of being
Thomas Edison, like you're going to put a light bulb over my head?
Oh, you don't know what?
Doc, stop talking over birds.
No, he's good. He's good.
Oh, okay.
He's ignorant. He doesn't know. He doesn't know any better. He doesn't know what these words mean.
Iranians in Canada that go outside the American embassy and ask for the war to be continued. Like, fuck up. You piece of shit. You've moved to a foreign country. Go die yourself. Go back to Iran and die, you dumb fucks. I also hate those Iranians.
Be nice, lady. Be nice.
Leo does that a lot. A friend of mine, Leo Messi, he's not the real one. He likes to protest.
Like, if I was an Iranian, like you're seeing your people being so fucking disturbed by this war, and they're being so fucking hurt by this war, and you go outside of an American embassy and ask for the ceasefire to be cancelled and for the war to continue, so more Iranians could die, so your dumbass Pahlavi exiled prince can go back to Iran and shit on Iranians more. Like, how bad as an Iranian do you have to be to condone like a war on your own people when you're not even in Iran yourself?
Here's the messy part, right? I think I'm not sure what's up, Alistair. Is that I've heard from Persians from inside Iran who say, "Hey, the enemy of my enemy is my friend," and so yeah.
Not anymore. It's changed. I'm talking to like Iranian communities. It's changing. So at the start, it was like that when they killed like Khomeini and stuff. Like it was like a little bit, but because of the pressure and everything that's happened, they're like, okay, maybe like the war is not ready.
1927. I think maybe the Iranians need to get cloak wireless to protect their identities since they have so many billions to hide. Maybe they need to get in touch with Jeremy Green.
What they were doing there. John, for weeks now, the United States has been building up its presence here in the Middle East, but we had not heard of any reports of any U.S.
Kicked again!
Whitney J.
Per hour. And then highway is like 34 miles per hour on highway.
It depends what state.
Yeah, it's a mixed bag. It's a mixed bag. Like the whole state of Rhode Island is 50 miles an hour. Other places.
I put it at the top of the room. I ain't putting the shit at the top of the little fucking room.
Shut up.
I asked my car, got a new one, didn't ask nobody for money. The fuck? Got married, didn't ask nobody for no fucking money. And y'all motherfuckers every day, what's your cash app? Cash app me some money. Y'all need to get a fucking job. The fuck?
Fuck your shit is the.
The fuck I look like? The United Nappy Clubhouse Fund Bank of Adams?
Yeah, you fucking knew. Nappy-headed fucking bitch.
Well, I was saying the same about you, but you're bald-headed.
Yeah, that's right. So you can't say jack shit about me, bitch.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Oh.
He smokes weed.
Yeah, you do.
I didn't know you smoked weed, Dr. Adams.
Oh, here's a bald-headed white man.
One of your faves.
It's your fave.
One of your fucking faves.
It's your car.
When you crashed your car, did your husband buy you a new car? Or did you have the money yourself?
That's a great question.
Mm-hmm.
Can I answer?
Mm-mm.
Don't you know that look at that cow? I wanted to smoke. Bitch, I wanted to smoke.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. To you. What's your husband's first name? What's your boyfriend's first name? What's your...
No, we're not doing that. He's saying this shit.
It's comedy. It's comedy, Papa. We have comedy.
Well, do you remember when the Nazis occupied the United States during World War II? Oh, wait, that was your country.
Yeah, that was because of the guns and not because of your.
If blonde-haired, blue-eyed Dutch boy had a gun, they would have occupied them.
What do you mean? I don't think so. The
the army. Listen, there's 17 million people living in the Netherlands. If an army of a bigger country invades, then
listen, 17 million people, right? But not everybody's a soldier.
Listen, I'll tell you what I think is weird. So I have a friend whose husband was from Tunisia, and my friend had a dog. And he said that's so weird because in my country we eat those. So I think that's
What do you say about Switzerland, where everybody owns a gun? Everybody in Switzerland owns a gun.
Yes, but I trust them. Yes, but I trust them with guns.
Oh, come on.
Not you. You I don't trust.
That was crazy.
Have you been here ever?
It's just projection.
Yeah,
He's an anti-Semitic terrorist. This little fucking.
A lot of movies, Sudanese guy. You know, they're brainwashed by the Hollywood movies.
No, but
I mean,
This Papa Wea, his name is Jabali. He's retarded.
So you've never been to the States?
me.
Yeah.
I tried to go with my European passport, but
Rejected.
I got denied for national security reasons.
Terrorist.
Why?
He's a terrorist.
Because you look Arab or why?
Huh?
Because you look Arab or why?
He's a terrorist.
I would say because I look Arab.
It's because he comes on Clubhouse and makes anti-Semitic Jew hate remarks all day long. He's a piece of shit. That's why.
They do, Doris. It depends on where you were from.
Did they give you a reason? They just said no.
No, they said denied on entry. Human piece of shit.
listen, there's nothing wrong with guns if you use it right, okay? Like, that's not a danger. It's a tool. Use it
I don't know. Okay, you guys aren't letting an answer. Why did they deny your entry? I'm curious.
They didn't give a specific reason, but they did say national security reasons. And
Did you make it to the U.S. and they denied you at the airport, or they denied you before you?
They denied me at the
airport. I'm sorry about that.
I think his backpack was taken or something. I don't know.
That's great news. That means our security apparatus is working.
What I think it is, I visited in the last 5 years. I visited Algeria and Libya. So I think.
Oh, you went to a terrorist training camp.
No, it's just. It's just.
No, it's not a terrorist training camp. It's exercise workout regime. They train you how to use M16A4, hand grenades, claymore mine. Yeah, it's just for fun. It's like a summer camp, friend.
Where were you going to visit in the U.S.?
Manhattan.
That's too bad you didn't get to go.
I looked it up there. I said, if you have an EU passport, you have to state if you had a Tunisian nationality on the application to come to the United States, and that can be a reason for you to be denied.
I can understand that.
What about a Belgian passport?
Why would I need to disclose that though?
What about being a low IQ terrorist, Jew-hating piece of shit like you are, Jabelli?
Well, I didn't know he was all those things.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit, this one. There's a reason why pieces of shit can't come into the country.
No, but you guys really missed out. I'm going to be honest with you.
Better be serious, all right.
You're missing out.
What, in the gay community? The LGBTQ boys, they didn't get a piece of that ass?
I would say that Belly hates Jews much less than the average North African.
Facts.
Are you kidding me?
Listen, I'm very enlightened in this thing.
I mean, nothing wrong with that. Are you
That's
Jewish,
right.
Jabelli?
It's very westernized.
I'm sorry?
Are you Jewish, Jabelli?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
No. But I am Muslim. Alhamdulillah.
Okay.
But
I put a broomstick up your ass, you fucking faggot.
That sounds painful.
but
Would you like to go in a faceta?
that's not my problem.
It's a delicacy for me in Egypt. I love fermented fish.
Why would you feel the need to mention that? I don't care.
What the fuck is that shit?
Because you're cute. They might wink at you and want you to kiss them back.
I would say it's not interested, not my cup of tea. But
if that's really him.
Is that
So you agree with that, Jabelli? Do you agree with that?
Oh, that I'm very cute.
Yeah. The rest I find you cute.
Yeah, okay.
See, I live in Michigan, and there's a lot of Arab men here, and so I
Do they sell their asses for money?
I've hooked up with lots of them. I believe in solving the Jew-Israel divide one-on-one, individually, intimate, private.
Income you trust.
Ellie, would you go on a date with the amazing derisive?
Well, he's
No.
the one who's
No, I would.
Why not?
He's not gay.
Because it's because that's my
Jabali, what are your life goals? What do you want to achieve in your life, Jabali?
That is a great question, actually, coming from Alistair.
I get the feeling you're actually... I get the feeling you're very immature still, that you still have years of personal development ahead of you. What do you think?
That goes for everybody. You know what they say, you never stop learning until the day you are dead, you know?
Yeah, that's what they say, but what are your personal goals?
He gave you an actual good answer.
No, he didn't give us an answer. I guarantee you that this guy is going nowhere quicker than, I'm going out tonight. Where do you want to go in your life, Jabeli?
How would you know that, John? How would you know?
It's a gut instinct that there's nothing there cooking underneath the surface. You know what I'm saying?
Untrustworthy gut instinct.
Joe, go take your makeup off.
Did you feed your cat, Carmen?
No,
Because your cat looks really hungry. Poor fella.
he's dying.
Poor fella.
So, Jabeli, if you can't make it, Jabeli, would you come to America and sell yourself to the LGBTQ to survive?
Why would I do that?
Because you're unemployable, obviously. Who would hire you to do what? Clean toilets?
Lester, I don't understand why you are breaking my balls so much.
Jabeli, let me ask you a question, buddy.
I'll step on your balls with my
Let's
heel.
say, Jabeli, let's say you move to the U.S., right? What's the first job you would accept? What is it?
Why all this? Am I like the immigration customs or something? What's all these
This is the immigration customs service, yeah.
Listen, I got the night without an interview. I don't need it from you.
What would be your first job they would do in the U.S.?
My first job?
Yeah.
Anti-Semitic parade protest organizer.
Journalist, 100%.
Oh, what do you want to journalize about? What do you want to... Because I know this piece of shit. He's an anti-Semitic, Jew-hating, Nazi piece of shit, this one.
Well, you are throwing with terms, but you obviously don't understand.
Are you a journalist in Europe?
No, I'm not a journalist here, but I would make that career switch if I went to the States.
A journalist.
What would you like to write about or report about?
Free Palestine!
Everything. Just what happened in the Florida men. That's what I would like to.
What is it? The title?
So that must have. I want to go back to this. So that must have sucked so bad. You did the 7-8 hour flight to New York.
Yeah.
And then New York City is one of the most exciting cities in the world. Everyone wants to go to New York City. It is so much fun as a tourist. And then you get to the airport and you're excited, and they tell you have to go right back home.
Wait a minute, did you fly here or did you not get a visa to come here?
No, listen, if you have a European passport, you have an automatic visa to go.
Okay.
You can go without a visa, but when I came there.
Oh, yeah, so you actually did travel here and returned away?
Yes.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. I didn't get that. Sorry, derisive. I missed that earlier.
What state would you choose, Jabeli? Like, what state in the U.S., which 50 state would you choose?
New York, 100%.
New York!
You want to see Spider-Man?
Because of the movies, New York.
Oh, yeah.
New York is so fun as a tourist. So fun.
It has a really nice vibe. That is true.
They didn't even tell you why you were rejected. They just said, sorry, you got to go home. We think you're a piece of shit.
Basically, they said they didn't give me the specific reason, but they said for national security reasons.
Yeah. That's like
What
saying
state do
it.
you think is the worst in the U.S., Jabeli?
I don't know. I've never been. I don't know. What is the worst state in the United States?
New Mexico.
You
don't know, maybe Alabama.
No way.
Alabama's actually pretty cool. It's more about weather than anything else, and things to do. There are plenty of places there's nothing to do. So any major city in any state's going to have things to do. The weather sucks. Who wants to?
Oh God, let's not talk about the weather, please.
But
Brigham Young?
That's Brigham so here. Brigham, what do you think about that I got denied entry? What's your take on it?
It's great news.
I think that there's a pretty big likelihood that it was related to
Clubhouse.
The fact that you didn't disclose that you're from Tunisia, and Tunisia doesn't exactly have fantastic relations with the U.S.
We regime changed
Yes,
them.
but I came. Listen, I came with my Dutch passport, so that should play a role.
This is a reason that it can be that. I don't personally think that it is right.
Why are Europeans immigrating illegally to the U.S.?
Okay, no, you're not going to come in and derail the conversation instantly.
Did you know that they needed to know that you just intentionally didn't disclose that?
What do you mean intentionally didn't? Why would I need to do it? I came with my Dutch passport. I'm a Dutch citizen. I live in the Netherlands.
What's your motivation, Jim? Why do you want to move to the U.S.? What's your motivation?
I didn't even want to move.
You was just visiting.
You were coming for a vacation.
Did they find anything in your luggage that was suspicious?
Dildo? Did they find a dildo?
Did they go through your luggage?
Yes.
And we can found explosives. What do you found? Dildo. Did they go through your phone?
Illegal firearms?
No, they didn't go to my phone. No.
They found a dildo. A big black dildo made of silicone. What's this?
It's a handmade wooden dildo.
No, if he had a black dildo, they would have let him in.
Oh. So, in conclusion, as we have discovered, if you want to come into America, all you need is a huge black dildo in your carry-on.
Yeah, I didn't have it. Is that why I got rejected?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. It has nothing to do with all the hate speech you spread for years here. All the terrorist threats, all the threats of violence.
Why are you transporting that Jabal? Tell us.
But wait, Eddie. Even though if I was Tunisian and I went to Libya, that's none of their business. Why would they care?
Yeah, it is. They have a right to be here.
Yeah, exactly. If they wanted to be their business, that's their business.
Dutch passport. They took one look at you, realized you're not Dutch, and then they wanted to know what was the story.
Yeah.
How's your...
You're Muslim. That I'm a Dutch citizen of Tunisia.
What's your dental hygiene like?
Dutch men are 6'4". They have blonde hair, blue eyes, and big.
Ooh.
That I don't know, but like objectively,
I could just say no, definitely not Dutch.
Maybe it's because you use the word objectively all the time. Objectively.
Then why do you want to come to the U.S., Shabby?
Objectively.
Oh, so they denied you a tourist visa?
Yes.
He is a fucking Christian?
Jabal, what do you want to ask the U.S.?
Yeah, Muslim. I'm sorry?
Wait, you're a Muslim place. Connect. What place are you in? U.S.
One at a time. I'm getting like a short circuit.
What place you want to visit in the U.S., Jabal?
Hooters.
He said 5 times he wanted to go to New York City.
He wanted to go to Hooters.
There's actually a building like Times Square. What does he want? What is it?
Random. Do you keep like repeating the same questions to like avoid my brothers?
Hooters.
Yes. Yes. One at a time.
Yeah, guys. One second. Like Empire State Building. What are you looking for?
Just random, like Times Square, everything. I'm there. It's not one specific thing.
Okay, definitely.
But I'm sorry. Yes. Fuck the United States.
Whoa! 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 Hey now, take it easy.
I was going to sponsor you. I was too. Oh, now
He just left after that? All that?
He's coming.
Oh my gosh. That's what he said at the immigrations enforcement.
Listen, I noticed that me as a man of color, I'm being like censored here. Do you understand? So it's like.
Oh, actually, okay, I'm color enough. Yeah, I think there's actually plenty of men your color.
Listen,
Oh, come on, motherfucker. Alistair, feel free to come on stage. Abba, feel free to come on stage.
What game are you playing?
Thank you. I am playing World at War, Call of Duty.
Oh my god. Can you believe that? What do you think's more real, the video game you're playing or the God that Christians, Jews, and Muslims proclaim as the Lord of the universe?
Video game, for sure.
So you're going, but what if I told you that the people who claim that God is real are actually also playing a video game that you refuse to play? It's a role-playing video game.
You just have to show evidence of that.
Yeah, it's called the religion itself. There's 3 major world religions. Well, really, Hinduism is probably the biggest or the second biggest world religion.
I mean, not really.
Not really?
Is Hinduism a significant world religion?
Yeah, dude, over 1 billion adherents.
Yeah, so that's 4. So I've already.
Buddhism is big. It's got 800 million.
I said Hinduism, not Buddhism.
I said Hinduism, then I said Buddhism.
Well, Buddhism is atheistic.
It's not atheistic, brother.
Yeah, there's no gods in Buddhism.
That's not true. They got gods. They got devils.
Give me the name of one single god inside of Buddhism.
All right, let me Google that for you. Please hold. Please hold, Donnie.
What's up? So, wait, I'll defend the faith here. So, is there any logical objection to Christianity?
Yeah.
Okay, like what?
Well, I mean, its book is internally inconsistent and contradictory.
Okay, yeah. Can you give me one?
Sure. So, did Jesus abolish the law, or did Jesus not abolish the law?
The law, you're referring to the Torah?
Yeah.
No, it specifically says he fulfilled the law instead of, he didn't get rid of it, right? He fulfilled.
Except Paul says that in Hebrews that Jesus did come to specifically abolish the law. So it's internally contradictory.
Yeah, can you give me the direct quote?
Yeah?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, give me a second. Where does New Testament? New Testament. Wait, I have to do that. Where does Paul say? Paul say that Jesus came to abolish the law. It would be Ephesians 2:15.
Well, I, for one, am thoroughly bored and I'm ready to go to sleep. Hello?
Have a wonderful evening.
Yeah, it just says, here I'll read out the quote, making void the law of commandments contained
Making void the law
decrees
of commandment.
that he might take the two in himself into one new man, making peace.
Yeah, is that Jesus came to void the law. Jesus specifically said the opposite.
What does this mean, making void? Do you know what the word
Excuse
void
me,
means?
void means to abolish. So,
Not particularly.
what does void mean to you?
Yeah, void just means to make like a, what's the word for it? Yeah, kind of to nullify, right?
Yeah, but that's the same as abolish, right?
No, I wouldn't define abolish. I mean,
Nullify and abolish are not the same thing. And you're just fucking denying reality. So you're just stupid.
Okay. I mean, you could add.
Or you're rational. You're either rational or you're stupid.
I mean, you could.
But if you think that void and abolish are different.
Wait.
Excuse me, I was in the middle of a sentence. Shut up. Right? Fuck you.
All right, well, I'm glad we cleared that one up. Great work, Donald. Another great job done. Wow, such a nice person you are. Treating your guests with such respect and dignity. Beautifully done. Wow, Donald. Hello?
Another subject. But the point is, it becomes a hotbed for corruption. So the reason why people elected Trump is they precisely did not want someone who had been through that system. That's why he's president, and that's why everybody's so upset. So yeah, I agree with you. Generally, it's a good thing, but now we've gotten to a point where the corruption is so bad, the American people wanted an outsider. That's what they got, and he's now doing what he's doing.
An outsider, not at all.
They did.
Democrat his entire life. He has been involved with all of these people.
That's who we voted for.
I know, but that's who helped. All of these people he has been involved with the whole time, and these are the same people manipulating who is running and who we have to choose from. I think people have to.
Yeah, I don't agree with
that. Is people having this idea that it is their civic duty to vote, regardless. So then we fall into the trap of voting for the lesser evil. And maybe people need to be willing to not vote at all and let them just be lonely. Because we have to stop letting them tell us who we get to choose for the positive. This has become a self-fulfilling prophecy. It is a repeating cycle. They fund the candidates, and then we say, oh, these are who we get to choose from? Okay, let me go choose then from who you have told me I can choose from. So then we're not choosing, are we? Because they're funding the ones that they put in front of us. So it's not our being voted for, it's the people.
Say it. Who are they we choose? Who are they?
Okay.
It costs money to run a campaign.
APEC. Yes. APEC.
Okay. I guess I was just trying to understand her perspective.
Hold on. APEC. You guys shut the fuck up. Money runs down through politics.
Stop that. So maybe we can say
coming back up and saying right now, how will Trump be taken down? We're just kind of going through what everybody thinks will be a downfall of him. You think in the next, 2 years and a couple months left of his presidency, or I mean, we can even go past that if you think like his legacy is going to be, tarnished. And I got some ideas where we're probably going to go. But Ginger, if you have one particular thing that you think would be like the silver bullet that would probably take him down, what would you pick out of like the things that you can think of right now? Would it be like FC files? Would it be? Go ahead.
Right. The one thing would be clear, unassailable video evidence of him raping a kid. It would have to be extreme, and it would have to be vettable so that there's no way around the argument that it was faked, that it was AI, that it blah, blah, blah. Other than him dying, it would have to be something extreme. Because if there's one thing...
So you want to see a video of him raping a child, and you want to confirm it's a real video? What about him murdering somebody? Is it just the rape of a child?
This is not to get upset, dude. It's an opinion. Calm down. It's just, what I'm saying is, it has to be something extreme, and it has to be something that is absolutely 100% verifiable. Because there are a lot of deep fakes, and there are a lot of...
Now, how will you know?
And innuendos, and that's not going to do it. Because if there's one thing this country has come to the point of, is let it ride. We let it ride. It's easy. And they just... whatever, let him finish his term, and then we'll vote for somebody else next time. But the whole system is screwed up. It is not built any longer. Is it in place to help us?
Is the system screwed up, or is your opinion screwed up?
And it's not just the government. It's not just the federal government, is it? Although that's the biggest one, and that's the most obvious one. So that's a good place to start.
Actually, I have a ballot. If you want to ask a question, go ahead.
Yeah, Ginger, why is it that the government is supposed to help us? Why is it that the government is supposed to solve all of the social
You're misunderstanding help.
economic
I'm not talking about the government giving us a job. I'm not talking about the government giving us anything.
What is it?
It's supposed to.
Don't get upset. I'm asking the question. There's this... And I'm trying to get a sense of where we are. Because on the left, they believe the government is supposed to be helping everyone, that it's the duty, and we all are obligated to pay taxes for all of these social programs, whatever it is. So I'm just trying to get whatever your opinion is, it's your opinion, it's fine. But maybe...
I'm 61 today. I'm up at the gym.
Well, clarify your position. Let me say this. I agree. There is a lot of corruption, money going to things that should go to and be wasted, et cetera, et cetera. That I believe, and I think you would too, that needs to be by the government does not pay.
They don't help us any. There are too many regulations, there are too many taxes, there are too many ways for the government to destroy a person's life. They don't answer to us in the way that this is done anymore. The United States government should be fiscally responsible. It should care about the United States' sovereignty and protection. And it should make it possible for every single person to have it. Not the guarantee of it, but the person of it. And when you can have, like someone was just talking about COVID and how essentially, they tell us to go to school. This is the general advice given. Go to school, get a good job, work hard, and you can have the life you want. And then COVID rolls around and they shut companies down. People lost their jobs. Even though they didn't do anything wrong, and a lot of those companies were not able to come back. And that was the government doing that. And they should not have had the power to do that because they are not restoring people after they have
devastated them with their policies, and they just have.
Are you talking about the COVID-19 vaccine? Are you talking about the vaccine?
I'm talking about making companies close their doors.
Oh, you're not even talking about the vaccine.
No, I'm talking about making companies period of time where almost everything was shut down.
Yeah, we
Whether
remember.
they wanted to be or not.
And then they lied to us.
If you want to get into that, that's fine, but that's not what this is about.
Can I jump in with an example?
Hold on.
More difficult to operate within their own.
Just let Jared finish, guys. Hold on. I'll get to you, Howard, in a second. Yeah, no, man.
So, no, I don't want the government to hand out money. I don't want the government to make decisions for people. I don't want the government to tell people how to live. I agree
of the star systems and the very ritual drama of it all.
What was the reason of the corona? Corona was teaching.
It is God's will, the will of our Father, manifest in the Son, multiplied by the Holy Spirit, cherished in the heart of the Mother. That is most offensive and above all vibrations of life. That which is opposed to us. If the will of God can be set aside in the children of the light,
build on Ginger's point, the example to me that comes
then
to mind,
their power
and it
source
isn't just a
will
left
all
issue, it's not just a right issue. We as taxpayers, as long as we are paying our taxes, there should be a law that the government never ever shuts down. It never should shut down. It's getting our tax revenue to operate. It's financing Congress. They take it out of the way to appropriate money. And any elected federal official should not get paid until the government's operational. So I just wanted to share that. That's a great, to me, an example of the government not serving the people is when it's in a shutdown mode, but yet all the tax revenue is still inflowing.
Matt, can I? That's not the point that Banana should have. Maybe have time.
Can anybody hear him or no? It sucks. Like your mic is always really bad on it. Just let you know.
Oh, I'm so sorry. But back in my phone broke like a week ago, so I'll have to change my back in.
Damn, that's really bad.
Yeah,
I thought Peter was bad. I'm sure Peter will show up here shortly. But
no, it's so funny. Like people say they miss from America, they don't have no internet. So Iran, they calling me like, oh, my internet is way better than yours. And I'm like, yeah, I'm bad with that. I'm so sorry.
Okay, again, the stage is open. I actually want to hear from my fellow MAGA / Republican / conservative / whatever. Do you feel, which part do you think Trump is most vulnerable in right now? Because obviously he's not running a perfect, presidency. So I don't know if any of the things that you can think of right now that have been mentioned on stage and in the past or in the news will maybe take him out. Does anybody here? Maybe I think you're ready to go. I bet. I'm sure. Go for it.
I mean, I don't know if there's anything he's done so far, but so far I think he's a lying sack of shit, and he's a fucking traitor to his voter base. I personally, I mean, to actually take him out, it's possible he makes some really dumb, maybe he made big blunders involving this war. I don't know. I mean, it's a fucking every president has had enough common sense not to buy into Israel's bullshit when they tried to get us to talk when they tried to talk us into invading Iran. But he did it.
Let me ask you: do you think it's an impeachable offense? This actually probably could be an impeachable offense.
I don't know.
Wait. Let me just ask my question. If there's evidence that he is colluding with another country to, I guess, go forward with the war or on behalf of something else, I don't know yet what it is. And something else. How do I put this?
It was my sister. I was myself. You're wrong about him. He's all not scared. He wants to be better. Maybe I can help. In all the darkness, I can find the lights. There was like a very large amount of American life in particular in, if we invaded, could be that like just prices are out of control. A bunch of things. There's already, I don't know if you see it online, there's already pretty much a civil war on the right. Like most of us have never washed our hands with Trump. We think he's fucking worthless piece of shit, and he but that doesn't he'll say anything to get elected. Yeah, and I get it.
He's already elected, you fucking idiot.
Like you won't be able to probably get out. His legacy is shot. Obviously, that's what you're saying. Obviously, on that one, right?
Pepe's not saying anything. He makes shit up, and everything Pepe says is a projection. We're happy that Trump is our president. We're glad that he's our president, and it's just Nazi fucks like Pepe who hate the Jews in Israel that hate Trump because he's supporting an ally. And Pepe's a low IQ little fucking rat.
I have an alternative.
Yeah, Alan, what do you think? Where are we vulnerable?
Remember, like, I don't know, when it was 8 years ago, Trump went to the European Union and told them, look, you guys are dependent on Russia, it's going to bite you in the ass. And then 10 years later, and they all scoffed at him and jeered, and now 10 years later, he was right. I'm just disappointed in your lack of faith, all of you. It's highly disappointing. Let me frame it a different way, that maybe even Pepe, whom you know I respect you, Pepe.
You respect Pepe?
Gigolo that only entertains
He can't even get a sentence out without saying
have had our foothold in the Middle East for over 100 years. We have continued to have a foothold in the Middle East. Now we went to Afghanistan, and for 20 years, they were a more open society until we pulled out, and then the Taliban went back in. When we went to Iraq, there was discussions and rhetoric about, well, maybe we can make them a democracy. Here's the bottom line. Your best chance for democracy, aside from Israel in the Middle East, is Iran. Because Persians are entirely practical. They're not religious zealots. And here's the best part for all the Jew-hating, Israel-hating people out there. If it succeeds, it will minimize, if not completely negate, our need for Israel and our need to continue to kiss their ass in any way. There's 8 million people in Israel, 90 million people in Iran. No oil or very little oil in Israel, huge amounts of oil in Iran. Very few resources in Israel, tons of resources in Iran. If this is successful, and hasn't Trump always turned out to be right? If this is successful, we will have a new Middle Eastern partner in the Middle East that we can add Saudi Arabia, all these other countries that are already in our sphere of influence. We will add the country that has been the biggest pain in our ass for the last 50 years will now become our friend, and you won't need to worry about it.
Alan, we get it. The point is Pepe is not a conservative. Pepe's not a Republican. He's not on the right. Pepe's actually a liberal. Just listen to him. He's not a conservative person.
I'm a Republican my whole fucking life.
You're as liberal as they get, Pepe. You're not. You express no Republican or conservative conservative values whatsoever. You're a piece of trash. Republicans don't act like you. Republicans and conservatives don't talk like you. You're a fucking piece of shit. That means you're a liberal.
There's so much infighting on it with Republicans regarding what Trump did. We all know what his message was. Okay, he said he was not going to be dragging us into wars in the Middle East and all this fucking bullshit. And we literally spent the last, year and a half focusing on fucking Israel. And I get why the Israelis are doing it. This is perhaps, they have no way of knowing, the last president that will probably do a lot for them in the most powerful country in the world, for who knows how long. Might happen next term. It could be that it will be, fucking 20 years from now or never. So what are they going to do? They're going to, especially before the midterms, they're going to, Netanyahu's a smart man. They're going to try to get Trump to do what they want. And Iran is obviously the biggest security threat to Israel, bar none. Hezbollah, Hamas, all of them. You can thank Iran for that. But
sorry, you done yet?
It's not necessarily in our best interest to just get ourselves involved in a fucking conflict in the Middle East for them.
This real quick, because I've heard this. I came up with this too, Alan. I'm assuming you weren't trolling on that last part. I think you were sincere about what you said.
Yeah.
A stronger Iran that's more aligned with our interests is a
yeah.
So I completely agree. Pepe, I know you probably disagree a little bit. Maybe completely. I don't know.
No, not at all. My whole thing was, if we could have gone in, whether it was one day or it's. Okay, from what I had been hearing, it seemed that's like what Trump's advisors even had said. It's not going to be simple. To do a regime change. And okay, if we could do it simply, yeah, absolutely do it. I think the IRGC is horrible. They just cause instability all throughout the region, which reverberates through other parts of the world. And of course, it's also even for their own people. I think that it would be just way better for them to not have the IRGC. I have zero problems with the IRGC all being, snuffed out, basically. I think that would be a good thing for the world. But at the end of the day, but at what cost? Is it going to be us having to do a large-scale war like in 2003, invading a fucking country? I don't know if we should really do that.
No, that makes sense. I'm just double-checking that you would, if there was some way, I don't even know how you would, come up with the metric or whatever the look is on.
Yeah, if I could snap my fingers and they're gone, yes, absolutely.
You would do it in a heartbeat, right? Like,
yeah,
because I think it'd be less funding for Israel, a lot less funding of Israel if we have a stronger Iran and his partners around Iran.
No, but they're talking about Turkey after they've been.
Yeah, I heard about that too. That Turkey's the vacuum. I get it, but I'm just saying. I think in the long run, it probably does work out. So I know it's really optimistic, but
Turkey is the one country Turkey's the one Middle Eastern country that would probably be the most brutal to fuck with. I mean, they have I think it was. At least it was like a decade ago, it was like the fourth largest military. They're NATO members, so they're well trained. These are.
I get it. No, I wouldn't want to fuck around with Turkey. I would never want to. Yeah, I'm totally with you on that. Okay, Sword.
Wait, Matt, before you move on, I just want to clarify. Pepe hates Trump. Pepe hates the IRGC. Pepe hates the Jews. And Pepe hates Israel. Pepe hates everything. Fuck you, Pepe, you fucking loser.
Sword, where do you see? Is there any weakness? Do you see any vulnerability for Trump? Where do you see his most weakest point that might take him down?
The only thing I can see would be his weakness is if he doesn't compete digitally with the propaganda. Because to me, there's a decision that wants to be made. So, for example, even with the birthright citizenship thing, they're already using propaganda as a way of trying to influence citizenship should exist when it's actually 100% incorrect. Merely being born here does not establish citizenship. We've had laws ever since 1802 that confirm that. But those laws are on the books, but it still doesn't change the Supreme Court from ruling how they want to rule. So if they want to rule a certain way in June, they're gonna engineer and influence people to believe what they want them to believe by putting cuts and, what do you call that, the clips from the oral arguments to make it seem like the gentleman didn't represent himself well when he actually did. So if he doesn't keep up with the propaganda, that would be the weak point that I think would take him down. I don't think it's going to be any of.
So, but the version of your takedown is losing the midterm, losing 2028. That's your version of a takedown, right? Not like impeachment. None of that would be impeachable, I don't think, right?
Oh yeah, I don't think it would be like, even with the wars, he has legal ground, and you won't find these things in the within the Constitution or the War Powers Act or anything that people have quoted. He has standing within international law or the law of nations to exercise what he's doing, and that's the reason why the globe they're in conflict about it, but the shit is written down. And
do you think that is one thing that's really changed quite a bit since like 2016 or even 2020 is that especially since 2020 the viewership of legacy media like cable news and so forth has absolutely fucking tanked, and it's largely went online. Now people online are watched a lot more, and I think that, and the Democrats have been discussing this for the last couple of years. It's like, okay, now what do we do with these people online, these influencers? And I do think the Democrats absolutely are still flailing when it comes to a message. They're doing the no kings nonsense. They're doing just stupid shit, and anything that they used to use in the past does not stick anymore.
Oh, really? It doesn't stick? They still don't have power? They still don't win elections? All they do is complain about Trump, and that's enough. When you tickle the clit on the ear, that's all it takes for a Democrat, okay?
Amazing. No, I think that's also largely worn off, because if you look at, the first term that worked, right? And they had a lot of nonsense and bullshit that went with it. But he's somebody who we're going to have over 2 years left with Trump, and there's not going to be another term with him, and so going after Trump really doesn't. What is it going to do? They have to come up with a better, basically a vision or a strategy that
they're too stupid for that.
That's what I'm learning.
Let me say this back to what you just said. Here's what I think. I don't know if it will, but there's a possibility. So going back to the media thing, remember how when Trump got into office, somehow, some way, people started to bring these clips together, and they started showing how all of the various news sources were all saying the same exact thing. And they would start with one and then pull another one, and then another one, and another one, and before you got like 20 news stations on the same screen all saying the same thing, like that propaganda thing. That's what I'm talking about. And then going to your second point about him not being the president again. Well, he may not be the president, but I do see a window of opportunity for the next president to bring him on as a contractor, like they brought on Elon Musk. It would not surprise me if that or something like that happened. So he can continue.
You bring up a good point, but I could counter with this. So, first of all, you have the media landscape has not only changed this with people moving more online. So a lot of those orchestrated media shit, people aren't going to watch it. But even if you look at the people, and of course the Democrats are pissed, and to be fair, that was a power grab. But when the Ellisons bought, was it CBS News I think it's NBC. I forget. But of course, this huge conglomerate, and then they of course now they purchased TikTok, all of this other shit. Okay, so now you can't count on those people.
Why can't you count on them? Because they won't let you talk shit about Jews on TikTok all day?
No, we're talking about talking shit about Republicans. We're talking about the news.
I have one question. I'm a foreign guy. I don't know much about that. But when we get...
Wait, hold on a minute. So what were you, I was trying to follow you, Pepe.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is that, like, even the ownership of the media has largely changed. And then you have the really big example, that was X. When Elon Musk bought X, or Twitter, and changed it to X, that changed everything. No longer this death grip on information. Now, a lot of you can say...
Yeah, around the COVID-19 vaccine. And that's censorship. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was the Pepe Show. Sorry, you're not a moderator, so I just thought I'd talk a little bit. Sorry for interrupting you, Dr. PP.
Don't do it when I'm talking. Goddamn, dude. But when it comes to... holy shit.
Twitter, X, that was the last point you made. There's no grip on information.
Yeah, you were talking about how he paid Elon and the right.
Yes, and so
That's again, Dr. PP.
Leading up to the election, and that was some crazy shit with the Hunter laptop stuff. It was like you couldn't even share it in private DMs and just weird stuff. And then all of a sudden, here we have X. Then even when it comes to, even Zuckerberg was saying, like, yeah, dude, I mean, we were getting a fuck ton of pressure to just, like, cooperate, as far as the Democrats go, in terms of censorship and all of that stuff. And I think that was a really rough era that nobody really wants to repeat. And, of course, a lot of the Democrats way overreached with their propagandistic bullshit. And I would warn the right too, though, that like all of this Iran shit. I mean, you guys, I know a lot of you MAGA people are going to be like, oh, well, they make justifications for it. That's fine. But overall, this is incredibly unpopular in our country.
I would warn my ass if anyone listens to Pepe.
He's pulling this shit. Okay, inflation's gone back up. Gas prices have gone back up. For what? It's not going to happen. I don't need in vain.
They're working for them.
Roasted Dr. PP, one roast at a time.
A riddle of shadows where whispers lie. The thorny side, the maddening cry. Open, open. I am aware. The serpent
Don't. This is what he does.
I lost my dad. I can't lose my sister. I don't care if I lose my son. You're wrong about it. He's not a monster. He wants to be better. Maybe I can help. In all the darkness, I can find the light.
Your purpose is not one.
That's the one guy. You're gonna need to find more voters. That's the guy. You're gonna find more voters taking one photo with the same guy all the time.
Shadows whisper truth as the baseline drums. The will is fire, unchained, untamed. No path is written, no soul is blamed. Thou hast the right but to do thy will. Feel the stars, let the silence fill your will. Unflaked, alive, is delivered from the lust of the thrill. Come out the fun, Kevin. If you don't, I'll shoot the game. No bars, just a void to fill. Every pulse, every spark is a perfect way. Thou hast the right but to do thy will. Feel the silence, let the silence know your will. Unafraid, is alive, is dead.
I'm gonna do the same.
And we're Paul my ears because where the silence hums, no shadows chase, no voices come. The air is still, it wraps me tight. No fear, no sin, no way to bear. The sweetness whispers everywhere. Sweetness of solitude fills my veins.
Kill him. Just fucking kill him. That's the Pepe show. I'm so sorry, Pepe. Yeah, Coachella, huh? You need to find more voters. This is true. You're gonna need more. You'd never be mayor, Buzza.
No fire burn like passion wild. No losing through like hatred piled. This body aches, a cage of stone. Rest whispers soft, the only throne. Hunger's the beast, the sharpest sting. Body cries, its constant cling.
Bacteria water silver cups.
Pain walks close, a shadow friend. Each step we take it will attend. But joy lies quiet, just out of view. A higher peak, a sky so blue.
Find more motors. I was supposed to follow the same guy trying to find some new motors. Yeah, you just started some drugs. He's got to be there about that.
Wait, our company has come back yonder. On the cold, hard ground. Which is why we make for the pole. It's happened with an excellent reputation on the Rugby Road, not 2 miles away, if memory serves. We marched to make the first strike in the name of His Grace. I assure you, my nephew will not begrudge me a night of company. As soon as you're proud, Lord, we will rendezvous with your army at first sight. Or if their wine is good, perhaps they will offer fertilizer. We're exposed, all right? Call. Step to the tree! Good choice, Chris. Hide in your den. They know we're abroad, they'll be hunting. We must move under the trees and by cover of dark starting tonight. And no fucking ends. Wait! Our company has come back yonder. On the cold, hard ground.
Dragon.
Which is why we make for the bull. It's happened with an excellent reputation on the Rugby Road, not 2 miles away, if memory serves.
I can take a picture of any book.
You have to find your
Let us slip, let us breathe, free as air. No hate, no chains, no despair. Among the shadows, we shine so bright. We carry peace into the night. I believe that we'll rise again. No
The hood is fucked. The hood is cooked. You can't get 10 supporters. Oh, nobody gonna win. Fucking 1,600 petition signers? Who were they? Who were they, Darren? Oh, Congressman Noli. You can't get 10 supporters to attend the town hall. Nobody gonna win. 1,600 petition signers? Who were they, Darren? The hood is cooked. The hood gonna lose. The hood gonna lose. He's a rape murderer.
Give me the sign of the open night. A riddle shadows where whispers lie. The thorny thigh, the maddening cry. The eagle strikes with its jagged claw.
I can't get 10 support. 1,600 petitions. Who were they, Darren?
A storm of silence, a broken law. To death, reborn on the horn of the unicorn. By the mystical union of fairy and fawn, a dance in the shadows from dusk until dawn. Unspoken the whispers that drift through the trees. Broken of all carried soft on the breeze. Oh, fiery Valkyrie, I invoke. Through the flames and the embers, the spell is bespoke. Your arrows and slinging, the springs tender glow. A force wild and brilliant, a power I know.
The monster something.
A secret communion of hearts left unsung. The listless, resistless, tumultuous tongue. The veils of the morning, her armor does gleam. The warrior spirit ignites every dream. No godhead could charm her, no throne could command. But manhood awakened, she took up her stand. In brilliance resilient, her fire does burn. A goddess of spring, with the world left to turn. The fiery Valkyrie, I invoke. Through the flames and the embers, the spell is bespoke. Your arrows unslinging, the springs tender glow. A force wild and brilliant, a power I know.
You're gonna need more voters. Dozens of scheming scammers, frauds to steal taxpayer dollars and launder to Johnson's gang of cronies and wasters. Vote John, liberate Chicago.
By the mystical Libertarian fall, and dance in the shadows from dusk until dawn. Unspoken the whispers that drift through the trees. Unbroken the vow carried soft on the breeze. Oh, fiery Valkyrie, I invoke. Through the flames and the embers, the spell is bespoke.
You're seeing a little pig skeleton. So cute. I love truffles. Do you guys like them or no? Some people hate them.
No, I like truffles. Truffles are good.
Truffles are very abstract. It depends on what you put them into. I know people put it into everything.
What do you hate them with? No, it's bad on. I mean, I've had truffles in sushi. Which
Yeah.
Truffles,
like some like ridiculous shit.
truffles are really good on Italian food. They're shit that.
Yes, pasta with truffles. I mean, I love it on eggs.
Have you ever tried making a stir fry, like a Chinese stir fry with truffle?
No.
I want to try that, honestly.
Actually,
that could actually work because they put a lot of abstract flavors in it. It's going to taste a little weird, but it should be interesting.
it's like a umami flavor. Depending on what you eat it with. I don't know. I think truffles kind of taste good with miso, like the miso flavor a little bit.
I love miso.
Oh my god, I love miso.
Yeah.
There's this like recipe that was like I love to make pasta sauce, and there was this recipe that was like, I don't know the right word, like viral a couple of years ago, and it was anchovy pasta sauce, and so it was like tomato paste, onions, and then they put anchovies in it. And I don't hate anchovies, but a lot of people do, and so I started making it where I would substitute miso paste for the anchovies, and oh my god, I love miso paste so much. It's like the best thing to cook with.
Hello?
Jules is right. Jules is right about this.
What?
Up at the top, some guy going, asking how he's eating his meat sounds kind of gay. I don't know, man. You're saying that sounds gay.
That's actually really funny.
I want some serious beef, you know?
Pretty good.
You know, sometimes I look at two ends of a spectrum I detest. It is the fake nutritionists that make bad arguments to meat, and the fucking vegans. And to them I say two things. I say, on the meat end of the spectrum, there's some people who, even though they're supposedly carnivores, cherry pick a lot. And on the vegan end of side, I have to say the ideology with which they respond to this stuff is insane, because for someone who's apparently a vegan, you do be having a lot of beef with people, bro. Like, insane.
I will say, whenever you're trying to figure out the truth, the worst thing you can do is go to a fucking centrist guy, right? Or centrist book, or centrist religion. That's the worst thing you can fucking do.
Mm-hmm.
The guy will be like, oh, well, both sides have good points, whatever. Nah, here's what I do. I find the most extreme side of both, right? I find the most extreme side of anything I'm looking up. And I look and I read both of them. And then I fucking compare where are like the differences, why is this the case, bullshit, right? And then I figure out what I think is the truth, based on reading the fucking extremes. I don't read some dickhead who's like, oh, well, you know, both sides have good points, and, you know, meat is good, and a balanced diet of, you know, seed oils, and fucking, I don't know, soy, and whatever other fucking bullshit. But this applies to anything.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of a good way to be, is just understand.
Here's a rule of thumb.
Like you said, the extremists are thinking.
Here's a rule of thumb. A centrist stands for nothing. A radical centrist stands for everything that works.
Yeah, exactly.
That's it.
Yeah, exactly.
Have any of you guys ever been like plant-based or anything like that, even for a period of time? Not even for like a fast or anything?
Have we been to what?
Plant-based.
And like plant-based or like done a fast,
No.
like just
I've done a fast, but I haven't done the plant-based bullshit.
a water fast or like a
Water fast.
How long did you go?
The longest was 10 days.
Damn. Okay.
No, it was to lose weight.
Interesting.
I think you don't really have many benefits in fasting after 3 days. You got pretty much all the benefits in 3 days. After that, it's not really useful.
I had like a situation like this for myself for like about average 2-3 days quite frequently. Because what my parents would do to punish me was just withhold food. So all I'd have access to is water. So I've already done that many, many times in my life. I can tell you, fasting's a little overhyped. I'm not gonna lie to you. It sucks. It sucks ass, man. Personal experience.
I think it's like you kind of get like a high from it.
As somebody who's gone through that multiple times, absolute bullshit.
I mean, it's just kind of like because the body's like a little bit freaking out, and so it's not like a good thing. But I think
I wake up in the morning and I feel like I'm gonna die in 10 minutes. That's not what I'm looking forward to, honestly. Like,
yeah,
it's overhyped.
Well, I think you eat very well though.
Yeah, I eat very well now. Here's the difference, right?
Well, for people who eat badly, it's like a break from like chemicals and processed food, and so then they like feel better because of that. But for somebody that eats well, it's like you're just depriving yourself of nutrients, and I think though that most people don't eat well, so they feel just like a break from like their body, like having to like combat inflammation and that sort of thing.
I guess. I think, like in many cases, fasting is kind of overhyped. I'm not like.
In yoga, like the like philosophy and ideals behind it, there's the idea that every month for one day you're not supposed to like plan it, but your body will kind of tell you that there's one day that you're not supposed to eat, and like it gives your digestive system and your nervous system kind of a reset, and it's supposed to just be like you don't feel hungry, like you wake up and you just don't eat, and you just have one day a month where you just take a break. But it's just, I don't know, it's not supposed to be like a planned thing, but
I've learned to never listen to women about anything health related.
I mean, it's not women saying it. It's male yogis who decided it, but it's not. I don't know. I don't necessarily.
Every time I hear some woman say she's on her healing journey, it's always like the worst shit ever.
I mean, I couldn't think that. That's probably
the examples where people torture themselves to feel better is the one where they go, hey, let's do the heroin chic. It's like, that's retarded. Who the fuck wants this? I haven't met a single fucking guy who goes, yes, I absolutely want this person who's completely malnourished and on the verge of death. No guy wants this shit. Like, by the end of that process, you look like a fucking dude.
Did you see the surgery? Did you see the surgery where women are removing their collarbones?
Yeah, what the fuck is going on with that? Why would people not want to have permanent collarbones? Isn't it kind of like good looking to have these collarbones?
It is. The thing is, like, these people just do random fucking shit and then blame it on
someone. Not a single guy in human history has said, she's hot, but she has collarbones, so I'm not interested.
I mean, I thought, like, I've, like, always been in the headspace that, like, people find collarbones, like, attractive. And then, like, have you seen, like, I don't know, it's, like, I think it's, like, a Chinese thing where it's, like, if you have, like, prominent stuff, I think it's kind of funny. But so, I don't know.
What's the size of the fish?
It's like a little tiny fish. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, I can actually do that. Although I'd have to put the shoulder forward a little bit, then I'd have the palms thing and you can put a little fish in it.
No, I can definitely do it.
It reminds me of Surf's Up. There's like one scene in Surf's Up where the guy's like, what's up with your hair, dude? Looks like you can fit a whole fish in there.
Okay, wait, look, I just heard it. Did you see that?
Yeah, the collarbone shit is just insanity. Like, nobody's ever asked this. I don't know anybody who's ever said this. Who's like, yeah, guys, we need to remove people's collarbones. Like, the fuck? Like, I genuinely do not understand where this is coming from. Wait. Like, somebody has to explain that to me. Because I don't know.
Yeah, you get a bunch of women that are like, oh, men will fuck anything that walks. And then in the same breath, they'll tell you that men impose unrealistic standards on women.
Yeah, I can do this thing. I can do this. Yeah.
Do what?
Huh? The fish thing. I can do that.
What fish thing?
Like one, maybe.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I see.
You have to like kind of lean forward, basically like she's also. It's ridiculous, man.
I don't know. I think this is some stupid shit.
It is some stupid shit. It is like traditional Chinese medicine. There's a good saying about this, and it is that if Chinese medicine would work, then it would just be called medicine.
I don't know. Sometimes that's why. Sometimes the Chinese.
Sometimes I will say it works. It works, but a lot of the shit that you see is obviously bullshit. It's like, okay, here's a video of some fucking guy taking a bunch of urine, curing that shit outside for fucking 3 months, taking that shit out, and then washing out the fucking salts for the next 3 months after that. This is not medicine. That's piss. There's no medicine here, bro.
I think Starman would love that.
Yes, he would. Yes, he would. Yeah. First guy gets the access to the dimensional portal and leads to this dimension. It says.
Have you guys done cupping or acupuncture?
No. Does that make sense?
No.
It technically works, like, in the sense of, but it's like, it's like, there's no way to know if it's like a placebo or not.
So basically it's bullshit.
Well, it's like anything where it's like, you can technically, study it and see that it has the intended result, but how do you know if it actually works? You can't really know with that because there's no, like, science behind it in the sense of, like, there's no actual way to prove, like, if there's a, it's like correlation is not equal causation. It's one of those things.
Right. 99% of the time that phrase is used by someone, they're a faggot.
What, correlation, causation thing?
Yes.
I mean, I think you've already established that I'm a gay man at this point.
Yes. I hate when people say that phrase because whenever someone says that phrase, I can almost guarantee they're retarded.
Well, I mean, I think it's a little bit less retarded than pretending that things are actually causing each other.
Well, I mean,
No, they're retarded. It's not more.
Well, yes, it's true that sometimes correlation doesn't equal causation, but it's like sometimes they'll, like, it's for the most obvious shit ever. Like, it's on the level of, being killed does not necessarily correlate to being dead. It's that fucking retarded. Whenever someone says this shit, it's always the most retarded thing I've ever heard. No actually intelligent person says these things anymore because they've realized, every single intelligent person has realized that every single time someone says this shit, they're retarded.
Yeah, but again, I think it's a little bit less retarded than just being like, like acupuncture works because someone's headache went away because they did it. I don't know. I understand where you're coming from, but I think it's context. It's important, like, of everything. Okay, I'm seeing if I can take
know
order.
that sometimes science is mega gay, right?
I mean, science is ridiculous.
I get that sometimes science is mega gay because, like, you have these fucking science-based lifters that kind of make fun of how other people fucking train all their life. And then you get that these fucking people are like 10 times smaller than the guy that just fucking does whatever the fuck he wants and goes based off bro knowledge. And he's like the fucking number one fucking bodybuilder or some shit. It's always like this, right? Like you get some dickhead science-based. And it's like they have the most bullshit advice ever because the entire field of fucking science has been run by facts, especially in terms of medicine or anything medical.
I mean, in psychology, it's like...
It's psychology. It's psychology. Psychology is complete bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, it's,
The only field of psychology else is bullshit.
Yeah.
Everything else in psychology is bullshit. The only part of psychology that is actually legitimate is when they get you to spend money. And yes, somebody told you about her past is basically psychohistory. All right, everybody, let's we're gonna continue to go to Discord. Thank you. See you all again next week. Make sure to join the Discord. So the link is up at the top. Subscribe to the International Advanced Notice thing so you can basically get one of these spaces every single day on Discord. Yeah, see you all there.
Bye. Happy weekend.
Gosh, man, what are you talking about? Old musty ass man. What are you doing here in Wisconsin? You know, I don't really give that much information away. I already given you way too much, to be fair.
You didn't say anything. I said everything.
Shut up. Hey, he's from Arizona boy, so don't fuck with them. So are you a Persian? Yes, I am 100% Persian. So are you behind? Fuck no. No, you said fuck no. Yeah. If you know how
They're like Mormons. I grew up with Mormons. I'm not Mormon or Baha'i.
So okay, so you know with a lot of let's talk about Middle Eastern people here. You know how
they're dominant.
No, I didn't say saying numbers. That there's
numbers. There's a lot of Arabs in Arizona. Yes. And there's a lot of, because this is a refugee place. Arizona is like
it's so Washington's here, and that's why I was bringing up the Persians. Is that they
have refugee camps in Arizona?
I was telling this earlier. I hired some girl came to me, Nina. You're opening a restaurant. Like these guys are Baha'i. I don't do an organization, and I'm Persian. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna hook up my Persian people.
What kind of refugee?
No, they don't have kids.
Somali?
So let me finish. Let me finish. So I hired
next.
and then they all fucked me over.
Political asylum. What's the Baha'i and get political asylum because
my restaurant was in DC Ranch. You know DC Ranch?
Iran.
Well, there are Africans seeking asylum from Uganda because they can't be gay over there. So
I'm not talking about other people.
We're not talking about the niggas. We're talking about Iran. We're talking about.
I thought you were talking about Africa. And some of those African.
No. We're talking about Iran.
They're only coming over here because they can't be gay over there.
No, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. So don't talk bullshit when you don't know. Please relax.
Because uneducated people like you thinking about that the country.
You just make yourself look stupid, sweetie. And we're talking about.
It's a religion. It's not just about being or anything. Where Baha'i have been killed by all the Muslims, so they don't believe in Baha'i religion existed. So they were killed.
They can't be gay over there either.
No, we can't be gay.
They'll fucking kill them.
Okay, guys, we don't need to do that. We were having a different conversation, and we do not need to go to the I don't know, pity Olympics, which group has it worse? This is fucking retarded.
And kind of retarded, but it's not pity Olympics. It's the truth. Because a lot of people.
Into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wind. And I behold hand. The souls are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. What more have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of God. On all sides, to the eye, to the ear, the perfume of man pervading, the taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure, the six interior sense of flame, the inmost self of him, myself down the precipice of being.
The splash down again. The actual starch of the cell, so that pinnacle gives a bit of.
Annihilation. An end to loneliness has to. Into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold the snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward My God, how I love thee. Appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee, as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss. There is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am his speak not, oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art hard on the tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I woo thee with a dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst.
The splashdown again. Yeah, the splash.
My God, how I love thee. With a vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. A white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am his speak not, oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I will be with the dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my God.
These dog boys are pointless. Give them guns. These dog boys are pointless. Give them guns.
Thy breakfast, oh my God, thou art a little white rabbit. I am greater than the fox and the hole. Kiss me thy kisses, oh Lord God. The lightning came and licked up a little flag of sea. There is a tongue in the flame. I see the trident walking over the sea. A phoenix has before its head. Belong to bronze, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee. Oh, thou little gray God, unless thou be from the grave to the which is beyond the cold of the sea. My God, but I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously? Waste thou afraid, O fool, the killer of lightning, from the lively the phoenix hath it for its head, below her two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little gray God, unless thou beware from the grave to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the sounds of Babylon, ready to hear the sounds of already at work regarding that was 106-year-old landmark. Friday was the final day of praise. It covers Union Shopyards and
why did you want to get into trouble?
Nature shall die. She hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear. She hideth me from my destruction. Oh, thou open eye, don't ever leave me.
I ain't come for you to say. I'm coming
Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself, but the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon. So may I be.
We've known each other, man.
Oh, you left out a bunch of stuff.
And thought is evil.
You're gonna have to grease the especially for the sudden zoning problems always come up. There's a kickback to the government. And a few times they were selected for it. I'm sure that James spent my old chairman, and I was one. Oh, I hope there was something for the building inspector. I don't know if you're familiar with who runs that thing, but I assure you it's not the horse. That's big quite enough, Mr. Man. They bribes and kickbacks and mafia bail. Now, how you do business, they are not part of the legitimate business world. Do I make myself clear?
Sorry,
just trying to help. Now, notwithstanding Mr. Miller, the next question for us, where do we go? How about fantasy land? Oh, you left out a bunch of stuff.
Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, violently diffracted in the haze of this mind. The flames have its head, below are two prongs. They spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey god, unless thou beware, from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of my God. But I love
Everybody's so sensitive.
so ambiguous, waste thou afraid, thou goat of one, O horn, O pillar of lightning, from the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of morning. I based all on one on not afloat in ether. Oh my God, oh thou great hooded son of glory, cut off these eyelids. Nature shall die out, she hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear. She hideth me from my destruction. Oh, thou open eye, oh, the weeping one. Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself, but the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon. So may I be their thought. And thought is evil. Fall not into death, oh my soul. Think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh, hallelujah. Oh my God. Especially is there a vehement parallel light. say you don't have to fix it. Just let him pass by. Breathing through the nose slow, like you said in time. Hold that beat, feel the rhythm draw. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the now count with me.
Okay, where's the hood?
2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let it go. Shoulders mountain down.
Transmission now. My mission is to liberate Chicago from frauds, liars, thieves, and racists like Brandon. Oh, how am I going?
If it comes all out to it, name it softly and breathe again. Till the fire, I'll pour the ash, let every exhale. Burn what you can. Breathing through the nose, slow like you sip in time. Hold the beat, 4-4. Feel the ribs drop wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty until the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath.
Abusing sex workers.
Gentle deep, one long exhale. Feel the ground keep you when you are ready. Open your eyes when all is gone. Is yours on demand.
Really? It's a real storm. The video of you grabbing the female sex workers and forcing your tongue down her throat. You were a clown, no one will vote for you.
Sunday morning, doorbell ringing, Bobby in a house coat humming, grinning, the paperback crinkling, steam on her glass, is new. Eat something you'll grow with passion. I got a everything bagel from the inside of my cradle. Obviously, bread, sesame grits, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Counter crowded, plastic tablecloth. Cause I'm not accordion, laughing too soft. Uncle tells the same joke we've all heard before. We groan, we smile, we ask for more. I got a really good bagel from the inside of my cradle. Obviously, prayers, sesame grits, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good bagel. Feels like I'm sitting at the table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Salt on my fingers, tears in my eyes. How did a circle hold so many lives? Take one more bite, pass one more plate.
It's the Nanny's Daily.
Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike a master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day, no for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10 up, 9. Oh, no, 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 oh, no, no, no. Let it go, 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 yeah. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby.
Did you think it's okay to have sex with sex workers?
Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10 at 9. Oh no, 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 no. Let it go, 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 yeah. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. 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 Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby.
Some combination of things. That's why I believe it.
Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10 at 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go.
It's Brandon's mission now. My mission is to liberate Chicago from frauds, liars, thieves, and racists like Brandon. Jimmy Butcher is a fraud. They're all frauds.
Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10 at 9. Hold, 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 hold. Oh, let it go, 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 go. Oh, Santa baby, oh, my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh, my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9.
You can see it rising for the taxes, 24%. Stop the taxes and fraud. Liars and fraud.
Christmas. Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold the Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, oh. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9, hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, 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 oh. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9, hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, 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 oh. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, strike the master chord, draw a flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9, hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9, hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9, hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold. Go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. The magician, his prosperity stands before an altar on which are his burning bell, the rubble, and two of the cakes of life. you, son, save me from evil and from good. That I won't crown of all of death. Even now and here be mine. And then he puts the first cake on the fire of the thurible. I burn the incense cake, proclaim these adorations of thy name. Melts the level of Jesus Christ again, 11 times over the bell. The burning that makes upon his breast, the prophesy. Behold, this bleeding breast of mine, yes, with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cake to the one. I snatch the blood, the wafer soaks it up, and the high priest alone. He eats the second cake, this bread I eat, this oath I swear. Yes, I inflame myself with prayer. There is no rain. There is no guilt. This is the law to all who will. He strikes 11 on the bell and cries, arise. And then with full remorse I now go forth with thanksgiving. So I'll pleasure on the earth among the legions of the living. Keep going forth. Keep going forth. The magician, his breast bare, stands before an altar on which shine his burning bell, thurible, and 2 of the cakes of light. With a sign of the emperor, he reaches west across the altar and cries, Hail, rock that goes in thy mouth into the caverns of the dark. He gives a sign of silence and takes the bell on fire in his hands. East of the altar, see me stand with light and music in my hand. He strikes 11 times upon the bell, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, and places the fire in the thurible. I strike the bell, I light the flame, I utter the mysterious name, Abracadabra. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. Now I begin to pray, thou child, holy thy name and undefiled. Thy reign is come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood, bring me through midnight to the sun. Save me from evil and from good. And thy one crown of all the 10. Even now and here be mine. He puts the first cake on the fire of the thurible. I burn the incense cake, proclaim these adorations of thy scones. The sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold path. The snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of God. On all sides, to the eye, to the ear, the perfume of plant pervade. The taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The sixth interior sense of flame, the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being.
Careful though. So it's not fun for you.
Annihilation, an end to loneliness, as to into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold the snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of man on all sides, back to the eye, to the ear. The perfume and pervading, the taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The sixth interior sense of flame, the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being. Even to the abyss, annihilation, an end to loneliness, as to all mankind,
My God, how I love thee, with a vehement appetite.
vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle, at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not pen? I only speak not of my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn, to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I will be with a dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy blood thirst, oh my God. Let the spout of blood quench thy blood thirst, oh my God. A little white rabbit in the burrow night. I am greater than the fox and the hole. Give me thy kisses, oh Lord God. Lightning came and licked up the little flock of sheep. There is a tongue and a flame. I see the trident walking over the sea. A phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey God, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold. Feel my head, I love thee. What haste thou whispers so ambiguously? Waste thou afraid? Oh, go with one. Lightning fall from with a spell of blood quench thy blood thirst, oh my God. Thy white rabbit in the burrow night. I am greater than the fox and the hole. Kiss me thy kisses, oh Lord God. The lightning came and licked up a little flock of sheep. There is a tongue and a flame. I see the trident
may spear the wicked, I will spear thee. O thou little grey God, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond.
Why hast thou whispered so ambiguous things? Wast thou afraid, O goat-hoofed one, O horned one, O pillar of lightning? From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of nothing.
I based all on one,
But on God
I float in the ether.
my God, my God.
O thou great hooded Son of glory,
Cut off these eyelids.
nature shall die out. She hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear.
She hideth me from my destruction.
O thou weeping eye, O ever weeping one. Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself.
But the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon.
So may I be.
Their thought
And thought is evil. Pun, 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 it is enough. Fall not into death, O my soul.
think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh, how I love thee. Oh, my God.
Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted in the haze of this mind. A phoenix hath it for its head, below are two prongs.
They spear the wicked.
I will spear thee, O thou little grey God, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of all fear. My God, but I love thee.
Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously?
Wast thou afraid,
Thou goat-hoofed one.
O horned one, O pillar of lightning? From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of nothing. I based all on one, one on not afloat in the ether. Oh my God, my God, oh thou great hooded Son of glory, cut off these eyelids, nature shall die out, she hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear, she hideth me from my destruction. Oh thou open eye, oh ever weeping one.
Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself.
But the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon, so may I be.
Their thought
Thought is evil. Fall not into death, O my soul. Think that death is the bed into which you are falling.
Oh, how lovely.
Oh my God.
Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity,
pass by. Breathing through the nose, slowly sipping down. Hold that beat, feel the ribs draw. Breathe out through the mouth, on like a quiet tide. Empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath. Now count with me. 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. Out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let it go. Shoulders mountain downward. Heart of the mountain in your chest. Breathe. Steady, simple. Guiding back to center. Breathing through the nose, slowly sipping time. Hold that beat, feel the ribs draw wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the if it comes all about to it, name it softly, breathe again. Feel the fire out, pour the ash, slow like you sip the time. Hold that beat for, feel the ribs drop wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty until the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath, ride the breath. I feel alright. Salt on my fingers, tears in my eyes. How did a circle hold so many lives? Take one more bite, pass one more blade. We're late for everything, it still tastes great. Oh, yeah. I got a really good everything bagel from the hands that held my cradle. Popsy prayers, sesame grits, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Hey, it's like I'm sitting on a table. Every little crumb, every little bite keeps every good Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike a master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 yeah. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike a master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 yeah. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. 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 Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Oh, let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. 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 Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Oh, let it go.
Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Ho, 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 ho. Ho, 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 ho. Let it go, 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 Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day. For 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, 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 oh. Strike the master chord, draw the deepest breath of the day, and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9, hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, 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 strike the master chord, draw a flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9, hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, strike the master chord, draw a flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9, hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9, hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa Claus, all Christmas on. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. The magician, his prosperity stands before an altar on which are his burning bell. The rubble and two of the kings lie. In the sight of the enter, he reaches west across the altar and Christ. Hail, Holy Ghost in thy bark into the caverns of the dark. He gives a sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hands. He stood the altar, singing, with light and music in my hand. Thou shalt holy thy name and undefiled. Thy reign is come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood. Bring me through midnight to the sun. Save me from evil and from good. That thou will crown of all untamed. Even now and here be mine. Amen. He puts the first cake on the fire of the third bowl. I burn the incense cake. The burning that makes the Lord's breast the prophesy. Behold this bleeding breast of mine. Yes, with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cake to the one. I snatch the blood. The wafer soaks it up in the highest love. He eats the second cake. This bread I eat, this oath I swear. Yes, I inflame myself with prayer. There is no rain. There is no guilt. This is the law. Do the will. He strikes 11 upon the bell and cries, Abracadabra. I answered him with woe. With mirth I now go forth with thanksgiving. To a pleasure on the earth among the legions of the living. Keep going forth. Keep going forth. The magician, his breast bare, stands before an altar on which shod his burning bell. Variable, two of the cakes alight. In a sign of the emperor, he reaches west across the altar and cries, Hail, Ra, that goest in thy bark into the caverns of the dark. He gives a sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hands. East of the altar, see me stand with light and music in my hand. He strikes 11 times upon the bell, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, and places the fire in the third bowl. I strike the bell, I light the flame, I utter the mysterious name, Abracadabra. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. Now I begin to pray, thou child, holy thy name and undefiled. Thy reign is come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood, bring me through midnight to the sun. Save me from evil and from good. And thy one crown of all the 10. Even now and here be mine. Amen. He puts the first cake on the fire of the third bowl. I burn the incense cake, proclaim these adorations of thy name. He makes them as in religious and strikes again 11 times upon the bell. With the burden he then makes upon his breast the proper sign. Behold this bleeding breast of mine, cast with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cake to the wound. I stanch the blood, the wafer soaks it up, and the high priest invokes. He eats the second cake. This bread I eat, this oath I swear. As I inflame myself with prayer, there is no grace, there
pad pervading. The taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The sixth interior sense of flame, the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being, even to the abyss, annihilation, an end to loneliness, has to. Into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold her. The snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of Pan on all sides, Pan to the eye, to the ear. The perfume Pan pervading, the taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The sixth interior sense of flame, the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being, even to the abyss, annihilation, an end to loneliness, as to
My God, how I love thee, with the vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am he, speak not, oh my God, let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond edge of some fortified city, I am a white bird and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not prepared? I only speak not, oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white foam to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I will be with a dagger drawn across my throat.
The spout of blood quench thy blood thirst. Oh my God, I am greater than the first and the whole. Give me thy kisses, oh Lord God.
Lightning came and licked up the little flock of sheep.
There is a tongue and a flame. I see the trident walking over the sea.
A phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey God, unless thou beware from the grave to the goal.
From the goal to that which is beyond the goal. Oh, feel my hand, I love thee.
What haste thou whispers so ambiguously?
Waste thou afraid,
Oh, go with dawn.
horned one, covered like me from the lightning fulcrum.
From
With the spell of blood quench thy blood thirst, oh my God. Thou art a little white rabbit in the burning night. I am greater.
the fox and the hole.
Kiss me thy kisses, oh Lord God. The lightning came and licked up
A little flock
the sea.
there is a tongue in the flame.
I see the trident walking over the sea.
Phoenix has it for its head.
Below two prongs, they spear the wicked.
I will
its head. Below her two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey god, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of offer. My God, but I love thee.
Why hast thou whispered so ambiguous things? Wast thou afraid, O goat-hoofed one, O horned one, O pillar of lightning? From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of nothing.
My base on one,
But I'm not
afloat in the ether.
my God, my God.
O thou great hooded Son of glory,
Cut off these eyelids.
nature shall die out. She hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear.
She hideth thee from my destruction.
O thou open eye, O ever weeping one. Not Isis my mother, nor Osiris myself,
But the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon.
so may I be.
Their thought
And thought is it is enough. Fall not into death, O my soul.
think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh, how I love thee. Oh, my God.
Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vitally diffracted in the haze of this mind. A phoenix hath it for its hand, below are two prongs.
They spear the wicked.
I will spear thee, O thou little grey god, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of offer. My God, but I love thee.
Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously?
Waste thou afraid,
Thou goat-hoofed one.
O horned one, O pillar of lightning. From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of nothing. I based all on one on not afloat in the ether. Oh my God, my God, oh thou great hooded Son of glory, cut off these eyelids. Nature shall die out, she hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear. She hideth me from my destruction. Oh, thou open eye, oh little weeping one.
Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself.
But the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon, so may I be.
Their
And
thought
thought is evil. Fall not into death, O my soul. Think that death is the bed into which you are falling.
how little feet. Oh my God. Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, wryly diffracted in the haze of this mind.
Find your seat, feet on the ground, spine rising like a calm, tall wave. Let your hands rest, heavy jaws, tongue soft, gaze easy behind closed eyes. Notice the noise in your chest, thoughts pacing, racing. You don't have to fix it, just let him pass by. Breathing through the nose, slowly sailing time. Hold that beat, feel the rhythm draw. Breathe out through the mouth, on like a quiet tide. Empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the now count with me. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. Out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let it go. Shoulders mountain downward. Heart of the lantern in your chest. Breathe. Steady, simple. Guiding you back to center. Breathing through the nose, slowly sinking time. Hold that beat, feel the rhythm draw. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty, empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the if it comes all down to it, name it softly, breathe again. Feel the fire out, pour the ash, let every exhale. Burn what you can. Breathing through the nose, slow like you step in time. Hold that beat, forward, feel the ribs drop wide. Breathe out through the mouth, long like a quiet tide. Empty until the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. grass is new. Eat something you'll grow with passion. I got a regular everything bagel from the inside of my cradle. Obviously, prayers, sesame praise, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Counter crowded, plastic tablecloth, cousin on accordion, laughing too soft. Uncle tells the same joke we've all heard before. We groan, we smile, we ask for more. I got a really good little bagel from the inside of my cradle. Obviously prayers, sesame praise, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good little bagel. Feels like I'm sitting at the table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Salt on my fingers, tears in my eyes. How did a circle hold so many lives? Just take one more bite, pass one more plate. We're late for everything, it still tastes great. Oh, yeah. I got a really good everything bagel from the hands that held my cradle. Prophecy, prayers, sesame graves, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite keeps it every good Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10 up, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Yeah, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike a master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10 not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Yeah. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. 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 Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby.
Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11. Let it go, 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 go.
The magician, his prosperity stands before an altar on which are his burning bell. Throughout the land, two of the kings lie.
In the sight of the enter, he reaches west across the altar and cries,
Hail, Holy Ghost in thy bark into the caverns of the dark. He gives a sign of silence and takes the midnight to the sun, save me from evil and from good. That I won't crown of all the dead. Even now I hear me mine. And then he puts the first cake on the fire of the third bowl. I burn the incense cake, proclaim these adorations of God and name. He makes the mouth with the blood, Jesus strikes again 11 times upon the bell. The burning that makes the heart's breast, the prophesy. Behold, this bleeding breast of mine, yes, with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cake to the moon. I snatch the blood, the wafer soaks it up in the high priest alone. He eats the second cake, this bread I eat, this oath I swear. Yes, I inflame myself with prayer. There is no there is no guilt. This is the law. Do what the will. He strikes the heaven upon the bell and cries, arise, arise. There was woe from birth. I now go forth with thanksgiving. To my pleasure on the earth among the legions of the living. He goeth forth. The magician, his breast bare, stands before an altar on which shine his burning bell, variable, and two of the cakes of light. In a sign of the emperor, he reaches west across the altar and cries, Hail, Ra, that goest in thy bark into the caverns of the dark. He gives a sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hands. East of the altar, see me stand with light and music in my hand. He strikes 11 times upon the bell, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, and places the fire in the third bowl. I strike the bell, I light the flame, I utter the mysterious name, Abracadabra. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. Now I begin to pray, thou child, holy thy name, and undefiled thy reign is come, thy will save me from evil and from good, and thy one crown of all the 10, even now and here be mine. Amen. He puts the first cake on the fire of the third bowl. I burn the incense cake, proclaim these adorations of thy name. He makes them as in religious and strikes again 11 times upon the bell. With the burden he then makes upon his breast the proper sign. Behold this bleeding breast of mine, gashed with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cake to the wound. I stanch the blood, the wafer soaks it up, and the high priest invokes. He eats the second cake. This bread I eat, this oath I swear. As I inflame myself with prayer, there is no grace, there is no guilt. This is the Lord. flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold Pan. The snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of God. On all sides, to the eye, to the ear, the perfume of God pervading. The taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The six interior sense of flame, the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being, even to the abyss, annihilation, an end to loneliness, has to into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold her. The snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of Pan on all sides, Pan to the eye, to the ear. The perfume of Pan pervading, the taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The six interior sense of flame, with the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being, even to the abyss, annihilation, and then to loneliness, as to
My God, how I love thee, with the vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am he, speak not, oh my God, let the work be accomplished and edge of some fortified city, I am a white bird and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not the pen? I am his speed, not oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I will be with a dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy blood thirst, oh my God.
Let the spout of blood quench thy blood thirst, oh my God. A little white rabbit in the burrow night. I am greater than the first and the whole. Give me thy kisses, oh Lord God.
Lightning came and licked up the little flock of sheep.
There is a tongue and flame. I see the trident walking over the sea.
A phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will fear thee, O thou little grey God, unless thou beware from the grave to the goal.
From the goal to that which is beyond. Let go of all fear, my head. I love thee.
What haste thou whispers so ambiguously?
Waste thou afraid.
Oh, go with one.
Horned one, oh, and lightning from a lightning fulcrum.
From
With a spell of blood quench thy blood thirst, oh my God. Thou art a little white rabbit in the burrow night. I am greater
the fox and the hole.
Kiss me thy kisses, oh Lord God. The lightning came and licked up
The little flock
the sheep.
there is a tongue in the flame.
I see the trident phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey god of offer, my God, but I love thee.
Why hast thou whispered so ambiguous things? Wast thou afraid, O goat-hoofed one, O horned one, O pillar of my beard? From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of nothing.
I based all on one, I float in the ether, my God, my God. O thou great hooded Son of glory,
Cut off these eyelids.
nature shall die out. She hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear.
She hideth thee from my destruction.
O thou open eye, O ever weeping one. Not Isis my mother, nor Osiris myself.
But the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon.
So may I be.
Their thought
And thought is it is enough. Fall not into death, O my soul.
think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh, how I love thee. Oh, my God.
Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, vilely diffracted in the haze of this mind. A phoenix hath it for its head, below are two prongs,
They spear the wicked.
I will spear thee, O thou little grey god, unless thou beware, from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of offer. My God, but I love thee.
Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously?
Waste thou afraid,
O goat-hoofed one,
O horned one, O pillar of lightning. From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of nothing. I based all on one on not a floating ether. Oh my God, my God, oh thou great hooded Son of glory, cut off these eyelids, nature shall die out, she hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear, she hideth me from my destruction. Oh thou open eye, oh little weeping one.
not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself.
But the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon, so may I be.
Their
And
thought
thought is evil. Fall not into death, O my soul. Think that death is the bed into which you are falling.
Oh, how lovely.
Oh my God.
Especially is there a
Noise the noise in your chest, thoughts pacing, racing. You don't have to fix it, just let him pass by. Breathing through the nose, slowly sipping time. Hold that beat, cold, feel the rhythm draw. Breathe out through the mouth, on like a quiet tide. Empty, empty, empty till the bottom feels kind. You are the storm and the stillness inside. Ride the breath. Now count with me. Two, three, four. Hold. 2, 3. Prophecy, prayers, sesame prayers, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Counter crowded, plastic tablecloth, cousin on accordion, laughing too soft. Uncle tells the same joke we've all heard before. We groan, we smile, we ask for more. I got a really good living meal from the inside of my cradle. Obviously prayers, sesame prayers, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good living meal. Feels like I'm sitting at the table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Salt on my fingers, tears in my eyes. How did a circle hold so many lives? Take one more bite, pass one more plate. We're late for everything, it still tastes great. Oh, yeah. I got a really good everything bagel from the hands that held my cradle. Prophecy, prayers, sesame prayers, all of our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel. Feels like I'm sitting at a table. Every little crumb, every little bite keeps it every good. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike a master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10 up, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Yeah, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike a master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10 at 9. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Let it go, 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 yeah. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. 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 Strike the Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10 at night. Hold, 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 hold. Oh, let it go, 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 go. Oh, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Santa baby, oh my little Santa Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry, Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 11, 10 at night. Hold, 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 hold. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go,
Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, 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 oh. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, 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 strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa strike the master chord, draw the flaming deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go.
The magician, his prosperity stands before an altar on which are his burning bell. The rubble and two of the kings lie.
In the sight of the enter, he reaches west across the altar and cries,
Hail, Riley, ghost in the dark, into the caverns of the dark. He gives a sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hands as he stood the altar singing. With light and music in my hand. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. He created places the body and the waterfall. I strike the bell, I light the flame, I answer the mysterious name. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. Now I need to pray, thou child, holy is thy name and undefiled. Thy reign has come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood. Bring me through midnight to the sun. Save me from evil and from good.
let thy one crown of all the 10, even now hear me mine and
He
then.
puts the first cake on the fire of the throne of God.
Allegiance we proclaim these generations of thy
He
name.
makes the Nazareth villages and strikes 11 times upon the bell. Bearing these and makes upon his breast the proper sign. Behold his bleeding breast of mine.
Yes, with the sacramental sign.
He puts the second cake to the wound. I snatch the blood, throw away the soul. And up under the high priest invoke. He eats the second cake, this bread I eat, this oath I swear. As I inflame myself with prayer.
There is no grace, there is no guilt. This is the Lord who what thou wilt.
He strikes 11 times upon the bell.
And cries like broken down.
I am inserted with woe.
With my crown go forth.
And with thanksgiving, to do my pleasure on the earth. On the legions of the living. The magician, his breast bare, stands before an altar on which are his burning bells.
Set a bowl, and two of the cakes are light.
In the sign of the emperor, he reaches west across the altar and cries.
Hail, rod that goes in thy bark into the caverns of the dark.
He gives a sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hands. East of the altar, see me stand with light and music in my hand.
He strikes 11 times upon the bell. 333.
style. Holy thy name and undefiled. Thy reign is come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood. Bring me through midnight to the sun. Save me from evil and from good. That thou will crown of all the dead. Even now and here be mine. And then he puts the first cake on the fire of the thurible. I burn the incense cake. Proclaim these adorations of thy name. He makes the mouse with the blood. Jesus Christ against 11 times on the bell. The burning that makes upon his breast the prophesy. Behold this bleeding breast of mine, gashed with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cake to the one. I snatch the blood. The wafer soaks it up in the high snow. He eats the second cake, this bread I eat, this oath I swear. Yes, I inflame myself with prayer. There is no grave. There is no guilt. This is the law. Do the will. He strikes the heaven on the bell and cries, Abracadabra. And with woe from his birth I now go forth to with thanksgiving. To my pleasure on the earth among the legions of the living. He goeth forth. He goeth The magician, his breast bare, stands before an altar on which shall his burning bell, thurible, and two of the cakes of light. In a sign of the emperor, he reaches west across the altar and cries, Hail, rock that goest in thy bark into the caverns of the dark. He gives a sign of silence and takes the bell and fire in his hands. East of the altar, see me stand with light and music in my hand. He strikes 11 times upon the bell, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, and places the fire in the thurible. I strike the bell, I light the flame, I utter the mysterious name, Abracadabra. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. Now I begin to pray, thou child, holy thy name and undefiled. Thy reign is come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood, bring me through midnight to the sun. Save me from evil and from good, and thy one crown of all the 10. Even now and here be mine. He puts the first cake on the fire of the thurible. I burn the incense cake, proclaim these adorations of thy name. He makes them as in religious and strikes again 11 times upon the bell. With the burden he then makes upon his breast the proper sign. Behold this bleeding breast of mine, gashed with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cake to the wound. I snatch the blood, the wafer soaks it up, and the high priest invokes. He eats the second cake. This bread I eat, this oath I swear. As I inflame myself with prayer, there is no grace, there is no guilt. This is the Lord. Do what thou wilt. strikes 11 times upon the bell and cries. Entered in with woe, with mirth, I now go forth and with thanksgiving to do my pleasure on the earth among the legions of the living. He goeth into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold Pan. The snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of God. On all sides, to the eye, to the ear, the perfume of God pervading. The taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. Six interior sets of flame, the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being, even to the abyss, annihilation, an end to loneliness, has to. Into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold them. The snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of Pan on all sides, Pan to the eye, to the ear. The perfume of Pan pervading, the taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The six interior sense of flame, the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being, even to the abyss, annihilation, an end to loneliness, as to all mankind,
My God, how I love thee. With the vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee, as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not Pan? I am he, speak not, oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I woo thee with a dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my My God, how I love thee. With the vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle at the edge of some fortified city. I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee, as a nymph with her white limbs stretched by the spring. She lies upon the moss, there is none other but she. Art thou not the pen? I am he, speak not, oh my God. Let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I will be with a dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy blood thirst, oh my God.
kisses, oh Lord God, the lightning chain and lift up your flag of sea. There is a tongue in the flame. I see the trident walking over the sea. A phoenix has before its head. Belong to bronze, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee. O thou little grey God, and must thou beware. From the grave to the throne, which is beyond the cold of the sea. My God, but I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguously? Waste no afraid, oh, both move the oh, killer of lightning, from the lightning the phoenix hath it for its head. Below her two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little grey God, unless thou beware from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of offer. My God, but I love thee. Why hast thou whispered so ambiguous things? Wast thou afraid, O goat-hoofed one, O horned one, O pillar of lightning? From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of nothing. I based all on one, but on naught afloat in the earth. My God, my God. O thou great hooded Son of glory, cut off these eyelids. Nature shall die out. She hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear. She hideth me from my destruction. O thou open eye, O ever weeping one. Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself, but the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon. So may I be their thought, and thought is evil. Pun, pun, oh, pun, it is enough. Fall not into death, oh my soul. Think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh, how I love thee, oh my God. Especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity,
finally deflected in the haze of this mind.
A phoenix hath it for its head. Below are two prongs.
They spear the wicked.
I will spear thee, O thou little grey god,
Unless thou beware, from the grey to the gold, from the gold to that which is
beyond the gold of all fear. My God, but I love thee.
hast thou whispered so ambiguously.
Wayest thou afraid,
O goat-hoofed one,
O horn, O pillar of lightning,
from the lightning fall
pearls from the pearls, black specks of
I based all on one on
water floating ether. Oh my God, oh thou great hooded son of glory, cut off these eyelids, nature shall die out, she hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear, she hideth me from my destruction. Oh thou open eye, oh little weeping one.
Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself.
But the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon, so may I be.
Therefore,
Is evil, fall into death, oh my soul, think that death is the bed into which you are falling. Oh my God.
especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, wryly diffracted in the haze of this mind.
Find your seat, feet on the ground, spine rising like a calm, tall wave. Let your hands rest, heavy jaws, tongue soft, gaze easy behind closed eyes. Notice the noise in your chest, thoughts pacing, racing. You don't have to fix it, just let them pass by.
You ain't gonna kill us in cold blood, are you? I'm new at this sort of thing. If I were you, I'd
Breathing
the whole thing.
slow,
If we were stupid, then you ain't me. Take a while. You gotta find it out. One of the remains on his feet. It's weird. Fun. Look to it. I didn't say I'm wrong.
You gotta fucking stop. You gotta stop those. I can't catch a break bullshit. All the time you're complaining, you could be instead
We have to eat the bait.
But yeah, I want everybody to look up the Satan abortion clinics named after Satan, and look up the UK hospitals. A hospital that was powered up by aborted fetuses. No. Look it up.
Okay. He's right. It's just insane. He's right. He's right.
That shit is insane.
He's right. He's right.
He's not right, Andrew.
No, he is, brother. 2014, 2 hospitals were found guilty, or found doing, I guess I shouldn't say guilty, it might be completely fine, incinerating waste from fetuses to, from waste to energy.
I looked up the Satan thing, by the way.
I haven't done the Satan thing yet, but the waste to energy is true. He is correct. They are doing that. They did it in the UK. Two hospitals were in fact doing it. They
what's the source of that, Andrew? Like what?
Yeah. So here, and there's actually a video. There's a news. There's
the day and age of AI, Andrew.
Look at the source. It's SatanIsBehindAbortion.com. No, it's AlexJones.com. No. Wait.
No. It's true. No, wait. Hold on. This stuff is true. Oh my God. It's true, but it's true not the way he's saying. The Church of Satan opened abortion clinics for women. Because remember, in Texas, they had that whole thing. Yeah, so it's completely backwards.
I have a legitimate question for the people.
Right, it's not like a satanic thing.
No, there is abortion clinics named after Satan. I'm not being.
No, that's
Ben, when you get a chance, brother, I don't know when you're going to get to take a break. It sounds like you're a trucker or whatnot, which is good because that means you can hang with us. But when you get a chance, when you pull over or do whatever, if you're picking up a lot lizard, if you get a chance, if you can look that up and like provide the names of these abortion clinics. Oh, actually, there are several abortion clinics. It looks like. Yeah, so he didn't say, guys, just to be clear, he's not saying that these are normal clinics being started by the government or something. These are clinics being started by people.
In England, they would be supported by the government because it's a national healthcare system. So yeah, that would be part of the claim. By the government, wouldn't they? Because yeah. So dude, let him find that. D-Block, I have a question. I've asked it 2 times. Sorry. I want to ask it a 3rd time. Where is it analogous saying like abortion to tying ovaries or a vasectomy? How is that analogous?
Analogous in what context? I mean, obviously it's analogous in the sense that they're both medical procedures.
Well, no. Yeah, they're both medical procedures, right? But one out of the 3 eliminates a life form. The other 2 are established to not create a life form. So how is it analogous in the way that you say it?
In what way? Maybe I did, but I don't remember comparing abortion to.
You actually did. That's the reason I spoke up the first time.
Unless it was in the context of saying that they're all like medical procedures that entail like some non-zero amount of risk, just like any medical procedure would, right? Just like a tonsillectomy does.
No, actually, I brought up where is like the statistical risk of having an abortion for the past 50 years, right? I brought that in. What is the death rate? What is the death rate of women who have abortions in the last 15 years? Is it statistically dangerous? Is it statistically dangerous versus? And that was the original conversation that I brought up to you when you were talking about like abortions being like, a procedure.
I don't have a number offhand, but I just.
This is a direct quote for anybody who wants to check the replays. He had to cite a drunk doctor. He had to say that, let's say there's a drunk doctor that performs it. That's how extreme his position has to be.
Shut up. Yes.
No, dude, that's how extreme your position has to be.
No, that's what I think.
Okay. You're so deep, dude. Like,
I am, yeah.
Yeah, you're deep talk, right?
about like even from a procedural like life of saving the mother, right? If you're making that as your premise, and then you're talking about tubes tied or vasectomies, which is like, snipping of various. Hold on a second. If you're talking about tubes being tied or vasectomy. Oh my gosh, dude, this guy is ridiculous at this point.
So look, you're just like droning on
Dude, just saying, like a surgery, right? Let's just start at your base level of a surgery, and it could have like implications, and it could be like circumstances. Only 2 of those are to negate life. The third is that it's already life already existing. And taking away like, but just so you know, statistically, all those surgeries have the same fatality rates, right? Like they're all so then it's not the same argument.
The fuck? Look, why do you think I brought up this whole thing in the first place? Like, what was the context? Do you remember?
Yeah, the context is just so everybody knows, the context is you support the concept of abortion, that you'll make claims that your false analogy to not being conceptualized, right? Like not being to the point of conception. Yes, that's the reason those surgeries exist, is to not have conception.
That wasn't the context. The context was in the middle of a discussion with Andrew about this. Like he read out that whole like sort of whatever, right? That like little preamble thing on the website of like shout your abortion, right? And I was saying the only part of that I disagree with, I think at least, the only part that I disagree with is where it says that abortions. I do think they should.
No, then you led to vasectomies.
What?
Then you led to vasectomies. Vasectomies are to stop the concept.
If I did need to vasectomy, it is only because I was saying that that an abortion is just a medical procedure like a vasectomy, right? That carries some non-zero amount of risk. So with that reason,
no, but the difference, real quick, just so you know why they're non-analogous, right? Is that a vasectomy is a surgery so that you don't conceive and that you don't have to have an abortion. No, that you don't have to have an abortion.
Analogy. I could have just replaced vasectomy with non-vasectomy.
Do you understand that? Like a vasectomy. No, do you understand that a vasectomy is so that you don't have to have an abortion?
Just explain it to him.
Why Deepak doesn't understand how babies work, and I've been trying to explain this to him. He doesn't understand.
Andrew, do you understand the point that I'm making? Does anybody?
Why? I had a very good funded white school, so I understand comic books get you pregnant. It's very weird.
The thought doesn't bring them?
Yeah, one of your brothers gave you the wrong information. Deepak, that's not how that works. Exactly. But I'll just say why, yes, I think Deepak, just to be clear, why Deepak understands the distinction between a vasectomy and, an abortion. I think he gets the distinction. He does. I think we're good.
But he didn't equate it the same, did he?
I don't remember him equating.
I'm not saying that they're exactly the same procedure, no. That's not what I'm saying.
No, I'm not saying that, but he's saying that. He's like,
but the reasons of having them are different, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So.
Yeah. Okay.
How is this why they both stop babies?
Yeah. No, I agree. But the difference is one of them stops before conception. The other one is that conception, a life has already formed.
I agree.
Is it a burden for you to constantly remember that you have to breathe every minute?
This guy is ridiculous at this point. Do I have to remember to breathe?
I'm trying to explain. Maybe you should use smaller words or something. The point of the analogy, right? The point of the analogy is just to say that an abortion, like any other medical procedure, like tonsillectomy, for example, right, carries a non-zero risk to the patient. And for that reason, even if no other, for that reason alone, it should be rare. Right?
Dude, you're complaining, dude. Here's the thing. You're saying a non-zero, and I agree with that, right? But if we look statistically, all three of them, like tubes tied, fucking vasectomies, and abortions, are not like a life-threatening operation. They're not. Like getting your tonsils taken away is not, like, statistically a life-threatening. Now, we could agree there's a 0.0001%, but that doesn't elevate your argument.
Deepak never argued if it was like threatening or not. He said it was just a risk. If you was listening to me, he said there's no risk.
I agree with that. It's a risk.
Yeah, but
it's a risk.
But the difference is like threatening risk, though.
No. The difference is
that was your argument.
Yeah. Are you saying that risk is so negligible that it's not worth like considering at all? Like,
No. The risk is already after conceiving versus two others, but the risk is that you don't conceive.
Yeah,
but you're trying to conflate those two.
No,
you understand?
There's no honestly.
There's a risk that you. Would you agree that there's a risk of that?
I don't know.
Whether it's a 0.001%, there's a risk that a male, puts a condom on, that they have allergic reaction, or the woman has allergic reaction. Correct?
Yes.
Now,
and Christian, do not leave, by the way. And Universe, I'm proud of you for not being crazy. Go ahead, Deepak.
What was the question?
Is there a percentage chance like that a condom could cause an allergic reaction either for the male or the female?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Why can't
and what is the purpose of that condom? To not have a child, Deepak?
Very good. So yes. So a condom is something that's necessary, right? So there is a reason, right? So it is true, right? So for example, like the analogy would be like, you shouldn't like be just putting on condoms for no reason, right? If you're not planning to have sex, right? Don't just put a condom on and walk around, right?
Dude, even your school system disagrees with that. No. Even your school system says that's not true. They say that you should test condoms on yourself to make sure that they fit.
I mean, if that's true, then it's a necessary thing, right? It's something that you need to do to make the condom.
Nobody is telling you to do that. Hey, if you tell me to do that, it's a necessary risk. Like, dude, I'm just showing, like, you haven't thought this out.
Okay, yeah, I'm the one who hasn't thought this out.
No, honestly, you haven't. I'm just, I use your own words right there.
To abortions, and I'm the one who hasn't thought this out. Okay.
Dude, I use your own words there. Right? Like, you try to say, oh, if anybody uses a condom, because the original conversation that it could cause an allergic reaction, right? Firstly, that would be the male putting on the condom. You wouldn't know any female have an allergic reaction until the condom is inside them or rubbing their skin. So then, therefore, the school system actually teaches children to put on condoms to make sure that they fit them before they have sex. Like, what are you talking about? Like, I don't get it, dude. Why didn't you just admit that one of your thought experiments was incorrect?
I can see you in whatever, you're right.
Why, I think, so somebody asked if you could, there's a request from a longtime patron that you dial down the volume just a little bit. And then secondly, someone said that they wished your dad would have used a condom, which I think was a little bit harsh. But,
yeah, secular, I get it, secular.
He means that in love, though. He means that in love. So secular. I just I thought it was kind of I mean, it was mean, but it was actually kind of funny. But only because
it's just a common joke. That's like, oh, your mom should have swallowed. Yeah, it's just a common joke, dude. It's like
you're good.
It's like 20.
Yeah.
Tony type comedy, dude. It's fucking ridiculous.
Kill Tony's off the chain. Okay. Spirit and by the way, Ben, I think there's only 3 satanic temples. If you find more, by all means. But I actually didn't know about that. I didn't know about the burning of fetuses to heat the place either. Both of those are true. Pretty fascinating. Spirit, and then the testosterone stopping men from crying or making them less, susceptible to crying. That was interesting as well. You've got
that apparently is true.
Yeah, no. Ben's dropped some stuff, and I know you don't like the other stuff he said.
That's true. Ben has been dropping some crazy stuff, but it's all checked out so far.
Yeah, it really has. No, really, dude. I found him in one of these rooms, and I was like, dude, the guy is cool. I want him to come hang out. So I'm glad you came over, Ben. I'm glad you're here. Spirit, do you want to weigh in, brother? And by the way, Universe, you can come in too here in a second because you've actually been good, which is surprising. You guys realize that's the John Kitover. That's the real man that comes in with 58 different accounts and streams us live on 30 different YouTube channels and has that real annoying voice that he does. That's
you streamed on YouTube?
Bro, I came into I looked at a video on YouTube, and it was him with no shirt on in his basement with a big Israeli flag behind him. And he had like Snoop Dogg filters on his head, and then in like actual dog filters, and then like Snoop Dogg, I don't know, weird. And then and he was listening to us on his phone. He had his phone sitting there on his desk. He's listening to us. There's like 2 people watching. It was weird. I don't know. I don't know. It's creepy. And
I just subscribe.
My wife doesn't mind us.
Yeah, I just somebody subscribe.
Bro, yeah, just subscribe. Because listen, Nathan actually asked him one day, hey, we don't record our rooms. Can you help us find a replay? And he had the replay of the room or something. Yeah.
Maybe this is what Sasha needs then, right? The long fabled, thing that she's looking for.
The long fabled.
I don't know how many people have told me on this app, like, you're not supposed to record.
More than anything.
Oh, Abe?
Well, no, the Roger one.
Oh, the Roger one. I thought you were going to say something about something concerning. Okay. Yes, the Roger one. Oh, yeah, I couldn't believe, man, that was so rough. I wish I would have. You guys must have given
My bad.
No, it's all good. We just.
No, but the one before, I think the one she really wanted was the one before that, right?
That one, I just have to go back and look.
I mean, the last one wasn't so, whatever, right?
No, it wasn't very good. No,
We're battling on the way.
No, the first one was really intense. They really got into it. And it was less hostile. It was more substantive. It actually went down all the different counters to psychophysical harmony, and Sasha did good on it. But nonetheless, or all the different counters, I shouldn't say all the counters, but whatever counters that, Roger was bringing to the table. Him and Nabi and others brought forward. Anyway, Simon, good to have you, brother. Spirit, you want to weigh in, bro? Feminism, abortion. By the way, anybody in the audience, we don't bite, you can come up here. Sigma, you should come up. MJ, you should definitely come up. Abu, come up here and spit some Islam at us, brother. We love you.
40 days is the Islamic position about abortion, just so everybody knows. 40 days.
Wait, what'd you say? Why?
Yeah, look it up. 40 days is the concept of Islam because it takes 40 days for the spirit to enter the baby of the womb.
Right? Isn't that also like a concept in at least, I don't know, I thought in some places also you have to.
If you want it, I'll provide it. I don't want to look it up. If I have to, I will.
He's correct. The only thing I'd say it's still wrong. Like we say, it's still immoral to, let's say, abort your baby, let's say, after 1 month. And the reason why is generally having
40 days is not 1 month.
I know. I'm saying even though we don't consider it murder, like it wouldn't qualify as murder because there's, like you said, there's no spirit. We still believe it's wrong to, just promote abortions at any time.
Yeah.
That's not true.
I just want to say, Abu Assalamu alaikum. I also wanted to say Islam is going to do really well because of this policy. For the most part, this helps them, the longevity of Islam, by having such a high, birth rate. and them not aborting, because I don't know how prevalent abortion is, even in the most liberal Muslim countries. I don't know. I haven't looked into that, but I think that helps you guys as far as longevity goes, and just conversion for
I'm pretty sure Saudi Arabia created a law about the 40-day abortion. Like, I'm pretty sure they created a law about that.
Yeah, what do they do if they get an abortion at like 6 months, Abu, like a secret abortion or something?
Like there's no Islamic state. It would just be illegal. I don't know what happens. It depends on which Muslim country. They'll just make it illegal, and if you get caught, it depends on the law of the country. But I don't know, like...
What if there is an Islamic state?
If there isn't, then you just don't assent, right?
Yeah. What do you think of Saudi Arabia? I think Saudi Arabia, I just wanted to ask you about this real quick. I guess it's in 2024, and y'all might find this interesting. I think it's in 2024, I could be wrong. They've had a massive uptick in like beheadings and stuff like that for drug trafficking, or for drug dealers and stuff like that.
Okay. Can you put the source down?
Yeah. Let me see.
There's like 24 people, if I'm not mistaken. They executed them in the public square.
Are you not familiar? Well, let's just assume that it is happening.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but are those just late-term abortions?
We're talking about drug trafficking right now, but
I think like the state, if they want to really tap down on crime and show people like a strong hand, it does have its benefits for the general public, right? So I'll give example, like, you get school shootings in America, so people are worried about their kids. That's not something anyone worries about in Saudi Arabia. Like, no one sits there thinking, maybe most people don't even think about it in America, like the average person doesn't. But let's say it was even more common than it was. More people would be worried. In Saudi Arabia, I lived there, by the way. I used to I've seen people leave their car doors open. I've seen people be very like they leave their house and their doors open and they walk out for.
You said Iran would be mad if you stopped these attacks. So why would they want you to blow up their infrastructure, to cut off their power? Wouldn't that be punishing Iranians for the actions of the regime?
They would be willing to suffer.
They're a good community.
Willing to suffer that in order to have freedom.
If you get caught,
The Iranians we've had numerous intercepts. Please keep bombing. Bombs that are dropping near their homes. Please keep bombing. Do it. And these are people that are living where the bombs are exploding. And when we leave and we're not hitting those areas, they're saying, please come back, come back, come back. These are the people. I don't know what they do. All I can tell you is they want freedom. They have lived in a world that you know nothing about. It's a violent, horrible world. And if you protest, you are shot.
Deliberate attacks on civilian infrastructure violate Geneva Conventions and international law. The New York Times. So the New York Times. Are you
circulation way down?
Are you concerned that just trying to bomb power plants and bridges and mountains?
I hope they don't have to do it. Again, I just said, 47 years they've been negotiating with these people. They're great negotiators. And because they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. And if somebody that takes my place someday is weak and ineffective, which possibly that will happen because we had numerous presidents that were weak, ineffective, and afraid of Iran. We're never going to let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And if you think it's okay for people that are sick of mind, that are tough, smart, and sick, really sick, from a policy standpoint, from any which way you want to say, mentally, these are disturbed people that you think I'm going to allow them, and powerful and rich, to have a nuclear weapon. You can tell your friends at the New York Times, not going to happen. You no longer have credibility in the New York Times. Because the New York Times said, oh, Trump won't win the election, and I won in a landslide. I won every swing state. New York Times said, oh, Trump won't win the election. New York Times has no credibility. The credibility they have is it used to be all
the news that's fit to print. The old gray lady, it was great, but they're running on past fumes, and you can't keep doing that. You have to be able to give the correct news. And people like you, who I know, are fake. You're fake.
You said Iranians would be mad if you stopped the nuclear attacks, but why would they want you to blow up their infrastructure to cut off their power? Wouldn't that be punishing?
I don't care what.
Carry out these sentences in prisons. In
Don't care
Afghanistan,
what.
since the Taliban returned to power, they have
Never
reinstituted
say
punishment,
sorry to
including
bother
public
you.
amputation in Nigeria, other states.
Why does no man
I ain't sure if I do that by
Some people don't see how much you do for them. Nike is looking for people to test. This is really heavy.
This was 10 years, I think 10 years ago, right?
What did you think of that? What did you think of that, Abu?
But the way I see it is, I always wonder, well, as long as due process, my only concern is, was due process done? With 100% sure they were guilty. If they were, then I don't really have a problem with it, because I know I feel safe in Saudi. I know I feel much safer in Saudi than I do. I couldn't stay there, first of all. I couldn't stay there. I'd love to live there. So just before you say, why do you stay there? I'd love to live there, but citizenship there isn't as simple as like in a Western country. So if I had the choice and citizenship was easier, I would live in Saudi Arabia. But I'm living in a country that is like a Western country where I feel, at least when it comes to crime, a bit less safe. Like your phone can get stolen any minute. You can't walk around with cash. These sort of things. Someone might steal it. And I've been worried about kids getting into drugs. It's just these concerns don't really exist in Saudi as much.
Yeah. Let me read this. The last 2 years have seen a record-breaking increase in the number of executions carried out by the Saudi state. 2025 record. Saudi Arabia executed at least 356 people in 2025, the highest number ever recorded in executions in 2024. The primary offenses, the majority, nearly 70% of those executed in 2025 were committed.
If you're a small content creator,
the smarter previous moratorium of a previous moratorium on such executions. The execution process. The condemned person is typically brought to a public square or courtyard near a prison. They are blindfolded and made to kneel. An executioner uses a traditional longsword, often called a sword.
I said that even about the sun.
Yeah.
But Andrew, this is my point, right? If I was in charge of Saudi Arabia and it was like a very safe, crime-free country, then some people wanted to come in and bring in crime, I might be very I'm going to stop that a bit.
So your presupposition is that Saudi Arabia is a very safe, crime-free country.
It's not completely crime-free. It's not completely crime-free, but you will feel...
But that was your presupposition.
Well, I just said it's safer. Okay,
it probably is. It really probably is.
The thing is, some people don't like. I met many Western.
I don't know. They allowed women to drive about 10 years ago. I don't know. I'll say it.
But anyway, what I'm saying is, I met many Westerners who lived in Saudi Arabia, non-Muslim Westerners, right? And they're like, I can't find alcohol. I can't find there's nowhere to have fun. And some people really loved it. They just loved the idea of just feeling secure, feeling safe, just doing their own family things, going to the mall. They just like that very simple lifestyle. So it just all depends on do you want to live in a country that has a bit of restricts your freedom a bit when it comes to I want to drink alcohol, I want to go clubbing, or do you want to live in a country that's prioritized like safety and things like this? It's up to you. At least there's an option.
No, that's a false analogy, right? Like, Saudi Arabia has taken away every freedom to individual. Like, let's just look at women, right? Women are not allowed to leave unless they can prove that their husband or their guardian, their mahram, as Arabic says, said that they're allowed to leave.
That's not practice. That's not practical in the actual country. Like who's like?
Yes, I agree. It's not practical in the sense that like Saudi Arabia has millions of people. So how are they gonna prove it individual by individual? If you start a law that is not practical and you can't like disprove it, then you're gonna start your statistics off of that law.
Look, I knew many Western women, nurses especially, they're Western, actually non-Western too, like many Filipino nurses, even maids would come in, who liked living there. I mean, they were even like, you could argue they would be the least type of people who would like it, because they had even less freedoms since they were working as a maid, and they don't be allowed out there.
Let's just do this. Anybody who wants to, look up when Saudi Arabia banned slavery. Right?
I don't know what, like, you bring up.
I'm just showing, like, the concept of, like, human rights, right? And you're trying to say, essentially, like, oh, Saudi Arabia does promote human rights and is so safe.
I'm not saying it promotes human rights. It does.
But you're saying that you're comparing the concept of Saudi Arabia, which denies human rights, to countries that do have human rights, and that says there's laws that women or individuals can make their own lives free. Let's just say that, right? They can do what they choose.
No, that's not. Literally, I said they can't do. You have less freedoms in Saudi Arabia. I'm admitting that. I don't know where you're understanding my point. I'm admitting there are less freedoms. I've met people who don't like the fact that there are less freedoms there. And I've met people who absolutely fine with it. It doesn't bother me, women and men, it doesn't bother them that they are less freedoms. They like the fact that they're in a place where they feel safe. Maybe they came from a place in America where they...
Yeah. We live in America and we still feel safe, right? People do feel safe.
For example, I know women in this country, I'm in the UK, who don't go out at night. They don't feel safe. They won't walk out by themselves. While in Saudi Arabia,
can they do that in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, and they feel safe.
Real quick, can they do that without like permission?
Yeah, most Western women can. Yeah, I don't know about Muslims.
No. In Saudi Arabia, can they do that without permission?
They can. Yes, they can.
Oh my gosh, this guy's a liar.
Show me the legal law. I don't know.
You have to have a mom.
Like, I don't know what your point is. Like, I'm following discussion. Are you saying that, like, country doesn't have to do their own law or something like that?
No, so there is even a concept that a woman who doesn't cover up inside of Islam, right? She doesn't cover her hair.
I understand.
He doesn't want to hear it.
Go ahead.
No, dude, you're so confident. Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry for cutting you off. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, like, when you bring up like Saudi Arabia, women can walk around even at nighttime and they feel so confident that nothing's gonna happen to them because of the laws and the punishments that would be applied to them. You're talking about like there's also laws that they're not allowed to leave without certain restrictions. One of them being a Imam saying that they can leave. Going back to Muhammad saying that
I'm arresting you.
To go outside
on suspicion. This is the moment a 30-year-old was
visit her parents. And then you also have, and that cannot be denied. And that's part of Saudi Arabia's rulings inside of their kingship. Nobody can deny that. And then you also have the concept of like, if a woman is not covered up in Saudi Arabia, if something happens to her, then what? if she's not covered up, right? Like you're bringing up false analogies of this protects women, that their hair is covered up, even their face is covered up, possibly, or that they're given permission to go for X reason or Y reason from their guardian. That's not the concept of the West, but you're trying to conflate those two.
Oh, wait a second. Who said that the concept of the West apply on any other country? And again, I ask you a question. Are you saying that? Are you saying?
Trying to conflate those two?
Okay. Are you saying that countries aren't allowed to have their own restriction and they own?
No, I completely do. I'm a relativist on this. I believe that any country wants to rule any way they want to. That's okay with me. I don't give a fuck. Right?
Okay. So you agree? Like, okay.
No, I'm just pointing out that it's not a relative. Like, it's relative in the sense that, hey, one country does X and another country does Y. But it's not relevant to a conversation to say that X country rules X way and Y country rules Y way, and then therefore that country is being safer, even though, like, right? The people who travels to Mecca, what's the punishment? What's the punishment if a non-Muslim? What is the punishment for a non-Muslim that travels to Mecca? What is the punishment for a non-Muslim that travels to Mecca?
Okay, are you saying that punishment of that country doesn't suit you? Are you saying that?
Oh my gosh, dude. Firstly, we start out with the first.
I'm asking yes or no. I'm asking yes or no question.
The Islamic position and inside of the conversation that we're holding is not about shooting. It's about public execution for being beheaded through swords.
Okay, are you saying that's punishment? Okay, are you saying you don't like the punishment of certain country?
Dude, I don't care how they punish people.
So why you bring that up? Like we agree, then we disagree. Like, for example, you saying that I support the.
No, I'm just saying, like, dude, you can make comparisons and then we can critique those comparisons.
Okay, that's a good that's a good point. I could agree to that. Like, that's a good point. Like, you allowing your own rules to become.
That's all I did.
Wait a second. We have to have criteria to decide which is better. So in this time,
I never made a comparison of.
Come on, are you gonna cut me off every time?
No, Mohammed. I just want you to understand. I never said some way is better or some way is worse. I never did that.
So why are you mentioning a certain type of, punishment?
Because it seems like what Abu is trying to say is that Islam in Saudi Arabia is safer and better for X reason. Now, we don't have evidence for that. But we do have evidence for
Okay. Can I stop you on that? Because what we're talking about is something to secure the human life in that country. And if you did the comparison between a country that is more freedom and a country that have less freedom, you will notice that if those rules abide by, the result of it is a country is more safer. By the data alone, not my opinion, not your opinion. This is what the data say.
That's also not fair because Saudi Arabia is a more harmonious country, right? Like you can't go out there and start speaking about Jesus. You can't start saying like Islam is false.
That doesn't matter.
It does matter. No.
Are you accepting? Wait a second. You are arguing the point like you going back. You already said every country have their own law. I accepted that relatively.
Right. I'm just saying
Wait a second.
You can't compare the two.
Wait a second. after they have their own law, you come and say, I don't agree with that law. I'm not saying if you agree. Okay, what do you say?
What I'm saying is that you can't compare a country that says, hey, if women leave without their mahram, we can persecute them. As opposed to a country that says a woman has a right to leave without any mahrams.
That's a law. That's a law.
Dude, I'm just showing, dude, real quick. You can't talk about like being free when you're talking about like a country that if you go out into the streets and you say that Muhammad is a pedophile, you'll be executed, as opposed to a country where you can do that and you're
there is no actual freedom.
No, dude, do you not understand that
I'm just pointing something
like,
that
looks square versus a country that says no, they have to hold a trial and they have to be convicted by their peers. There's a complete fucking difference, my guy.
Okay, I understand. So you already said, like, you negate in your first initial statement. You say that you support relative ruling. Now you say, I don't support relative ruling. Shut up for 1 second. Man, let me finish. At least I'll let you finish. Let me finish. First initial statement, you said, I support XY for certain country. Now you say, I don't support XY for certain country because this is my preference, or this is what I think right. You contradicting yourself.
Negative.
Do you see that?
Negative. I'm just showing you that it's not a fair comparison. If you're saying that, like, there is a country, right, hypothetically, that says, hey, if you defame X person, then you're allowed to be publicly executed, and that's
okay,
a concept. That's a concept of freedom, right? You can do it privately, but you can't do it publicly. And then there's another country where you can do it publicly, and you can't be like ostracized to the point where you will be publicly executed.
I understand that, by the way. You don't have to repeat
I'm not negating that a country is allowed to do that. What I'm saying is that they're not comparable in the concept of like open ideas or freedom or justice, right? They're just not.
Are you saying more freedom? Okay. Now you're shifting the conversation to another thing. You're saying this country have more. Okay, you're saying this country have more freedom, this country have less freedom.
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, now we have a discussion about other thing. Is more freedom better than less freedom?
I would say more freedom.
Okay, if you have the freedom to kill each other, is that better than having the freedom not to kill each other?
This ridiculous guy.
I'm asking you a simple question.
No. When you talk about freedoms, you're talking about laws, right? Laws are established.
No, I'm speaking. I'm asking you a question.
That's not the concept of laws.
I'm asking you a direct question. You said more freedom is better than less freedom. I'm giving you a situation. Is more freedom, like for example, the ability you are free to kill anyone, is it better than the freedom? Okay. I'm asking you a simple question. Yes or no?
But you're not talking like anarchism is like the ideal system of like quote unquote freedom, right? You don't fuck with me, I don't fuck with you. But if you do fuck with me, I fuck with you.
No. I'm saying that you can is in that category.
Yeah, dude, you can just insert fuck with kill. In my analogy.
Are you saying that society is better than the other society?
No, the difference is, firstly, I've never said any society is better than any other society. What I'm pointing out to you is what I'm pointing out to you is that they're not comparable at certain stances. Like, if there's a society that says that, hey, you can kill anybody that you want, it's not comparable to a society that says if you kill somebody, you're not allowed to do that. I'm not I'm not making a moral framework. You're wanting to make this a moral framework. I'm not doing that.
Not tomorrow, friend. Not tomorrow.
In any country, right, any group of people, let's say a tribe. If the tribe comes around and they say, hey, we are no longer going to accept anybody of this tribe killing another person for disbelieving or for saying that the majority of the tribe's beliefs are wrong, and we're not going to ostracize them, and we're not going to fucking kill them, right? That's not the same thing as saying that there's a different tribe just like 20 clicks away. I'm not saying that either one is wrong. What I'm saying is that one of them has a different form of justice, right? And it's not comparable to the other one as far as freedom.
Okay.
If you said,
I just want to say on your behalf, don't forget that. So, please, what you're going to say. Why you're being unfair. But first of all, you kind of just are bulldozing him quite a bit. I think it's a little unfair. I've been listening, but it's been rough, dude. You've been pretty unfair to Muhammad. But the other thing is you did say more justice is better. You did say that. And then he asked you, do you think one society? But you said, I already said, no society is better than the other. But you did say that more justice is better than not. So you did say that.
So how is that contradictory?
You can't say you can't say neither society is better than the other than saying more justice is better than the other.
Both societies have their form of justice.
Yeah, but you
Now when I say, like, my basis is off of, like, let's say freedom, right? For an individual.
Right.
An individual. I would say that individual that has more freedom inside of the justice system, that's, like, comparatively better. I'm not saying it's like, I'll say
there's no mark.
Because I think we would all agree that a person who establishes and says their opinion could, like, progress society more than a person who's being repressed.
Well, let me say this real quick.
Potentially.
Well, hold on. Why? Progress, better, in fact, we'd all agree, but saying something like progress or better, those two terms have some kind of standard in mind. It doesn't make any sense to say that unless you're comparing it to a standard. Otherwise, you're just using change. And there really isn't any difference. It doesn't matter which way you go, progressive, or whatever, unless by progressive you mean there's a goal or there's some better mark. Right? There's some metric to compare a worse society to a better society to. It doesn't matter about agreement. It doesn't matter if everybody on the planet agrees, unless you're saying there's some actual standard.
Well, no, that's like the standard would be the progression of society, right?
What does progression mean? It's progression.
It could be anything from economical, it could be scientific, it could be philosophical, it could be any numerous.
What I'm saying is, why is it's progression? Unless you're talking about there's a mark that you're trying to go towards. If you're just saying progression, it's just all horizontal. It doesn't matter which direction it goes. It doesn't matter if you enslave women, if you kill animals, if you eat them, if you don't eat them, if you chop people's hands off or not, unless you're going to say it's better to do something than something else, it doesn't matter. All of it's the same. But if you're saying there's a standard that you're comparing it to, then that would make sense. You could say it's getting better. If you think freedom and liberation, as you might say, if you think that's a better thing, then you have a standard of that. You're saying that's a better thing. Otherwise, it's all just change. There's no distinction.
Okay, maybe I didn't explain my position well enough.
Okay.
I mean, keeping that in mind, though, you have a lot of
any group of people that want to live a certain way and govern themselves a certain way, I support that.
Okay,
that doesn't make it.
Okay, so if a group of people want to rape, pillage, and do everything, and kill their own babies and eat them and do everything, you're going to support that. You just said that.
That's their society, dog.
Right. So
I don't have to agree with it.
Well,
right?
What does it mean?
So I don't agree with Sharia.
Yeah.
Right?
What does it mean to support it, though?
Like, I don't think that I have to intervene with it.
Wait, so you're not okay? So let me get this straight. If there's an island of 1,000 people and they're raping each other constantly and eating their children, okay? You're telling
It's not
me
my position that we have to intervene with that.
I'm not saying it's your position that you have to. Are you? If you have the ability.
No, I'm not going to do that.
That's wild, bro. So why
I'm not going to intervene with it. Like, at what point intervention becomes...
Why do you make a distinction between countries and your neighbor? So if your neighbor here in the United States was like eating his pig or raping his pig or doing whatever he's doing, why would you intervene there? Because it seems like you're for laws in the United States.
Yeah, but that's the thing. That's the conversation is like outside the United States, I don't care what other people do. Like that's their thing. Like
So
if a group of people in some other place outside the United States have these weird, killing, eating, cannibalistic family member concepts,
whatever. Yeah.
that's their fucking thing.
Okay,
it's
so
not my thing.
So just to be clear, so are you against all intervention into other countries?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I've stated this before to you that I'm an isolationist.
No,
absolutely.
I mean, to some degree, I can respect that to some degree, but I do think it becomes a problem when you have people doing massive human rights.
Yeah, but that's the issue, right? At some point, that becomes where, hey, we have to step in, and I don't think that we should ever have to step in.
No, I know you're saying that, but I think that's fine. We don't have to have that discussion right now.
I think I'm being consistent.
No, that's fine. You're being consistent. The only thing that's not consistent is you use terms like better and progressive and stuff like that because
that's my flaw of terminology.
That's okay. That's all right. Okay, well then you're fine. It's all good. I do want to give some other people, if we can, some chance to come in. I appreciate you, brother.
I'll do that.
For sure. Yeah, I appreciate you, buddy. Kia and Muhammad, I appreciate you guys. Simon, Abu, and Muhammad. Go ahead.
Actually, you didn't say what your view was. You asked me, so what do you think? Would you prefer the state to be maybe not as harsh as Saudi Arabia, but at least harsher?
Yeah, to be quite frank with you, Abu, I'm very sympathetic to these kinds of laws that you guys are doing because I think there's something about getting everybody involved. So, two things. Here in the United States, capital punishment is typically a private affair. Okay, it's done on our private closed circuit TV or direct visual and they're in a building. There's like the family members that were of the victims, maybe of the also of the the criminal or the one that's on death row being put to death, and then some state officials and stuff. But when you privatize it like that and you keep it away from the society at large, then they don't experience the gruesomeness of what's happening there. They don't associate the crime with the punishment. What you guys are doing, what I think that happened in the Old Testament, is that when somebody did a crime, they would bring everybody. You bring your aunt, your grandma, you set up the lawn chairs, and you all get some rocks, and you toss them at them until they lay down and they don't get back up. So when they did that, I think it had a massive deterrent effect. I think it is insanely strong deterrent to get people involved. Because I bet you can't hold on real quick. I just want to say that
I was checking. You agree with the fact that it's public, and you agree with the fact that it's very harsh
and public. Yes, because here's the thing. I can almost bet you, your bottom dollar, that whatever it is these folks are doing that caused the people to pick up and throw rocks at them, there probably wasn't much of that going on afterward. You probably had a lot of deterrent. And so I am a strong supporter of the idea that if you are going to do capital punishment, that it should be something like that. So yeah, I'm actually, as intense as that is when you said the bodies are strung up in Saudi Arabia and the hanging there for people to see or whatever, as intense as that is for people in the West, we're killing people too over here. We just brought back the firing squad in Idaho. There's all kinds of stuff like that, but it's not done where people see it. And And so people aren't getting the deterrent effect that is present there that I think God instituted when He gave the death penalty. But anyway, go ahead, Keith. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was in criminal law courses for a while. I thought I was going to be an attorney. My life didn't turn out that way, but nevertheless, I remember being distinctly in a class. My professor asked, why is the death penalty really effective for Americans? And I answered, because it's not across the board, it's not unilateral, it's unique. And it's not an eye for an eye. If you kill someone, you get the death penalty. You don't even know where that should begin. You can spend life in prison. And most often people think that that's what they are going to face is life in prison, not death. If capital punishment were across the board was more standardized, then we don't need to see I just don't think we need to see the gruesomeness of death. I just think we need to understand where that line really is that we have to cross before we are, put on death row. It's so fragmented, and lots of states don't even accept it. And so it's a dotted line for us Americans. It as much so as the way that we perceive meat. We tend to treat meat as it doesn't. We cut it up in such a way that it distracts us from the actual animal, right?
Right. Well, that's because people don't see the process, and that's why I'm a little confused as to why you're saying to keep the process of the penalty. The uniformity of it between the states, I agree, could lead to some confusion. But I would probably argue that most people know by the state they're living in, unless they're crossing state lines to do crimes, which does happen, but that's not going to be the predominant amount of crime that's caused. It's going to be caused in your own state. People who live in their own state are going to know if the death penalty is available there. So I'm not exactly sure.
No, I've been in Georgia, I've been in California, those are my two spots, and I have zero idea I don't even have zero idea what the divorce laws are. If there's a separate, it's a split between husband and wife. And most
that's fine. I got you there. That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, that is fair. So from state to state, we don't know where to. We're not, we're not diligent in understanding law. When law changes, most of us don't know unless it shows up on the news and we happen to catch it and then try to apply it to our practices throughout life. But besides that, we're ignorant to the law. It's not consistent across the board. There's a lot of bias in it from the top down, and we can't make decisions. So, but if you're in another country, like, I don't know, some Islamic countries, there's some strong rules about if you cross this line, regardless of circumstances, this is what's going to happen to you.
Yeah.
That's different in the United States, and I just don't think that we should be comparing the two. And before I get off, I just want to say another thing. You guys talked a lot about women. All men was talking about women. And I just think, the whole time I heard, I just thought about all these women who walk around with no shirt on, with titties hanging, and the men respect that the titties are for the babies, and they are safe. Why, in certain other countries, women have to almost disappear for men not to want to suck on their titties?
Okay, appreciate that last one. But just the uniformity that you laid out there, carrying out these penalties. I mean, I'm a fan of state rights and state ability to kind of determine their own laws. That's good. Kind of helps keep a separation of powers and stuff like that. I think that's a good thing, right? Have a state seat from the nation, whatever. I think that's good. So that's one thing. So I don't think necessarily uniformity. But insofar as we think the death penalty should be ubiquitous in the United States, the thing that would solve the thing you're talking about, Kia, is make it public. Right? It would solve this whole thing about the PSA and let people know, hey, we do it here. Not only do we do it here, it's in your states, it's in the town square. Meet us there at 3 o'clock, bring your aunt, bring all your children, let's have a good day. Let's make a day of it, right? Okay, it's going to be a beautiful day. No, but the point is it would be known. People wouldn't be wondering about where it is or which state they carry it out and how they carry it out. You just know because they do it and it's public. So to solve that, I do think having people involved is much better than privatizing it. I think making it a private matter is the same thing you just talked about with the meat industry. People have no idea how grotesque these
factory farms are. No idea. They have no idea what these animals are going through, and the way that it is just gross. For me, it's gross. It is immoral. A lot of them are immoral, but it is actually gross. It's gross. And if you look at it, it blew me out watching Dominion. I was done on YouTube for free. Pull it up, you don't want to watch it. But anyway, Dominion. Taking after Genesis, take dominion of the earth and the animals. It's kind of interesting they played on that, but whatever.
All right, because hold on, Andrew. No, hold on.
Yeah.
We saw that play out in Europe.
Saw what?
No, let me finish.
Saw what? I'm asking you a question. Saw what?
No, I haven't even got to my point.
Well, you said we saw it play out. What?
Can I finish?
Well, you interrupted me, so I'm gonna.
Well, but I heard many points that you made. You kind of, I think we're going back. So what in the middle of half a sentence is like, wow.
Because I feel like you're gonna deviate here, so I'm just trying to figure out what you're saying.
Okay, well, hear me out.
Can you answer me about what? Can you tell me what you saw in your?
I don't know what you're saying because I haven't even finished what I was saying.
No, when you said we saw that play out in Europe, saw what play out?
That.
Why didn't you just say what played out?
Finishing
the reference of the fucking pronoun? If I said I got in from the kitchen, you say what was in the lemonade? It's very easy to do that. Like, why are you like? Do you not know what your sentence was going to be about, and that's why you're unable to answer the question? Or do you want to do something weird socially right now, since you have no desire to communicate what your pronoun was referring to?
So Andrew, we saw that play out in the Dark Ages. We saw it play out in the Dark Ages, and I don't know how many centuries before that. And it only created more.
I don't know what you're talking about.
What are you talking about, crazy bitch?
Fuck sakes.
Sam, did you say it? Did you say it, Sam? Did you say it? What? What did you mean? You said let me finish the sentence. Let me finish it. I'll tell you what it is. What are you talking about? Jesus fucking Christ. She also had this weird thing where she was like, and then all the girls, their titties is out, and then we kind of like, we just kind of breezed by that, like a weird. She was like, all in with them titties out. Yeah, okay. Thank you for that, Abu.
Yeah, coming from the guy who completely doesn't believe in respecting women, but whatever.
I think the
believe in enslaving them. You believe in enslaving them and having them as sex slaves, but this guy's like, don't disrespect women.
So you're gonna compare like this? You're just gonna say something completely false or compare with someone?
Dude, absolutely, that's true. You believe in this? Dude, we can look it up. We can look up what your belief says about having sex slaves. What are you talking about?
Well, anyway, talking with one because it doesn't let the conversation.
Yeah, you don't like that. You don't like the truth. Why Muhammad's pretty chill, brother. I think you're being a little uncertain. That was to Abu, and then Muhammad spoke while you were gone.
Andrew, the Quran explicitly allows you to have sex slaves. It's just right there.
Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine.
The point I was asking is, Taiwan is. Let me just check. There you go. This is a woman, she confirmed it. Their responsibility. This is the
believe that you can rape them and have their fucking children as slaves. Fuck out of here, bro.
Right in front of a woman's face. And when you call them out,
a woman's face? You don't believe in a woman's face. Hey, Abu, why didn't you ask her? If her muha, if her guardian allowed her to be on here? Why didn't you ask her if her guardian allowed her to be on here?
Andrew, he wants to say something.
Sorry, I'm gonna let you speak. Have a good night, brother. Removing you and remove. Okay, go ahead. What'd you say, Abu? Sorry.
No, I'm saying he wants to say something nasty about women. I said, why don't you ask this to her? But I wouldn't do that. Right? Muslims don't be nasty like this. And I think most religious people.
You just own them as property.
I think most religious people don't be nasty like this. But what we're seeing is that
you
just own them as property.
Directly disgusting and nasty, directly to a woman's face, and when they get called out, what about Islam? You can't make it up.
No, dude, you're like making a false pretense.
Well, why? You don't care about it. You said whatever country wants to act however they want. If Abu is
No, I'm talking. This is a religious belief, not a country.
Well, no. But these religious.
Those are separations.
No, but wait a second. The religious belief is what's in the country, right? The country.
No, but if you start with just a religious belief before it becomes a country, then I think you can criticize that.
Well, what I'm kind of baffled about is if he comes from, let's say, another country, let's say he's indigenous to another country and he has that religious belief and he's talking to you, say you don't know where he's at, you're just talking to him on here and you're like, you're bad because you guys subjugate women and all this stuff. It's like kind of weird because you don't really think that any country's worse than another.
No, I'm not saying anything bad about anything. I'm just saying, like, what I'm saying is don't misrepresent what your belief system says. Your belief system says that you could.
It sounds a little more than that. It sounds like
hey, you can interpret it as that. But my position is, according to Allah's perfect words, if they're not fucking Muslim, if you battle them, therefore they can become sex slaves. They can become slaves. And you can fucking have. They have no. The women.
That's not the point.
No. I'm just telling you. According to your position, any woman that's not a Muslim woman does not have the same.
Okay, whatever. Why? Look, I'm just not going to go down the whole rabbit hole of explaining this. What I'm trying to say.
Yeah, of course you won't go down the rabbit hole.
Sister, what it just means. I think Andrew and Hal we're having a conversation, and then someone came in and started being very derogatory and nasty to her, and then and they probably claim to be feminists, like atheist, feminist, liberal, all this stuff. They just goes to show how these people don't have standards, and then they love to talk about Islam. Okay, fair enough, talk about it. I don't really care.
You think that Andrew, feminist?
One second. It can just be shown. It can just be shown in the Vedas and the Mahabharata. You know, when you read the Vedas, you can see it just very clearly. You know.
Why wouldn't you just apologize? Like,
Maybe
the right thing.
It can just be seen in the Mahabharata and the Vedas, in various Hindu texts.
I don't
know you're gonna ask me what. You're gonna ask me what is shown. Then you're gonna prove something with me.
Guys,
let me finish.
I don't know what you're saying. Okay,
he's doing what Q was doing. When Q was like, it just we saw it play out in Europe in the Middle Ages and it didn't go well. I'm like, well, what are you talking about? But no, please. Open that up. Sorry. Don't punish me. I mean, my phone died. I didn't do that. Okay, you just didn't say my phone died and I didn't hear what you said. You said something about it played out in Europe, and I don't know if you were you talking about the death penalty? Is that what you were talking about?
I'm talking about the spectacle of the death penalty. I was talking about here we go. I'm talking about all the people who showed up at the wishes were burning, the gladiator wars. All that thirst for blood is a result of watching executions and making it, commonplace. And that.
Just to be clear, yeah, I was adding a little bit of a flourish there. I don't think people should be taking it as a joke or lightly at all. I think it should be traumatizing, and I think people should be affected by it, and it should diminish their desire to want to do it.
What I'm trying to say is, being traumatized by it was not what we saw happen in Europe. They started to fetishize over it to the point where they were making gladiator wars and
okay, well that's clearly not the case.
Colosseum. Can I finish, Andrew? You let me finish their
time. That's not true.
For like the last 30 minutes, and you at least let someone, you at least let other people get out 2 sentences. 2 sentences. You won't let me finish a thought. So you have Colosseums.
Go ahead.
Because this is a man-centric. You have Colosseums. So these public executions did end in deterrence. It ended up being a politicization of torture, which what those coliseums were designed for. They wanted more blood. The public wanted more blood. And so I guess when you say that America needs more public executions, all I think about is that only would create more thirst for blood.
Okay, cool. Let me respond. You said that's how it played out. We saw it didn't go well. What about countries around the world that do capital punishment? They don't have coliseums and they don't do these betting on it. People go, yeah. What about that? You have something to say about that, Kia?
I don't know these countries.
Okay, you ever heard of Saudi Arabia?
I have heard of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, they don't do that. They don't have big old celebrations and do fights and gamble on who it is that's going to kill them.
Well, I guess you got to know your people.
Okay,
they have other laws.
Other
laws on top of that the Americans don't have.
Kia, I don't know what you're saying right now. You just tried to say that public executions lead to people celebrating and doing coliseums and doing all of this kind of, crazy blood battles and stuff like that as executions. It doesn't do that. It's just not how that works.
We're talking about two different things, Andrew.
No, we're not.
Talking
You
about
said public executions.
Saudi Arabia, and I just want to say this. When you brought up Saudi Arabia,
You said that's what it leads to.
Saudi Arabia has a different set of moral standards.
Who cares?
And on top of that, I just want to finish so you hear how I'm going to respond to you. They have done a lot of protectionism, layers and layers and layers of protectionism to contain their population and the innate and the instincts of their population in a way that Europe hasn't done that. Nor has America done that. America kind of are in bed together with this freedom for all, and freedom for all, no matter how wild the human instinct goes, how savage human instinct goes, we are allowed to goddamn do that. Saudi Arabia and other countries in the world are trying to contain it with layers and layers of dumb shit that Americans are like, it's not democratic, they need to be more free, they need to be more free. Well, the fact that they're containing it like that is because they don't want their to become more savage like we saw during Europe.
Well, that's not what you said at first.
I'm saying it, but you can't hear it all.
That's not what you said at first.
Yes, I digress, Andrew.
Okay, so let me respond. You said it played out that way in Europe. We don't want to do that because it's going to happen again. You're trying to now equate the U.S. to Europe and say that's what will happen. Obviously, any kind of gambling or weird stuff that could be coming out as a result of that could be mitigated in whatever ways Saudi Arabia is instituted or whatever it uses to subdue the people, or they don't do those things. Make it illegal to do certain things like that. Okay, can't gather, can't do coliseums, can't do things like that. Okay, so whatever protections need to be put in place to prevent that kind of spectacle, that kind of bloodlust, that kind of weird stuff, it can be put in check. All right, you just have to make it seem like
it wasn't during Jim Crow, and Jim Crow was not in Europe. It was in America. And thank you.
It wasn't during Jim Crow.
I'm talking about the spectacle that I'm talking about that happened in Europe, also happened in the United States during Jim Crow, where you had this public spectacle where you allowed your friends, your children, your neighbors, all that stuff to gather around while somebody's getting hung, and it only created more thirst. I don't know why that is American.
Yes, when you dehumanize people.
But it still happened in America and Europe. So I'm not just. All right, go ahead.
So they're taking people and calling them less than human, and then they are thinking they're polluting their race, and then they're stringing them up and killing them for trying to read and raping them and doing all those things. That's horrific.
Public spectacle.
Yeah,
We're not talking about why a person was executed. We're talking about the public.
Yeah, you're not understanding. The point is that in Saudi Arabia, they don't look at the people like that. They're looking at them as other citizens who have broke the law. And the people who have broke the law, and they carry out a uniform punishment. That's the idea. Okay? Not saying it's perfect or whatever. The point is that it's quite different than a group of people who are different skin color, who think that the other skin color is subhuman, and we can subdue and rape and do whatever we want to them. You understand? Those are different, right?
That's not relevant. That's irrelevant.
Yeah,
that's not relevant. It is people gathering around
because they're so.
On top of that, let me just finish. I know you know history, especially much as I do, and black people or slaves were not the only ones hung. White people were hung.
Black people had white slaves.
So the argument you just gave is null and void.
No, the predominant
public spectacle. And so Americans, when white people were hung, came together and invited their friends and neighbors and families, all the things you just said. Yes, they did. Yeah.
The predominant overwhelming. No, you're just trying to say it's null and void because you take a very small contingent of people, which is blacks owning slaves, which by the way is the same problem. Where you have blacks owning slaves.
Blacks
owning other whites. That's fine. But listen. The predominant oppression. Hold on. Hold on. The predominant oppression was going to be towards black people, wasn't towards whites. That is the point. No. That is the point. Because you're trying to say, hold on, my friend.
No, that's not
you're trying to say.
A lot of white people were hung.
You're gonna wait.
I'm not gonna wait.
You're trying to say that white people would gather around and watch other white people and go, what? While they're hanging them. Yeah, I'm sure that happened. People do that stuff anyway. There's degenerates in all countries who do that to a subset of the people. I get that. That isn't the point. I'm saying the predominant, overwhelming oppression was towards black people. And the people that did it were white people, primarily. And they subjugated them and did horrific things to them. That's much different than having a country who has uniform laws where citizens view each other as equals. Completely different. So you're just trying to do comparisons that are apples to oranges. You first started with Europe, trying to do this slippery slope argument that is not correct because there are countries all around the world who practice capital punishment and they don't deviate or degenerate into these things. It's not true. Then you try to you can treat them like having a barbecue. You bring your friends over and you have a party because they're not human. They're subhuman. They're less than. Yeah, makes sense. Give a break. Anyway, welcome, Sugar. Good to have you.
Hey, Andrew.
What's up, Greg?
I've got a funny story about feminism.
Lay it on us. If it's too much, I might have to kick you, buddy, but go ahead.
It's nothing explicit or anything. Anyway, I was reading that there was one occasion when there was a female philosophy prodigy in Hegel's time who was invited to some kind of event with the prominent philosophers of the day. And of course, Hegel was there. And Hegel shows up and sees her and goes like, she shouldn't be here. He was like, she should not be here. Like, he wouldn't even address her. I thought that was pretty basic.
Yeah, I think Nadia and many people here think that's very good. It's a good way to treat the opposite sex.
Yeah, I thought that was fucking based. Andrew, I'll send you something actually really based that Hegel wrote about Freud's book. It's in DMs. Because I can't send the image in the chat.
All right, appreciate it. Welcome, Sugar. One of my favorite pink-haired liberals. How are you, my brother? Sugar is poison. Are you there, buddy? If you can't speak, it's all good. Justin, welcome back. Did you drop off your passengers?
Yeah. Okay.
Justin, what's the craziest thing you've had in your car apart from those people making babies? What's the craziest thing?
That's it. I mean, other than that, maybe lady refused to leave my car because she drove into somebody's driveway and trying to get her jumped. But she was a crazy lady that was trying to not pay somehow, and she was trying to report me, and she was just yelling and would not like leave.
What did you do?
think fetus not as nothing more convinced skeptical points.
Nice. Very good. Justin, you back?
Oh, Justin is back. Okay, here we go, Justin.
Yeah, no, I'm curious. Justin, are you back?
Hey, Josh?
Hey.
Yeah.
Justin, did you ever have somebody let you
I have to go.
What's that? Oh, you have to go. Okay. Yeah, so welcome back, Christian. I keep saying don't leave and then you do, which is really wild. I don't know why you do that. I guess because you're a rogue. Is that why? You're a rogue. You don't care. You're like, I'm not going to listen to anybody.
Well, I mean, I'm a Libertarian. I mean, what do you expect from a boss?
Coptic, yes, I'm happy to hear that. By the way, Bob, thank you very much for this, for the Ethan Hughes debate with Dustin Crummett, I guess, or Brian Cutter, Dustin Crummett, I guess, on the Fatima Miracle. That's super cool. Appreciate you sharing that.
It's on YouTube.
It's on YouTube. It's on. This is epic stuff you guys do, by the way. But it's on YouTube with. It is on Matthew Adelstein's YouTube channel, I think. Yeah, and Ethan's like the GOAT, and Adelstein is really sharp as well. He hosts it, and then so Ethan is debating with Dustin Crummett, I think, on whether the Fatima Miracle is a legit miracle or not. And as you all know, or don't, if you don't know, you should know. Ethan is brilliant, and the other guy is really sharp too. So I've only got a little bit of the way through it, but it looks promising. Looks like it's going to be pretty substantive. So.
Oh, I'm searching on YouTube.
So put it. It's kind of weird the way that it's like Cutter, or no, put in Crummett. Crummett Muse Fatima debate. Crummett Muse Fatima debate. I think you got to go to Matthew Adelstein's stream. It should be. Yeah. If you can't find it, Coptic, message me on Discord and I'll send you the.
All right.
I'll send you the link, brother. Nadia, you bet. Nadia, are you there? By chance? I don't know if you're.
Listening on and off, yeah.
Okay. Oh, if you get a chance, definitely will be your way in on feminism. I imagine you're going to say, you probably say it's good. And abortion, what your take is and where your cutoff is. But maybe that's if you feel like talking at some point.
Andrew, did someone hit you in the jaw with like a shovel or something? It looks like your whole jaw is.
No, that's just from me grinding my teeth. You know, but it's all good. But you made that point before, Greg. I appreciate it. But Christian, what do you think of feminism and abortion?
Well, you see this is gonna get messy, Andrew.
Yeah, abortions get messy.
I've heard. I've never had.
Yeah, you should. But you should. Yeah. No.
Well, I'll start off with feminism. Feminism is one of those things where, I mean, like anything, I mean, they always say have things in moderation. I've always been like pretty neutral in the stance of feminism. I think it's a good movement when it's meant in the spirit of, you know, what it stands for. But there's, I mean, now out of any time ever, there's like extremist feminists now, where there's like an extremist movement almost. It's like totally like going away from the message that it was sending before, like back in the 2000s and the 90s, like when, you know, the modern feminist movement started. But now, I mean, it totally lost its message from there, and now it's just turned into something I can't even recognize anymore. So with that, it's like, how can I really like support something that it's not even supporting itself? It's kind of turned into one of those things. I've always been a supporter of it, but now it's just like I don't even know what it is anymore. So that's kind of my thoughts on feminism. I mean,
nice. No, I appreciate it. Okay, what about on murdering your babies? I mean, abortion.
Well, Andrew, I am, you know, like any Protestant, you know, pro-choice.
You mean pro-life? Oh, wow.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, my gosh.
We can have this debate, man.
I can't do it. I don't know. Let me get my energy. It is my topic, but I'm disappointed in you, sir.
Well, at least I don't believe in like the like third trimester abortions. You know,
well, at least you're only 6 months. You go to 6 months, right? Only when they've got like all the limbs
isn't our eight mind, our complete persons, quote unquote, by anyone's lights. Well, not anyone's. Well, I'm saying you said third trimester, but let's just make it as let me straw man you a little bit and say that you're okay with the 5 months and 29 days. Is that right, Christian?
I mean, I would say anywhere before 6 months, yeah.
It's a horrifical thing. Horrifical. Greg, Greg, are you concerned? Are you D-based as well?
D-based about what?
Be a D-gen about abortion.
Oh, no, I already just told you I'm pro-life.
All the way through. No exceptions, no incest, no rape exceptions.
I think so. I have to.
That's right. I do remember.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I would say
Yeah, good. No, I appreciate that. Very good. Yeah, that's good. So feminism is taken off. So you probably think that you're probably very progressive and liberal Christian, and you probably think that women should be voting. I'm talking Christian.
Well, I'm independent. First of all, I mean, I don't know if you meant that generally or politically, but I think women are cool to vote. I mean, why can't women vote? Andrew, do you not think women should vote?
No, I said I'm not sold on the no vote. I'm not sold on the no vote.
Like, so you're saying you're considering it, but you're not here.
Yeah, I mean, I get the, I've heard some arguments for it, and I see some concerns, but, I'm not saying.
So you're agnostic on it.
Yeah, no.
Andrew, you should have a conversation with Ethan. I think he believes in no vote.
Yeah, he'd probably makes a good argument for it too, doesn't he?
Yeah. He has to put up arguments.
He usually does. I mean, and you should have heard him. You guys should have heard him on this one. No, you love it, Christian. Ethan's a go. Bob wasn't. I don't know. I can't remember what Bob thought about this, but it was interesting. But Timothy, you can kind of miss the days of Timothy. Although he might have caught him in Santa a few times, but Timothy was very lively, very spirited. One of our co-mods, R.I.P. But he was debating with Ethan, and Ethan is very conservative, Catholic, very have a one-night stand of some sort. And one of the persons is a trans person. They do not disclose to the other person, and they do some act, okay? And the other person, the non-trans person, didn't know, right? But finds out afterward.
You're trans.
No, I'm not.
Oh.
I'm not. Thank you for that, Christian. But if they find out afterward, would it be the case that they've been raped?
Yeah, it's fucking assaulted.
Yeah. So Ethan argued that that's actually rape, and Timothy was defending that it's not, and so Ethan called him a rape apologist.
Oh my God!
It was epic.
I've almost been there with you. I've very nearly been there myself. And I can say from experience, I felt fucking violently for this shit.
Yeah, no, I get that. But the thing is so the way he said it's not valid consent because had the person known, they wouldn't have gone through with it. So it was not actually valid consent. So Ethan was fine with calling it rape, and which I thought was interesting. Largely sympathetic to him, and it was pretty interesting to hear him in that with Timothy. Anyway, I don't know. You guys might have a take on that, but what do you think, Coptic?
Oh no, I think it's that's funny. I know like Ethan takes some hard positions. I think.
Yeah, no, catfishing is not rape.
Okay.
Literally, the society is filled with catfishes. It runs on catfishes.
Was this ever gonna God? Someone like
Oh, you would love it. No, if I could find the link. Oh man, we have some bangers. I'm really disappointed that we haven't cataloged some of the just absolute Generally, yeah. I mean, I'm not like, yeah. I join others though, but yeah.
Yeah, of course. Like, if you open up a room like this, then you should always have replays on because I'm sure there's things that happen in here that are probably not safe because replays are turned off or there's no replays from the beginning.
Yeah.
And I also think that you should start doing like semi-organized debates where you get like people who genuinely want to debate on stage. Like two people leave out and schedule for a room and then like do that.
Yeah.
That would be great.
Yeah, I'm big on that, man. I do want to do that. You know, my funding's limited.
Your funding.
My time is. I mean, I definitely. I mean, I want to bring people together. We do try to do the replays by and large. I made some exceptions for Abe because Abe and one other guy they don't really like replays, and I used to do that a lot for Sasha. At least for Abe and this other guy, Bob looks at me like I'm retarded. Excuse me. Because I am willing to take off replays to allow these two to come on stage and be absolute numbskulls most of the time. Yeah, exactly. But anyway, that's it. Yeah, Sugar, I tried to get you to weigh in, but I appreciate you saying that, Christian. I am down. And there's some stuff in the pipeline. Ethan's going to be doing more stuff. It's pretty big debate. It's going to be cool to get him back in here.
And what to do for a living?
Well, we can talk.
He does like.
Did you inherit a bunch of Mormon money? Is that what's going on?
No. I never.
No, maybe it was the televangelist thing.
Televangelist. Yeah. Well, I wish I was related to Old Steve. But no. But sure. Can you give us your take, Bob? I'm sure you're a feminist, speaker, liberal, progressive, leftist, Democrat, Satan, satanic, baby blood drinking.
Yes. Yeah.
Freak. But what's your view on feminism and abortion? Sugar is.
Kill them all.
Sugar is just not. He's not been very good. Bob, I do want to tell you that Universe here, which is that John Kitover guy, the real weird guy that's for Israel and comes in and does a real high pitched voice and records like 50 different rooms and streams into YouTube. That guy, he's been in here for a while and he hasn't said anything. Like maybe once he chimed in, but he's been actually behaved. He hasn't been doing anything weird. I just wonder what you thought about that. I think maybe he's recording us right now.
I think I'm the better one to ask about that.
Okay, what do you think he's doing?
Honestly, I think this is going to be really like awful for me to say, and I'm sorry, Blizzard's for anyone who doesn't know sensitive content, but I feel like that he might be self-measured and self-listening to speak.
Okay.
I think that's my.
Thank you for that, Christian. Universe, if you're doing it, knock it off. We don't really want that to happen. Sorry to any of the audience members who heard that. Carlos, you want to weigh in on abortion and feminism? And assalamu alaikum, Carlos.
Carlos.
Good, buddy.
Yeah, I'm not really the feminism thing. I'm more of a policy guy. I mean, in general, I would say like we should have equal rights and abortion rights, but I'm more of a policy guy, so I just talk about individual policies rather than feminism as a general.
Okay, what about murdering your baby? I mean abortion.
Yeah, I'm pro-choice. Guess like it's not a good thing. It's like the lesser of two evils.
Carlos, you're like, hey, it might put a little stress on the income, might make you have to be selfish, you're like, you gotta weigh these two evils,
Yeah, it's not a good thing. We have to end the life of the baby, but there's also the life of the mother, the rights of the mother. You have to take those in consideration.
Oh, yeah.
Arbitrary distinctions or whatever. Just say it's the life of conception.
Yeah. I think that's actually agreed upon. Believe it or not, that's actually agreed upon for those that, even the pro-choice side that understand biology at all. That's actually it's a massive consensus among biologists that life starts at conception. Human life. So it is a distinct human life.
Have you ever heard the self-defense on?
Yeah. I don't know. I find that kind of argumentation so cringe. The self-defense, the trespasser, squatter, the lethal force to remove the intruder. The parasite is feeding
Well, it's
off
more
you.
proportionate. It's more proportionate. I feel like some of these hypotheticals are basically just that situation. Like, oh, the baby's gonna crawl and hit the lever that's gonna hurt a bunch of people. Can you kill it?
Yeah, I don't agree. I don't think it can.
Well, I mean, I think that you set the situation up where it is very similar.
No, well, I'm not sure what you're saying right now, but the baby crawling on the butt, that's always, I mean, well, first of all, I've said things like that. I've set things up like that before, but solely set up similar kind of, scenarios for me.
Oh, Andrew. I'm so sorry.
No, I don't think if the baby, so that's just going to be, if the baby's getting ready to crawl into a butt, and, when the baby gets onto the butt, it's going to kill 100 people. Can you shoot the baby? That's the way you can stop it from crawling onto that butt. And, yeah.
You'll shoot the baby, right, Andrew?
No, God, crazy.
Well, Andrew, I think I've heard an argument that's a lot more controversial.
Lay it out there, bud.
Pregnancy is slavery. This is an argument I've heard. Let me basically summarize it for you. So basically,
this is so diabolical.
I know.
Go ahead, bro.
By the way. I mean, basically, the argument is that pregnancy is framed as a continuous physical labor, and forcing a continuation is compared to like forced labor or slavery or servitude. And basically, like, they're trying to make it so that, pregnancy is, slavery.
You could do a massive equivocation. Just say, ready? Pregnancy, ready? Check this out. Pregnancy is like slavery because it involves forced labor. Come on. Yeah, that's diabolical.
No, but Andrew, it's crazy. Listen, this is a legit argument that has been used.
I mean, it's par for the course now, Bob. I've heard so many that it's just like, whatever. I mean, it doesn't matter, it's like, just to abort the baby and make some meatballs and have some spaghetti. I mean, use the...
People generally don't care about forced labor in general. We do that.
What do you
I mean, we do that to some
care.
extent.
They're talking about the prison. Yeah, they do care.
Really?
A lot of people, most people, when you ask them, because the comparison's been made. So when we talk about slavery generally, MJ brought that up, conscription, military, prison. A lot of people, they usually don't fight the military one, so that one's actually somewhat analogous in it works, but people want to do this thing. I think more to remain consistent than necessarily being opposed to the prison situation, but they do actually fight that. They're like, no, that shouldn't be, we shouldn't have. I'm thinking that's kind of weird because, like, why not put them to work? If you're gonna put them, if they've done something wrong and you're putting them in jail, why not make them work?
They even want them. Oh, but you're saying against their will? Like, make them work?
Yeah, against their will, right? Well, they can go do, like, different jobs. I understand that they can work to make some money and gain new skills and stuff like that, but there's also, like, the forced labor, like work crew type stuff for local jails and stuff like that, and also kind of work that's done at factories and whatever.
But even the elected stuff, they might have to say that that's slavery because they're paid like fucking 20 cents an hour or something.
Yeah, not like a lot of the prisoners and shit like that because it takes them out of their cell in a way, right? It's time outside of being locked in a room, right? I thought that this was they would have people would have wanted if they're in that situation, but it turns out maybe they don't want to.
Yeah. Well, sometimes it's kind of like part of the punishment. I mean, a lot of times, there's a movie called Castle or something like that with Robert Redford, and I don't know how much this happens, but like they had the inmates carry large boulders. It was pretty messed up, actually. There's a scene that's pretty messed up, but they had them carry like large boulders from one pile to the next. Like you had to make a pile. He just carried them all day. Just carried these boulders, right?
Okay.
And then he made it, and then when he was done, he's all, okay, now just carry him back. It was like, it was messed up. So there's like no reason for it. I don't think there was any purpose for it other than just to make them do something. So I don't know. I mean, that kind of stuff, like whatever. But forced labor, I don't know. People probably have different views on that, but I think it's interesting to start to try to make
case as to how that's acceptable, but then certain types of slavery are not. It's kind of weird, right? If somebody thinks that the prison system and these kind of forced labor situations are immoral, then it's interesting that, or if they don't think that they're immoral, it's interesting to see why they have such an outcry of certain types of slavery. I'm not saying
Maybe I'm going to go on a tangent, but are you pro-capitalism?
I lean more towards it than away from it. But yeah, but I'm not. Yeah, but I'm not quite there. What about you? No, see, that's a misunderstanding. I'm gonna clear that up real quick. So people are like, ha ha ha, you're pro-life, but did you say you're in favor of it? Which I'm not in favor of, or more in favor of than against it. In favor of the death penalty. No, pro-life is a particular position regarding abortion. It's not about any stage.
But it is a misnomer.
Well, I mean, if you want to, you can say
like it's a bad name, and it's kind of like if you describe yourself as pro-life, it just is a misnomer to also be like. But I think we should be killing. Like that just is a misnomer. I understand what you're saying, and I completely agree on that. The label gets expanded to stuff that isn't relevant to abortion, but it's a misnomer.
No, that's actually you just call yourself anti-abortion. Well, no, I mean no, because I'm still going to use the term.
Well, that doesn't have a good ring to it.
Yeah, that's largely. Yeah, I'm still going to use the language that's largely the convention that we all accept, right? I'm going to say pro-life because
it just happens to also be like rhetorically virtue signaling. It's also
yeah, thank you for that actually.
That's pro-life.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm pro-death, bro. That's the opposite. That's the opposite position. The pro-death position.
Actually, you're right, and I'm actually happy it's set up like that. That's actually good. I'm willing to tilt the hand in our favor. I think that's actually a good thing. But here's the thing: we could do it this way. We could just say I'm anti-baby murder, but I don't know. That probably wouldn't.
That's pretty good.
I mean, that's pretty amazing.
Now, you anti-abortion rights and
there you go.
Andrew, I got a couple questions.
Yeah,
I'm really gonna push your buttons.
Push my buttons, buddy.
Yeah. So first, I'm just gonna make you correct real quick before I go to the whole biblical aspect of this.
Yeah,
so another argument I've heard is abortions are like morally neutral medical waste removal. Have you heard this one? This one
was disgusting.
Oh yeah. So
oh yeah, let's all jerk each other off from this like super fringe thing that nobody really thinks.
Well, no. This is not like an extremist pro-choice rhetoric. This is like actually used.
Why should you say no and then say a bunch of stuff that is like completely consistent?
No. You're right.
Well, you know what he means by no, no.
Yeah, the annoying verbal tick that people do.
Yeah. But it's okay.
Really annoying.
He's like, no, calm down. I'm explaining it. That's what more like me. But go ahead.
Yeah. But basically, what it's saying is that like early abortion, right? So like in the first trimester is not a moral issue, and the embryo or fetus, either or, right? It's treated as this is quote biological tissue. So and not a
that's right. Calm yourself.
Yeah.
But the first half of that is fairly uncontroversial among
hold on, because it goes further though, and therefore, right? This is why I mentioned biological tissue. Is that abortion is compared to removing a cyst, removing a tumor, or disposing of biological material after a procedure. So it's basically like framing abortion as like a purely clinical act.
Yeah, it's like removing a wart.
Shit. Oh man, that's kind of what the argument comes.
Bob's not going to be moved. Bob's a baby blood drinker. So just to be.
That's horrible.
So Christian, make the this is him being sarcastic, but go ahead and make the case, Christian. Let's hear it.
Yeah. So you're a Christian, right?
Yeah. I try to claim it every once in a while.
And you're if you claim my life, correct?
Yeah. Through.
Yeah. So like with God, I'm gonna bring up the Malachites.
Oh, bring them up. I love it. My favorite. Yeah, go ahead.
But when God's like, we're gonna kill all the Malachite children and all that jazz. I think he goes to say like the James too or whatever.
Yeah. Something along those lines. I think
think I pay you in these cases. And my thoughts are, oh, okay, because usually that's one of my initial, as Bob knows, and others do, that's one of my initial things when I meet a Christian sometimes is I say, well, let me see, how Christian you are. First of all, you agree that God told the Israelites to go in and kill all men, women, children, and sucklings. And if they say yes, I'm like, okay, you can pass one bar. Second bar, do you believe God told people to pick up rocks and throw them at other people until those people lay down and don't get back up? And if they say yes to that, then I say, cool, we're on the same page.
Yeah, you're a good Christian. Right?
Yeah, you're a good Christian. You follow the scripture. You believe the Bible. Good work. First of all, I think the historical God did tell them to do that. I think it was it's rough. It's not abortion. And just because God is killing babies, someone just claims to be God. Well,
It's good stuff, guys. It's good stuff.
Thank God. The person who claimed to be God. Well, I mean, if they're claiming to be, then like they themselves. You're saying, so now the question is, how do we figure out if they're God? And like if somebody, well, no, I don't know. Good stuff. Obviously, God could reveal it to you, but that's not really. I mean, look, I think if somebody claims to be God and then they kill their babies, I mean, I think you'd have to try to do some kind of test there. But I think there's some stuff that you have biblically as far as who God is and what it'll look like when He returns. I don't think you're just gonna believe the person. I think there's ways to tell. You can ask Him. You'd be like, if you're God, can you convince me you're God so I can trust it? It's okay for you to kill that baby right there. One last question. Yeah. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. For all the heretics, for all these people, all these Christians who are, maybe they're gay or they're pro-choice, they're feminists, all that. They're not traditionalists, all that good stuff. What do you have to say to those Christians, who are just totally against, what's supposed to happen? Well, they should figure out the methodology by which they are holding to their beliefs, because it's going to be usually when you examine it, it starts to get really wild. And if they believe the Bible, then try to be on board with the Bible. If you told them, Andrew, I'm not asking for what Andrew's saying. I'm asking for what Andrew means. Oh wait, what's the difference? Well, sorry, I was expecting a drastic difference. You answered that very general. I wanted to hear from the heart. Well, I would have to have it. Look, I mean, I can get passionate and wild, but Bob's kind of trying to curtail my steam a little bit. Bob's been very negative. He's been negative Bob. I'm going to say you've heard of negative Nancy. He's been negative Bob. He's been negative Bob for the last couple of rooms. So I'm trying to, he chimes in, takes a couple little jabs here and there.
Well, about a few things.
Yeah, about a few things. He's not exactly appreciative of certain content and certain dialogue. And it's hard to tell because Bob's a little unpredictable. But I do try to keep that
Andrew, what is your height and weight? Andrew, what is your height and weight?
6 feet and 180, 195.
Okay, so I height mock you as well.
Okay. Well, Greg, you might be the peak, one of the most peak cringe people to come on stage, but it is bad, but that's okay. I'm glad you're mogging. Mog on, sir. Mog on.
He'll grow up at some point.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, exactly. Just for reference, if I can ask this about Columbia, I promise. Greg, Bob's like 7 feet tall, just so you know. Greg, so watch your mouth. But anyway.
Christian, I'm 24.
Go ahead and grab that. Okay, you're 24 years old. So this guy's 24 years old. You're talking about like some Gen Z.
You didn't get the, edgy early 20s energy immediately.
No.
24 is Gen Z. What are you talking about?
Millennials trying to be like the cool kids. Like,
24 is Gen Z. What do you mean?
This is like I hung out on Kiwi farms in Fort Chan with the way of bringing.
Bob, are you really 7 feet long? No. Bob's tall, but no. Bob's like 6'2". Okay, there you go. 6'2.5". He's measured it down to that. He's like 6'2", and well,
that's what it converts to. We use the metric system.
Oh, that's a good point. No, that's fair. Okay, all right, that's fair. I was gonna say, Greg. So I'm hoping you can maybe talk to Bob, so Bob can take the baton since he's making.
I don't historically have good interactions with Bob, and I don't want to start.
Nobody fucking asked you, Pickerwood.
Yeah. Well, I did say Greg to talk about, but here's the thing. I did, Greg. You got.
Yeah, what do you mean? No one's asking me. Andrew literally just asked me.
I did just ask Bob.
Spiritual.
You got us. Bob, you got assaulted, Greg, by a trans person. Do you think anything? No, he said he did.
Yeah, like damn near did it. Like straight up.
If you believe anything he says, yeah.
Well, he's been consistent on that. It's not worth anything.
It also happens to be true, and I don't
Sugar has been consistent. John Lee has been consistent.
I don't know why I would lie to you. Why would I lie about it? Why would I lie about it?
Aren't you supposed to believe women? I mean, believe the victims. Aren't you supposed to believe them? Okay. Right.
Yeah, I mean, this did happen, and I don't know why I would lie about it. I wouldn't lie about it. Yeah, that did fucking happen, unfortunately. Yeah.
Because you're a low IQ right winger. Why would you lie about it? I don't know. A million reasons.
Actually, I don't think he's a right winger, brother. I don't want to claim he is. Greg's straight. What?
For the record, I keep mock everyone on stage.
I got every question right on the IQ test. Scored 100.
Especially you, Bob. By at least 30 points. Okay, Andrew, continue.
Wait, Greg, you wouldn't consider yourself right wing, would you?
I would not call myself a right winger.
No, you're not conservative either, really, right? And some things are, but
just happens to have a lot of right wing opinions.
Well, let's see. I don't think he's really. I don't think I've heard. Well, I don't know. There hasn't been anything. I'm trying to think of redeeming things. I mean, he's pro-life. All right. Geez, Bob.
Maybe I'm wrong about it. Like none of my friends, like the most uninteresting person to ever come in. Unless we talk about it.
Somebody say my name?
Yeah, who is this? This Marshall.
It's Austin Powers.
Oh, Austin Powers. Austin, you don't come up very often, buddy. You are a very strange person. Are you neurotic?
So, Andrew, did you just get browbeaten?
Just psychotic, not neurotic. There's a difference.
Did you just get browbeaten into abandoning that line of dialogue?
Oh, no, I abandoned it since you and Bob doesn't want to talk to you. So I don't think that,
Yeah, but I'm not talking to Bob. I'm talking to you.
No, but the reason was I was trying to set you up with Bob.
Okay, Greg. Okay, Bob and Greg, you guys are going to have a violent now.
No, I'm good. I'll
Greg, if you were my child, I would recharge you.
This guy Bob is not capable of stimulating the empathy. Kind of interesting one. Yeah, including sexually, but I meant
Greg's cognitive loads
I meant intellectually.
He is raised like a leprechaun. He comes in and goes, and he says some pretty wild stuff in chat. But Austin, are you there?
I am.
Austin, can you give the best reason for Uncle Bob up there to believe that God exists, first of all, and secondly, that the crucifixion, the atonement was a good thing? Go ahead.
Sure. It's called hedging your bets. There's no reason not to. So by doing that, you're just hedging in case it's true. There's no loss to you.
No, that's really pious. I mean, it didn't really. It's not like rationally compelling, but I mean, it's definitely like a. I don't know. What do you think of Pascal's wager, modified version of whatever one that's apparently better? Any thoughts? All right, we lost Bob. I'm joking. Austin heard it, Andrew. He might be. This might be. He might be around.
Andrew, can I ask you? Can you state the modified version? I don't know about.
It was like some long thing that this lady, that she gave on Capturing Christianity.
Okay.
And, you put Pascal's wager updated or something like Pascal's wager Capturing Christianity will come up. I wish I did know. I was hoping maybe Bob has heard a more sophisticated version. Maybe hear his take on it, but. Okay, then secondly, by the way, welcome. That's Austin, the different Austin. Sorry, that's a different leprechaun. Okay, never mind.
That in order to have an abortion, you need to be
be sincere, because it's like a trolling name, then you're actually sincere.
It's a swirly name.
It is swirly. Clapton, what do you say about abortion and feminism, brother?
I got caught on to it. Abortion, I guess at a certain point it's bad, and then before that, I guess we have to argue with when is a human or when is life life. I guess once you figure out that line, depending on what's on the line you are, I'm against it. But before that, I think it's to each his own.
Yeah, actually, Andrew, do you want to hear my real answer?
I think it started out well, but like all isms, it ends up bad because it gets taken advantage of by the extremes.
Yeah, like autism. How it was called? Satanism. Probably some other isms. You get carried away. Yeah,
Objectivism.
Objectivism. Why is autism on there?
I would actually agree if I'm giving a serious answer with what Clapton just said. I think it's more of a medical thing. I think it's, I don't want to murder people. I don't think people should murder people. Let's decide, is this a independent, separate life or not, medically speaking? I know that's a precarious and just kind of kicking the can down the road, but that's kind of how I feel about it. I don't think it's a good thing to murder babies. I also don't think it's a good thing to force people to have a baby they don't want. But you need to define that shit. That's not really defined.
Well, luckily, all of those things are basically all agreed upon.
Can I put
Those questions we figured out.
Everyone in your church?
My church?
All the churches say.
Andrew, I want to be next to you.
And Alize, I hope you haven't been drinking Alize tonight. If you can boost your compassion level a couple points for brother Alize, he's I don't know.
I'm a troubled man.
These questions of like, oh, is it alive, and when does the human, like those questions are all settled. So you can go ahead.
They're settled. Did you fill me in?
Yeah, it's a human, and it's life at conception. No,
but how many cells do you divide? Just one? Like, at what point?
As long as it's fertilized, it's life.
That's when it's human.
Yeah.
According
it's
to
human before that too, but
according to who?
According to the medical sciences and biology.
So if I look at my medical science book, that's what it says.
Yeah, you're gonna see like if you take a zygote, a biologist is going to classify that as a separate human organism.
It's going to classify it as a human or an organism related to human.
No, not an organ. It's like that's a human.
According to the medical science book, is there a medical science book? Is that a thing?
I think there are medical science.
You have the Dewey Decimal of that book because I would love to see.
So you're saying at conception it's a human, but it doesn't have a heartbeat? You're still claiming because
obviously it does have a heartbeat. It's a single cell.
So you don't need a heart to be human.
That's right.
You don't need to have a brain to be human.
You don't have a brain.
I think you need. Do you need toenails?
Well, it's human life, isn't it?
Yeah,
I think what you're talking about is person.
I
think
don't know.
when you say human, you mean person.
I don't know. You're saying you know.
Yes, everyone agrees that it's human life. Everyone agrees that it's alive.
But I don't agree. I'm saying I don't know, so I'm not agreeing. I'm not disagreeing.
I'm saying everyone who isn't you.
Find out how we classify things by DNA, and find out if it has the DNA, and then you'll have your answer.
But if I can
I'm saying that the people who aren't you.
Nail clipping, this has DNA. Does my nail clipping, is that also a human?
No, it's not a human, but it is human.
Oh, okay. So it's like my nail clipping, where it's human. It's as human as like my nail clipping.
Human cell, yes.
Yeah, okay, I agree with that. It's a human cell.
As in it's
But when is it? I believe I use the term independent life.
Yes, it is an independent life. As in it doesn't have your DNA.
So because it has different DNA, that makes it independent life?
Right. That's typically how we distinguish different organisms.
What about if I
fertilize it and 100% Dewey Decimal Bee. Dewey Decimal Bee, baby.
All right, I got you. So it's going to be 611.018 human embryology and developmental anatomy.
Okay.
It's going to be called layman's medical embryology, and it is going to tell you basically that that development as a human organism begins at fertilization. So basically,
Is it Library of Congress or what?
So what?
Like what Dewey does? Yeah.
I mean, I just searched up the Dewey Decimal classification. I don't know if it's for. I don't know if it's.
I don't actually remember how Dewey Decimal works. I thought it was library to library. I was just taking a guess.
Well, I know that different libraries do like 611.3 because some have like broader and older systems, but I know that there's specific subdivisions now. So that's.
We should give a shout out to librarians. They're keeping knowledge alive since antiquities. But there you go.
Thank you guys. Alize, want to get you in, brother. Bob, I know you're going to have a trigger finger trigger. But Alize, you got to go on break. It's pretty.
Yeah, it always puzzles me as to why you want to get some of these people in that will have no.
Well, they're related to us.
Andrew getting us ready for hell.
But Andrew, you're not Korean, right?
But I wanted Austin to once it's been stipulated.
I'll be quick.
Maybe we continue that.
I'll be quick. Don't worry about it.
Oh yeah, I'll say make your submission and then we'll get right back to Austin. Go ahead, man.
So, feminism should be outlawed. Abortion should be destroyed. As soon as you put the dick in, it's consent and it's forever. You sign the paper. Listen, you sign.
My father's just to be clear, I want you among faculty. I don't know.
No, I'm not done here. No. So, look. Feminism, should be out the window.
Gotcha.
It's the 15th Amendment, right?
Yeah,
all right. Okay. Abortion should be if you and the woman decide to have sexual intercourse and you don't want the baby, both of y'all should have one limb taken off of you. That is the bare minimum. That's the bare minimum.
Yeah,
Leg, arm, and then, well, we're all human, so I understand certain, things that happen, certain things that happen in life.
This is where you say, and I land my mic.
No, I'm being honest. And therefore, if there's certain things that happen in life where the R word and all this, maybe, just maybe, you can go around it, but other than that, life is life and it happens, man. It's only forward.
Thank you, brother. Good point. Thank you, around because I don't want to get you excised from the room. I thought somebody kicked you, and I was like, man, that happened quick. Brother, it is good to see you. Let's let Uncle Austin go here with Bob, please. You guys, go ahead.
I was just gonna say something to Elise that I think you might find funny. Just
No, please.
No, it's just really quick.
Okay, we'll just save it. Don't let him respond. Just save it.
Elise, it was funny what you said reminded me of what my mother always used to say growing up. He would say, Greg, listen to my name, whatever. Greg, as a man, you have control over your reproduction up until the moment of ejaculation.
Thank you for that, Greg. Okay, Austin, go ahead. Bob has some line of questions for you, or at least
would have to go first? We're back on track.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm a super genius, Bob. Ask me really smart things.
Yes. I'm so sorry. So, like the thing you said earlier was like, well, once we've figured this thing's a colony or some idiot, some people, and then I say, well, imagine we figured it out. Now what?
Well, what the point of what I was saying was that it's out. I don't believe that we should force people to do things they don't want to, but I also don't believe we should murder humans. That was the overall point of what I was saying.
Sure, but it sounded like, once we figured these things out, then, I was something.
That's why I responded the way I just did, is to clarify that, because that was not the focus of the message. I'm not very articulate, but that was not what I was trying to explain.
Oh, okay. But I'm just saying, the reason I focused in on that was it sounded like if I had these answers, I could have elaborated on thoughts, but maybe that's what's.
So even now, if you want to go down that path, I'm happy to do that, because I don't think that's agreed upon in a way where that starts. I don't know if it ever could be.
No, but I'm saying it doesn't seem important to your position. Like if tomorrow you found out that actually all the scientists agree that it's a human from conception, that it's alive at conception, what would that change your view in any way?
Well, no, it would make me suspicious, because scientists, all of them agreeing on anything is clearly, sus. But if there was a way to, define that, I agree.
You agree on a lot of things.
But what? I mean, isn't the point of being a scientist to disagree? Isn't the whole scientific method not about what we know and about what we don't know?
It's scientific disagreement.
Science is all about proving what we don't know. It's not. You don't actually prove what we know.
Yeah, but you can be in agreement about. Yeah, but you can be in agreement about the stuff that we do know. What do you mean?
No, we agree that this is our best guess. We don't agree that this is what we know.
No, but that doesn't mean they can't be in agreement. Imagine, gold has atomic number 79. I don't know of any chemist or molecular physicist who disagrees with that. Now, that might not be true in some further sense, but that doesn't mean they don't agree about that.
Yeah, that's semantics, though. You're talking about just using different. You're saying gold is a measurable quantity based on these specific parameters, and any disagreement on that would be based on the semantics of the words, right? So,
someone could disagree about how many protons there are in gold.
Sure, but
you're just saying they all agree, though, that there are 79 protons.
Let me give you something about gold. The TSA agent said, "Hey, you, get back here." Now, not everyone agrees that's funny, but some people agree it is.
How's that a scientific?
It wasn't. It was a gold. I was trying to I gotta work on the jokes.
Oh shit!
Hey, you, get back here. Chemistry humor.
Stop that. Sorry, I was kind of distracted by my kid eating his tacos.
Well, if you have a kid, that's a perfect joke for your kid. It's such a dad joke.
Anyway, the idea is obviously that there's a metric fuck ton of stuff that scientists all agree on, but so
I hate the way you say that. I know
being suspicious that scientists agree on something seems like a very bad.
I'm not saying the agreement between scientists is what. I'm not saying the agreement between scientists is what makes me suspicious. I'm saying when it's presented like that, because that tends to be a sales tactic. Yeah, when it's all scientists agree.
You're saying rhetorically, if someone says
exactly,
that makes sense. Okay,
I see what you're saying.
I see what you're saying.
Right?
You're not
So I
saying
was trying to say we're kind of agreeing.
disagree on something. You're just saying when people in debates to tell you scientists agree on something, you take that with a dose of skepticism.
Exactly. It tends to be somebody's trying to sell me.
It's a much different claim. I'll get it.
But the point is that we're getting back to it with where life starts. I don't think that is really something when it's a human versus whatever stage of development. I don't know how you can definitively, scientifically, medically, absolutely define that. Do you?
Well, there's a lot of very superlative language there, but I'm just saying if you were to find out tomorrow, would your opinion change? And it seems like the answer is no. Like I think that's.
Well,
it doesn't seem to. Your position doesn't seem to really hinge on what life starts.
Well, Bob, no, actually, if I really found out tomorrow in some convincing, non-sales way, then I'd be like, okay, yeah, don't murder the baby.
Oh, so okay, you're saying that if you found out that it was a human life at conception, then you would say that would be murder and we shouldn't do it.
Right, but it's very subjective because it's totally dependent on my belief of that source, right? So it's not. I'm not really saying anything. So
no, but just whatever. No, I'm saying if you take the source to be trustworthy by whatever empirical heuristic that you use, if you thought that, then you would think it's sort of okay. But you think the issue is that there's a question of when is it human life? Or do you mean like personhood? Like do you mean person when you say human?
Well, that's a really good question, and I mean that. I hate when people say that they don't mean it, but that's interesting. Are you human versus person? I don't know. I'd have to. How would we define that?
Well, person is something.
With agency.
It's not something that's specifically right. Well, that's one thing, but typically, it's something that if we consider you a person, then we afford you the rights of the person, and now you're a moral patient in a much more significant way than if you were just some life.
But even being able to develop independently of your host gets complicated because the idea of having an artificial womb is very much a thing that will happen very soon, right? So that confuses it further.
Only insofar as you're making like abortion arguments based on body economies.
I don't know. I'm not trying to argue either way.
I'm fine saying it's an independent life, as in like you put it in an appropriate environment, it's going to like develop. It doesn't have your DNA. It's going to be a different person. Like there's a trajectory of development here that just invariably leads to this is a different person.
Well, what about a premature baby without modern medical treatment that allows it to survive? How do you reconcile that? Do you see that?
What do you think needs reconciling?
So do you think that the use of these advanced technologies changes whether or not it's independent?
It just depends on what you mean by independent. It's biologically dependent for its development, but it's independent as though at no stage is it like the same person as the mother.
Independent, like it can develop on its own. That's where I thought we were.
Oh, sure. That's just a matter of scientific progress. I think that question is largely uninteresting, except for the most part, practical issues.
Sure, but you have to establish it for first principles, right? Like, is that or is it?
No, I think establishing that is uninteresting. Like, it doesn't seem to me to be really important for the question of
without
whether or not it can be. But I caveated that by saying it can be depending on what you're using as your justification for allowing abortions. But yeah.
Well, I'm not talking about going down that.
Oh, sorry, good.
I'm not trying to go down that path. What I'm saying is for first principles, so we're on the same page. Are we saying that is or isn't part of independence? And I'm fine either way. I just want to be on the same page.
No, it's definitely part of biological independence, which is what you said you meant. But I think that's like trivial. if it can't live outside of the womb, then it is dependent on the mother.
Without medical assistance, we're saying, for the sake of this discussion.
In whatever capacity.
Okay, no, I understand. I just want to be clear.
Like I think it's independent regardless of medical assistance.
It's alive until it dies. It's alive until it dies. So it's actually it's irrelevant. You're not wrong. Because even if it's a short life, it's still alive. So I guess it's really when you reach that threshold, right? It's a fuzzy threshold of
which threshold, like life or personhood?
Right, I think personhood, because it has life. Okay. It is alive. It is.
Okay, very good. We agree on that.
And so that's very interesting. I've never framed it like that, so that's why I'm trying to bounce it around.
No, that's fine.
What are your thoughts on that with the personhood? How do you see that?
I see that in terms of some sort of neurodevelopmental stage, where you can somewhat have an appreciation of the fact that it has primitive cognitive faculties.
As little as a fish, or as much, it doesn't matter. As soon as it's doing something.
It's doing something in terms of having qualitative subjective experiences.
Oh, so it has to have experience.
Like consciousness. Like it has to be in some way conscious. It can't be like a biological automaton that is simply responding to stimuli. And lights are on, but there's no one home. I don't think that's a person.
I would agree with you, and I guess that's so we don't assign personhood or.
To me, it's clearly not a person because the zygote just obviously lacks anything that I would care about when it comes to personhood. Now, religious people here are going to disagree. Like you might think that the zygote is already ensouled, and so for you, the necessary condition, one of the necessary or maybe even sufficient conditions to be a person is to have a soul. Well, okay, it already has a soul at that point. That might be your view. So you might take a different view from mine. But because I don't believe in souls, I have to ground personhood in something that's different. It makes sense to me to ground it in some, something that correlates with mine or qualitative experience.
So you should just go for the kill shot. He doesn't have a view at all. All of this is just arbitrary for Bob. He doesn't have a view.
No, he actually has a pretty well defined view. So even if I were to take some religious. I still know everything, so just listen. Even if I had a very strong religious view, I would find this an interesting way to explore that. Right? That's what confuses me is when people do have strong religious views and they just shut down the exploration of the different ways to explore the way this is.
I think that makes sense to me. Like I wouldn't strongly object that if you were like a devout Christian or something, and you take that sort of view on ensoulment, it just makes sense.
Well, it's the same thing as personhood. It's just a different, it's the same thing. It's like when is that endowed? And it could be at the very first, at the moment of fertilization, whatever. Just define it.
Right.
That is pretty interesting.
Even if he could define personhood, he can't ground it in the metaphysical system because it doesn't really have the.
Why do you have to ground it in a metaphysical system instead of grounding it in a physical system?
It's because Bob's view is a joke. He's looking at it like a retard.
Well, sir, as a retard, I appreciate it.
He's a troll.
So this is interesting because I apply this. I hope you can follow me on this. A bit to climate change. I feel like people don't look at it the same. Like you see, there's so much data, and whether you believe it or you don't, that all to me is irrelevant. It really bothers me when people are like, "Oh, we know this, we know that," because it's all based on models, and models by their nature are rarely accurate. Pretty much never, but sometimes useful. And that's never part of the conversation, and it pisses me off. Rarely talked about in a reasonable and just analytical manner. And it upsets me that we can't have those conversations. And I'm probably part of the problem because I got every question right on my IQ test. Got 100.
No, you're good. That's at least that's my view.
Yeah, I'm top resource, dude. I'm actually top 1 percentile of smartest people on Earth ever.
You're good.
Except in math. I didn't do so well in math. So, what else you got, Bob? Come on. What's next? Peace on Earth?
Right. Are you a Christian, Austin?
I mean, I am reserving my decision until I see which way the guy in front of me goes. If he says yes and he goes up, I'm going to say yes.
What if he pulls out an explosive vest?
If he does and he hits the button and he goes up, I'm going to be like, God damn it, what materials do I have around me? I need something that will oxidize.
Are you undecided on the question?
I am, but I hate agnostic. I'm more like, I know I'm not that smart, and a lot of people much smarter than me believe in that or some variation of that. So I don't like taking a position. It sounds like a pushy way out. It's not. I just know that so many people so much smarter than me have really strong feelings on it. I'm a bit envious of people with faith, and those two things combined make it tough for me to be like, just because I can't explain it doesn't mean there's a there there. So it's more like, I don't want to be the asshole.
I think that's fine. What do you make of the fact that there's a much tighter correlation between IQ and level of education and atheism than there is with atheism? The only reason I bring this up is because you mentioned the guy who's much smarter than you.
Sure. So I would like to know. I would like to see that based on. I'd love to see that over time. I think you would see that scale change. Do you know what I mean? I think that theism probably had, or practiced theists probably had far higher IQ for a long time. So there's probably a big change there at some point, and it would be interesting to see when. I don't know if that data exists, but do you follow me?
I do. My kid pooped. So I'll be like,
congratulations, man. That's awesome.
Well, that's an argument of proportionality because there's more theists than atheists. So now that becomes an argument of proportionality.
Well, it's not.
So he's actually with you on that too. But he's saying that atheists tend there's like,
Did you understand what I was saying, though, Andrew?
Yeah. So you want to see how it plays out over time because you're saying you tend to think that the IQ is higher among theists because they've been, it's been that way. But actually,
it used to be the educated people, the more that would be their path. So there's definitely I don't know if you could do that. How you would do that? There's probably a way. I'm not doing it, but that would be interesting.
Yeah, it depends on the field because from what I heard, Scott was saying some stuff the other day, and I haven't looked at this myself too much, but it seems like I think I looked up a couple things he said, and it seemed like he was right. But something like it depends on the field that they're in, like as far as people who are studying certain things, professionals. So we're talking about not just IQ, but I mean people who are like in different fields in academia and whatnot. They have different, like the distribution of theism or theist to atheist. It is interesting because it differs depending on the field. And and I can't remember what the distinctions were, but that being said, yeah, go ahead.
I would think actually that a part of this is the intelligence. I don't know if IQ is the best or the best, but I think part of it might be that somebody who's like, I'm atheist, has put time in to think about this and explored these ideas rather than just kind of gone with it. So there might be something to say for that rather than just IQ, rather than just like, oh, smarter people are like that. It's more like, no, it's like one of those things where it's like what do you call it, like a secondary effect or whatever of that type of mindset where someone who is more likely to go through that process and thought process is more likely to have a higher IQ. So it's just coincidental in a way.
Well, let's see if this maybe sheds some light on it. So,
standardized testing like GRE, LSAT, and SAT consistently rank fields that require high levels of mathematical abstraction and logical reasoning at the top. Field of study is going to be, number one is going to be physics and astronomy. Estimated average IQ is 133. Rank number two is going to be mathematical sciences. Estimated IQ of 130. Number three is philosophy. Estimated average IQ of 129. Four is materials, chemical engineering. Estimated IQ of 128 to 129. Five, economics is 128, average IQ. And then it said these figures are estimates based on SAT/GRE conversions, where the mean is 100 with the standard deviation of 15.
The standard deviation. So that's also, that's some margin for error. That might be the.
Yeah.
So you're basically, they're all the same when you take into the margin for error.
Well, that's interesting. But let me read this here. I hear what you're saying. So field with the highest rates of theism, research into the religiosity of academics, such as studies by Gross and Simmons, show that while professors are generally less religious than the public, the level of belief varies significantly by discipline. Social sciences and humanities often show the lowest levels of belief, particularly in sociology and psychology.
I hope they also show the lowest IQ for some reason.
This is actually interesting. The hard science, this actually is surprising. I don't know if you're listening. The hard sciences, surprisingly, physical scientists, chemists, and physicists are often more likely to be theists than social sciences. So, social scientists. Professional fields, the highest. Yeah.
The specialization, that makes sense, actually.
That's completely unsurprising.
So, professional fields, the highest levels of religious belief among high education, the highest levels of religious belief among high education professionals are found in accounting, medicine, applied engineering, and elementary education.
So, if you look at what require multi-domain information synthesis, that's probably where you would find the highest level of atheists, I would imagine. I'm guessing.
Yeah, so guys, so check this out. Where the IQ and theism meet, if you're it says if you're looking for the sweet spot, fields that maintain both high cognitive entry barriers and higher than average rates of theism, the data points towards mathematics and engineering. Number one, mathematics. Despite the high IQ requirements, mathematicians often report higher rates of belief in God than biologists or psychologists. This is sometimes attributed to the Platonic nature of math, where practitioners view universal truths as discovered rather than invented. Number two is engineering. The field consistently shows higher levels of religiosity than the pure sciences. Sociologists like Gambetta and Herzog have even identified an engineer's gambit, noting that the mindset of design and function often make theism more intellectually compatible for engineers than those in the discovery-based natural sciences. And the last one is philosophy of religion. While philosophy as a whole has a high IQ and a high atheist population, the specific subfield of philosophy of religion is one of the few places where high IQ analytical rigor is paired with a high density of theists, particularly in the Christian tradition. Very well.
Yeah, but the philosophers are so smart.
All of those are completely expected.
Well, because you have a high.
Well, Christians have a lot of imagination.
Like, I would expect philosophers of religion to be predominantly theists.
Yeah,
like you have a motivation connected to your faith.
The math makes sense too because.
Well, I didn't expect math, actually.
Oh, I totally did.
Well, I mean, math is on the back of, like you read, Platonic ideals.
Andrew, look up analysts.
It makes sense when that's put together. I just didn't.
Andrew, look up like an intelligence analyst who uses multi-domain synthesis of information. I'd love to know what I believe they would have not the smartest at everything, and I feel like that relates to that. I'm sorry, I'm not articulating this well. My point is,
are you able to do the search on what you're asking there? Because I actually don't know.
Sure. It was just any career. What is the
So pull that up. So this summary here, it's the last little line here, a couple lines. It says, highest IQ overall, physics and philosophy, high atheism. Highest theism overall, education and nursing, average IQ. And it says high IQ plus high theism relatively is mathematics, chemical engineering, and accounting. Interesting. I just didn't put that together. It is funny because that's actually one of the things I said to CM, because he's like, oh, I don't believe in any of this, whatever. I'm like, aren't you? I mean, don't you believe, mathematics are a real deal or whatever? Numbers are real. And he said, well, I go back and forth on that. And it kind of made him a little unstable there on his view. He didn't want to accept any of these abstract objects or whatever. Yes, that's interesting. That's fine. But yeah,
So, yeah, it just came back with 666, just over and over. Hold on, it's trying to classify job by candidates for shitty.
Let's get stuff up here, Lucian. I need you to do a Bob. He gets spicy. You're welcome to come too, Frank.
Hail Satan.
Yeah, you got people saying Hail Satan up here, Lucian. I don't even know, bro.
It's madness. It's madness.
It is madness, brother.
Doesn't it mean anything actual for someone to say like Hail Satan or
Does it mean anything?
yeah, like
I mean, it's not. I mean, it's let's say it's like a jokative, just kind of a dismissive, not really considering. I mean, if somebody said that they genuinely, was of the faith or something, I think that would be pretty odd.
Yeah, Andrew, what does it mean in Christianity when someone is like noticing the number 777 a lot?
Well,
It means they're nuts.
Really?
Jackpot. No, I don't know. I mean, that's not really. I mean, look, again, numbers. There's number stuff in Christianity, but I mean, it's like not really. I mean, there's 12, obviously 12 disciples, 12, tribes of Israel. There's 3, spirit, soul, body, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, stuff like that. But I don't know about 777.
I remember seeing a video of one years ago. I was talking about like energy drinks being the devil or something like that.
Oh yeah. I understand.
The monster one. He said,
Monster, yeah.
That video was hilarious. I was like,
Andrew, can I read something really quick?
Sir, yeah, you betcha.
Okay, so this is from Sage Journals, which is peer reviewed, from Personality and Social Psychology Review, and it says a meta-analysis. This is a meta-analysis of multiple studies. Of 63 studies showed significant negative association between intelligence and religiosity. The association was stronger for college students and the general population than for participants younger than college age. It was also stronger for religious beliefs than religious behavior. For college students and the general population, means of weighted and unweighted correlations between intelligence and the strength of religious beliefs range from -0.2 to -0.25, with a mean of about -0.24. 3 possible interpretations were discussed. First, intelligent people are less likely to conform and thus are more likely to resist religious dogma. Second, intelligent people tend to adopt an analytic as opposed to intuitive thinking style, which has been shown to undermine religious beliefs. And third, several functions of religiosity, including compensatory control, self-regulation, self-enhancement, and secure attachment, are also conferred by intelligence. Intelligent people may therefore have less need for religious beliefs and practices. This isn't me speaking. This is a meta study of 63 different studies. Yeah. So,
I appreciate that, Frank. It's actually cool, buddy. It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And, that's kind of the stuff that I was kind of aware of, at least that kind of correlation or whatever. And I think, I'm trying to remember what Scott said. I guess maybe he was talking about the particular fields, which is the thing that kind of was a little, I just didn't know that there were certain fields that had more, there's like a higher distribution of BS sort of field.
Absolutely. I mean, I think I've mentioned many times my brother is a relatively well-known physicist, and he's also a priest. So,
wait, is his name Neil?
No, I don't talk about his name on here, but actually,
It's a joke.
yeah. Okay. No. I actually met Neil once. It's pretty cool.
Really, because I hate him on stage, but no. Sorry.
He was very nice. He was at an IBM conference actually in Las Vegas.
Everybody that meets him says good things, but whatever.
Anyways, yeah, but we've had conversations about it, and for him, the belief comes from sort of an emotional place. He lost a child, and he lost a wife during childbirth. You know, lots of trauma, and his church was very supportive of him during that time.
Frank, I'll go down after I say this, but why doesn't he get an Apple AirTags? I deal with trauma through humor. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry about that too. That's okay. That's okay. Very dark, but I liked it. But you know, but he also does have kind of what you were saying about math, Andrew.
Yeah.
He talks about his religious. I don't want to say his religious conversion, but sort of his religious aha moment. I don't know what you want to call that. Was looking out a window and seeing the sunset over Monterey Bay through an equation. I think it was Maxwell's equations that were written on the glass. Now, to me, that would just be, you know, but to him, that was a religious experience. He's a good guy. We don't fight about it. You know, we share the same political beliefs for the most part, and the same, you know, we have the same taste in music and things like that. So we have plenty of things to talk about. Other than, we're both in our 60s now. We talk about our prostates more than anything else. Yeah.
Tell us more about your prostate.
Oh, you don't want to know. I have surgery coming up in May, so.
Chop it up, put it in a bucket.
Yeah, that's all they do. I always say, like, the first time I thought a robot would be sniffing around my junk, it would be a lot better than this. But
are you doing the robotic one, dude?
Yeah, I'm doing Da Vinci.
My dad did the same thing. 3 results.
Check the bucket.
But keep the bucket, just because.
Yeah. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. But anyways, I think it's interesting. I think you're on the right track, Andrew. I think if you just look at it overall, the numbers are pretty clear.
Praying for this day. Praying for this day. I gotta meet him, but I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was in the middle of saying something. So, you know, I think if you look at the overall numbers, the meta-analysis is pretty clear. But I think you're right. If you broke it down by discipline, no bad jokes, please. It would be interesting to see some of those breakdowns as well. Like if you looked at evolutionary biologists, for example, I imagine there's very little religiosity, or at least, I guess I would also break down religiosity too. Like I think a lot of people in these fields fall into sort of like a, you know, spiritual but not religious thing. You know, I don't think you're going to find a lot of like fundamentalist Christians in evolutionary biology.
I just took 30 seconds to read about this, right? And what I found is there's an interesting consideration we haven't talked about. There's low observance, secular. It kind of skews or can it's less clear. We're using a defined term like, do you believe God? Yes or no?
And yeah, definitely. This is the problem with a lot of the studies, including the Templeton studies too, is that there's this conflation of, and this does point it out a little bit, that there's a difference between religious belief and religious behavior. And until you stratify that a little bit, I think we're looking at such generalizations that it's really hard to just say, well, the meta-analysis says this, you know. But I do not start from a point of view ever in my conversations with the religious person who's stupid, you know, or has less IQ, because that's categorically, I don't think that's not true. But if someone comes in and says, for example, I want to have a conversation with you about religiosity, but I don't want to use logic, well, then the conversation's pretty much over, because I can't really have a conversation where logic isn't the metric, isn't the substrate by which the conversation is being had, because then I would just say, well, there's the color red, God doesn't exist. Oh, that's illogical. Well, so what? You're not using logic, you know. So, anyways, my 2 cents.
Name one female that's listening to you.
Name what? Yeah, he's trolling. Do you want to talk to any of my ex-wives?
Yeah.
Do you want to talk to my ex-girlfriends? I can send you a list. Phone numbers. Exactly. I have the deeds. I have a wife. I have a daughter.
Currently trying to get divorced. Let me give him that number.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, exactly. I'm an expert on that subject.
Austin, did you read how many academics who work on religion are atheists?
Are you talking about the erotic story? Yeah, I thought that was hot. What did you think?
No, I'm talking about like since you're doing being Christian sisters, like wondering like are there more atheists who are academics on religion?
It's not too. It doesn't diverge too much from general society, unless you get into like the elite, the top of the top. There's a difference, but that might and probably is just the way that they are identifying versus low observation ones who are just identifying as that because social norms or whatever. So it's very unclear. It's very murky about what these different numbers actually mean for this. And that's the one we're trying to make.
I made a point in the chat too about this too, and that is that you really can't religious schools.
I got to make that exact point earlier where there's a flip. And it'd be interesting to see that historically. I don't know how you would track that data, but to see where the education changed from it being, where that was the path for people that were intelligent, and that's where they went, because it would be very hard to track that versus like over the Industrial Revolution.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That's what it's going to lay over with. Is you're basically going to be where the Enlightenment met the Industrial Revolution. And I'd also think you'd have to do it geographically. Like I think it would be very different in Western Europe, for example, versus say China, and in America. Education in America was for a long time very non-secular. So public education that didn't include religious indoctrination was a relatively modern invention of education in America, I think. Someone would have to track that, but that would be my hypothesis, at least. I could be corrected, but that would be my hypothesis.
This is why we need to celebrate librarians.
Absolutely.
They are, you might not go to the library often, but they're literally keeping knowledge alive.
Yeah, it's funny. I've been thinking about libraries a lot recently. One of the most beautiful libraries in the world. I don't know if anybody's been to Switzerland, but in St. Gallen, there's a really famous old library where they have a lot of really, really old illuminated manuscripts and stuff like that. If you just look up the Library of St. Gallen, it'll blow your mind. I live about an hour away from there, and I go there often. It's really remarkable.
I may or may not have smoked pot in the Library of Congress bathroom once.
I'll pull up a picture. That sounds cool, right? I'll pull up a picture of the library.
It's so beautiful. It'll blow your mind. And just going there too is just like it's ridiculous. But I've been thinking about the other thing I've been thinking about libraries lately. So I think most people know I live in Europe, and I have a huge library, like over 1,000 books. And when I die, as I've been thinking about it, I go like, what do I want done with my books? It's an interesting thought about.
No, it is. Yeah.
I wouldn't just want them to go to Goodwill or the equivalent. It's like,
no, bring them on Microsoft's crystalline, the storage thing they did. You know what I'm talking about? The crystalline, it's like a very specific etched. I'm sorry, I think it's a silicate. It lasts like over 1 million years.
Yeah, but it would have to be converted to that. That's the expensive part.
I do think you're getting. What do you care? Spend your money.
I use an app called Book Buddy, where I actually have my entire library in sort of a shareable application for like loaning out books and stuff like that.
I'm gonna blow your mind real quick, Frank. Take a picture of your library, your books, right? And then give it to Claude or ChatGPT, and then have it just create a database of where your books are.
Yeah.
All right, third row.
I scanned all the ISBN.
Kitover.
But there's like
just from the picture of the what was it called? The spine. It'll be able to tell you third row, 50. I did this with my cookies.
Oh, cool. That's cool.
I'm like, oh, I need a recipe for this. All right, do this. I'm like, where do I find it?
Yeah, because I don't alphabetize. I don't have like my system is more by topic. Like all my James Joyce books are together. That's one whole bookshelf. All my Thomas Pynchon books are together. Yeah.
So the problem is you gotta flip the book you take out and back. Otherwise, you gotta remake the fucking database.
Yeah, I know. When I get into my fiction books, like just random fiction books, that I think I like the idea of the cloud thing because, like, I have in my head, if you ask me where a particular book is, the other day someone was asking me about Shakespeare, and I knew exactly where it was, but there's no reason it's there. Like Shakespeare is right next to Anne Sexton. What the fuck? That doesn't make any sense.
I just thought of this. You could actually do this easily. You just every time you take out a book and then you put it back, you take a picture, and you have it itself, and you can streamline that with a little bit of code.
Yeah.
Dude, it'll make the schema for the SQL for you. It's so stupid easy.
I think what's more important to me, again, on sort of the topic, is sort of like the legacy of it. A lot of my books have a lot of value too, just because they're like signed or first editions and things like that. And like my wife, she's not really a literature person. I mean, she reads obviously, but she's not super into it like I am. And I'm just so worried that she'll throw out my first edition Joy Williams or something. I'm like, no. So I told her, I said, if something happens to me, you have to bring in like my sister, who's also very literate, like to triage this stuff.
I mean, I have a signed copy of the Communist Manifesto, and so I don't.
That's pretty cool.
Totally made that up.
I have some William Gibson signed books, which are pretty cool, actually.
I actually do. I have a bunch of.
I went to your man also.
Robert Heinlein. Signed, first edition signed.
Cool. William Gibson, I have signed actually, and I just saw William Gibson's like auctioning off one of his books for charity, signed actually. Yeah, I already got one.
I want Brian Greene to sign my The Meaning of It All book.
It's funny when I actually I bought a book. There's this British author that I love. His name is Magnus Mills, and he's just hysterical and direct. And he's like really awesome. And I bought one of those books online, and I through a secondhand source, and it came signed. I didn't even know that. So cool. Yeah,
that's very cool. Yeah, I really like. I know your brother's a physicist, but people shit on Brian Greene. But I love how he makes everything simple. I have such respect for that, and I love Feynman, right? And he was so high level. Just as a goof, I really want to do that.
My dad was actually a student of Feynman's too, actually. So for Christmas a couple years ago, I bought him the lecture books.
My mom was one of the strippers he hung out with when he was painting this.
Oh, just stop. Feynman was pretty awesome.
Yeah, but so is Brian Greene. I hate how underappreciated he is. I mean, he's not Feynman, but like, I feel like he gets shit on all the time. It bothers me.
I think if you can make it understandable, because I don't understand physics and I was literature major, so if I can understand something someone is writing about physics, that's pretty impressive.
That's what I mean. He dumbs it down, and that is like, he's not doing new physics, but he's doing something so important, and he has such a capacity to do it well. I've been in many like dinner parties or social whatever, and I'll talk about Brian Greene, and they're like, Brian Greene,
he's a hack.
And I'm like, no, like the dude has talent. He's really good at making shit that none of you can understand understandable.
As much as possible, yeah. I certainly can't do that for the stuff that I read. So
Feynman did that with life, but not so much with physics, to be honest.
Can I ask a question about religion?
Absolutely.
But we don't have to give you an answer.
Fair enough. Well, it was good on Sprite.
What religion? No, Marlo.
Yesterday I thought you said you didn't think much of so I think security's maybe I misheard you, but if that's the case, then why don't you think it's very important?
No, I don't
think it's not that I don't think much of it. It's not like it doesn't give me certainty. I think it was a good argument. I think it's a great argument actually. Yeah, it just doesn't give me certainty. I think I'll just say it. I'm not like one of these atheist circle jerking purists, who where everything where my claiming to be an agnostic is not even acknowledged by them. And so they keep asking me questions about whether or not I'm agnostic. They ask it in various different ways, and I keep saying, yes, I'm an agnostic, and they just don't accept it. And so I think they were asking about the polynomial, but the polynomial is a good argument. I'm not going to say that it's not. And we could talk about it all day long in here, as we often do. But it doesn't give me certainty that there is or is not a God. It just kind of puts things on the scale and goes, yep, I'm still an atheist.
So wait, are you an agnostic or not?
I'm an agnostic atheist.
I'm joking, dude.
Oh man, I'm going to come over there and smack you, Austin.
Do you think it's actually showing a contradiction or just
being an agnostic atheist?
No, unbelievable.
It doesn't show it depends on which theist you're talking to. I think a lot of the I can bash my fellow atheists. I think a lot of the atheists that come in, particularly to your rooms, Andrew, only care about Abrahamic atheists, people who are atheists about Abrahamic religions. And my perspective is a little bit broader than that. I include Scientologists. I include
No, but do you think it shows a contradiction to the Abrahamic gods?
I would say it creates a little bit of a dilemma for them. I don't know if it's a direct contradiction because they have an apology. They have an apology for it, right? There's an apology. Yeah. So it's not enough to show a complete contradiction, but I've heard some debates, particularly with Calvinists and stuff like that, where they got nothing. They got nothing to respond to except for repeating talking points. And to me, that's a really sort of leaning towards your belief system is probably mistaken.
I like wokeism over realistic atheism.
What do you like over it?
Wokeism. Yeah, wokeism is better than materialistic.
What is wokeism? I don't know what that is. What is that?
It's what happens in the morning when you hit snooze.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the kind of atheism that Buddha is.
What?
What?
Buddha is an atheist.
You're talking about bad weather?
I'm a little confused.
I've never heard this word before.
I totally agree with your nonsense, sir.
When you say woke,
Buddha was an atheist. Do you know that Buddha was an atheist?
Buddha was not necessarily atheist. I don't think it doesn't mean that he did not, iterate God.
Let's get to the bottom of this.
Have anyone ever read Sheldon Kopp's book? It's called.
The atheism of Terence McKenna or something like that is different than the atheism of Jordan Peterson.
Thank goodness. Let's not bring up Jordan Peterson.
He's the one that's he didn't say that,
Sheldon Kopp wrote a book called If You Meet Buddha on the Road, Kill Him. And everybody gets really offended when people say that, but it's actually a quote from Buddha.
Yes.
It's a great book. It's about not following gurus and stuff like that. And I remember reading it.
And this is probably why we don't know much.
I would not take advice like that, except unless it was from an expert who knew what he was talking about.
No, I like atheists that do yoga and meditation more than.
Are you talking about chicks and yoga pants?
Yeah.
There are those spiritual kind of things.
Sure. I'm here. I think we're getting off topic with something called wokeism.
Yeah, no, for sure. I don't know if we talk to Muslims, Frank, but
Muhammad. Yeah, all the time. Muhammad and I have great conversations. Muhammad and I talked. Yeah, we had a conversation yesterday that was awesome. Or was it the day before yesterday, Muhammad, we were talking? I forget.
2 days ago.
Awesome conversation. Has a really good knowledge of the text, and
and it was a great conversation. We don't agree, obviously, on lots of things, but it was a really good conversation.
I don't know if you're able to speak.
Yeah, I'm just listening right now.
Okay, well, if you get a chance to weigh out, here's what you think about the high IQ correlation to atheism. You know, if you can't weigh in, it's all good. But what do you think about that, Muhammad and Haiti? Go ahead.
Well, I'm wondering if they control a certain economic class.
Good question.
Yeah, that is a good question.
My impression is it's a small threat. Atheists come from a higher socioeconomic class, and just more likely to go to college, be educated as a.
That's a good point.
But is that an identification thing, or is that like an actual belief thing? That would be interesting also. You're saying atheists are... I mean, so you're saying atheists are more likely to go to higher education, right?
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, is that like, I would be interested to see how deep those beliefs are. When we were discussing this in among different professions in the U.S., we ran into a problem where people who have low, they don't really believe in it, but they just lightly identify with it. It's hard to know whether they actually are religious or not in different professions, right? So I'd be interested to know how that affects that opposite result, where you have a higher level of atheism. But is that because there's an expectation you're atheist, or is that just because they are atheists? Sorry, that was a lot. I don't articulate it. Did you follow it at all?
I'm having a hard time tracking the question, actually.
I think the data is going to be self-reported. Saying either atheists or not religious, which might not be exactly. I mean, I don't mean that they don't have to be like anti types. But if you just look at the pool of American atheists, they're going to be more likely to come from children of professionals or something like that.
I would say upper middle class is a good way to put it too, probably.
No, we've
People
not
are
have.
also more likely to be more educated, which I think we associate with intelligence.
So, what is it? Frenchie?
Yeah.
Frenchie? One of the highest prevalence of theists among people, well-educated people who are mathematicians.
Where was that study?
It was done at the Christian Science for Math. Hang on, let me explain it. So it was consistent among different specializations, and what it seemed to indicate was there was when you had these specializations, people actually identified as theists, and where we ran into a problem, which I was trying to explain, is are they actual theists, or are they just low-observing atheists who are just going along with social norms?
Okay, so you're saying that is it that out of all mathematicians, there are proportionally more theists, an atheist versus, let's say, biologists? Is that what you're saying? Or is it
That's not what I think.
Right. See, I don't know what you mean when you say there's a higher prevalence.
Yeah.
Oh, among
specialists, it's not a majority either. It's still it's 30 to 40% for mathematicians.
No, I think it's 67.
I'm looking at a study peer reviewed right in front of me. It says 30 to 40 for mathematicians.
Well, we'll go with that. But then,
You've got 100 mathematicians and 100 biologists, right? And there are more Christian mathematicians than biologists. Is that what we're saying? Is that?
yeah, I'm not saying that definitively, but that was the understanding we came to.
Yes.
Yes, the numbers that I'm looking at say mathematicians around 30 to 40% express belief in God. Biologists and physicists typically under 15%, often closer to 5 to 10%.
Because math people are Platonists, like pretty close to God.
That could be it. Maybe also biologists, physicists are confronting whether they are more than mathematicians. It's possible, like biologists are finding out about evolution. And they're like, oh shit, I've been lied to my whole life. And physicists are looking at the universe going, we probably don't have a God here. So maybe that's fine.
I think it's definitely field of study related. I think you could be a mathematician, and there's this openness to mystery, basically, in mathematics, we could call it, whereas biology is grounded in things that are directly contradictory to most religions. Directly. Mathematics isn't directly contradictory to most religions, whereas biology definitely is. So I think that's where you would see it.
During this discussion earlier, one of the... Go ahead, Mom, sorry.
I want to say, like, this is like my view on it. Like, I don't see the direct connection between higher IQ and belief, because usually what higher IQ, and this is what I understand, it's problem solving, or how fast you can solve a problem and things like that, how intelligent you are. But if you don't care about there is a God or there isn't a God, you probably wouldn't even think about it or have idea about it. You don't care about the subject at all. So I don't see like the relationship, direct relationship between the belief and the higher IQ. That's it.
Let me expand on that real quick. So one of the things we were discussing this earlier, when we were looking into this, is there is not a distinction that I could find between low observance, which is probably just social, and actual devout theists. So you could have people who just do it because that's what people around them do. It's custom rather than it's religion, and it's very hard to differentiate that data. So it became very murky what the real prevalence was.
Yeah,
Does that make sense?
I think the terminology too just doesn't lend itself to getting to something where we're all going to like go down the same path here. Religiosity, IQ, you know, the semantics here are so filled with, you know, contextual bias that it's really hard to, I find it really hard to sort of land on anything in this other than the fact that I can say of mathematicians, blah, blah, blah. But the whole IQ thing, I'm right with you on that, Muhammad. It's like, I think that IQ tests are more about problem solving, and they don't really tell me anything about much else.
As a low IQ person, Frank, I will tell you this: there's not enough big words in there for you to impress me.
See, it's like you should just listen to Phoenix in the chat. I was just writing as a response to one of his things. I was just saying, what in the word salad are you talking about?
I love just using words without meaning.
Yeah, materialistic atheism offers a cold empirical clarity. Woke atheism functions as a cognitive bridge that attempts to reconcile a godless universe with an intense drive for justice.
Dude, now that's false. Here's that flux capacitor. That's false.
Yeah, there's no flux capacitor in there. He hasn't used the word phenomenology. It's not true.
Yeah, no. So sorry, sir, you failed.
You didn't use the word contingency. Fuck off. There was not a single entailment in there.
Are you guys? If you're not onomatopoeia, you're clearly a palindrome, but you can't be both.
Nargis, you're right. We shouldn't use necessary.
Not the most important word, necessary.
Yes, exactly. Necessary contingency.
Necessarily necessary. It's necessary we point that out.
Oh, and
I have a funny existence anecdote. As I was in college many years ago at UCLA.
Hold on, talking about my existence.
Okay, and we all dropped a bunch of acid, and we were like in the laundry room, and there was like a piece of tape stuck to the wall of the laundry room, and we were all convinced that piece of tape like was the universe. You know, that was our entire existence of the universe was in this piece of tape on the wall. We were all talking about it, and it was like real tripping balls, you know. And this girl came into the laundry room, and she wasn't tripping, and she's like, "Existence, I took that last quarter," and we all laughed and forgot about it. So, whenever anybody mentions existence, I'm always like, "Existence, I took that last quarter." I just assume for utility that I do. Yeah, I can't. You know, I don't do a whole lot of. Yeah, it's just for utilitarian purposes. It is one of my presuppositions. Yes, I don't spend a lot of time debating it too, because it's kind of like then you end up talking about the matrix and simulations and things that don't really interest me.
Frank, what do you think of these conceptions of God like Nargis has, where it's like basically her shoe is God?
Yeah.
And, you know, so she's kind of down like that. And I don't know, maybe she'd be knowing.
Absolutely not. Frank, after 3 hours of discussing with Andrew about absolute divine simplicity, he comes to the conclusion that people who take from ABS worship a shoe.
It's funny you say
This is debate with Andrew, bro. Like, this is debate with Andrew.
If you've ever debated me, you know that's something I say all the time. Though, it's like I could just say my God is a coffee cup.
I thought that was the pantheist or something. That do absolutely.
If you ask her, Nargis,
French.
Nargis, spit out some of that woo that you say. What is
Let me go to this guy down here, Andrew. Don't let me use that for this.
Wait, Phoenix has a new one for us. Phoenix has a new one for us in the chat. Materialistic red pill atheism operates as a hyper-rationalist framework that strips away metaphysical comfort in favor of occult biological determinism centered on power dynamics. The guy has a dictionary in front of him somewhere, and he's like flipping the words, going point, point, point.
Yeah, so look, if you ask her to define or describe her God as she understands it, she'll take the hits on, she snites at the Abrahamic of ask her to define
Bro, my model is from like Maimonides, Avicenna, like these kind of guys. And I don't know, Andrew, this is really hard for you to understand because you believe in the traditionalist man God, and there are quite a few of us who don't believe in your traditionalist man God. I'm not debating with you. It's going to go back to the shoe. Andrew, after all that back and forth, it's going to go back to the shoe.
I know. Listen, Frank and French will listen. They're much more bright than I am. They're going to understand exactly the shoe this Nike sketcher got. You just describe it. Give the description.
All the shoes. You think Nike for my God? Like that?
Because of the just do it thing.
Yes.
I said pantheist. I say, why is my cat not God? They have to be like, yeah, it probably is. But
Yeah. They think so.
I just got confused with
You're a little muffled, Frenchie, just so you know.
Isn't that what Christians believe? Muslims?
You're
Yeah, I mean, absolute divine simplicity doesn't have to like have a religion.
you're muffled, Frenchie, just so you know.
Sorry. It just sounds like you were talking to pantheism and you're like, well, my shoe could be God.
No, I mean, if you ask her, define, just Nargis, I won't say anything, just define what God is, right? Nargis, you just,
Yeah.
If
good
a
advice.
theist looks like you, Andrew, I'm definitely an atheist.
That's her taking the jabs, but Nargis, go ahead and just describe it. Just say it's the eternal woo now.
Eternal woo.
Look at this jazz. Look at this jazz.
I love that.
Is it astrology too?
He thinks it's woo-woo. Like in the serious philosophy, he thinks it's woo-woo.
Now it's eternal. It's the source of all and the woo and all.
But there's an Eckhart Tolle room for that.
Yes, I know.
And there's a wokeism room for that too. I think the Phoenix, do you have a wokeism room? I think.
Oh my God, Phoenix is just like pointing to his dictionary again. It's like backward.
You have pink. Only with pink hair you can answer.
Oh man, only with pink hair can answer. I guess I have no hair.
Frank, I'll give you Albedo's argument. I don't know if he'll turtle up here, but he's got an argument for theism.
Okay.
And that is that he has a very social based epistemology kind of thing. So he's like, hey, look, there's a lot of people, like a good portion of the planet, believes in God, and so that is a good reason to believe because the most people believe. Not that it's true.
Yeah.
But it's evidence.
But that's so weak. I mean, that's like, that's clearly not someone who's done a lot of debates because that argument, it assumes that there's like one God, first of all, and that's clearly to an atheist, that's clearly not true that there's one God concept. And secondarily, it's just an ad populum fallacy. It's like popular doesn't equal true. That's the way I would look at it.
Do you agree? Rita's like, I'm silent.
Ray doesn't know what the fallacy is.
Ad populum?
Yeah, hold on to this.
It just means you're appealing to the popularity of something.
No.
So then how is that different from an ad populum fallacy? If your argument is literally just lots of other people believe it, therefore that's an argument that it's true, that's literally the definition of an ad populum fallacy.
If you look it up, it says that the truth of it is guaranteed. If something is popular, that means it must be true.
No, no, you're not reading the fallacy correctly. I'm sorry.
Okay, do you want to send a link?
Yeah, I can.
Some things are just purely dictated by their popularity.
Sure, but not truth claims.
No, truth claims.
Like, give me an example of one.
It's true that if something is the most popular, based on its popularity.
That's a tautology. That's a tautology.
But tautology isn't true, right?
Again, yeah, but they're trivially true. So yeah, they're self-referentially trivially true. So okay. Argumentum ad populum is a type of informal fallacy, specifically a fallacy of relevance, and is similar to an argument from authority. It uses an appeal to the beliefs, tastes, or values of a group of people, stating that because a certain opinion or attitude is held by a majority or even everyone, it is therefore correct. It's an informal fallacy. It would be evidence to support more research, absolutely. It means like it should probably be investigated, but it doesn't add to the certainty of it. It just means it's popular. It doesn't. That's all.
I think that you want to explain what peer review is?
Peer review is a way of correcting errors by not being able to repeat it.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with peers?
Because the peers are the people who are qualified to do the repetition.
Right, but it's their opinion.
Yeah, but it's not an opinion. It's they have to demonstrate. I can't peer review a paper by going, oh, I think that's crap. That's not peer review. Peer review means
that's not what I mean by it.
Okay, but
their evaluation.
Yeah, but your evaluation has to come with data too. You can't just. It's like you. Yes, that's what corrects bad science is good science. Okay.
But we're talking about people who make evaluations supposedly on reasons or evidence, whatever. I think people are doing that all over the place.
Yes, I agree too. Yeah.
I think that they did that with theism too.
What do you mean?
I don't think that people just suddenly, like when they start thinking about God, they're like, oh, we don't need to do that anymore. I don't need to think about how I got to this or anything.
Well, yeah, but you're missing some of the nuances of what it's being done and what's being done in that secular context. It's not just thinking about it and publishing. It's actually saying, hey, I couldn't reproduce your results when I ran that experiment. No one's doing that with God. Right? No, and it's a totally different process.
I think that they are. I think that's
Okay. What do you mean? That's exactly what
you're saying. Look, you have like something that you're claiming, and I can't reproduce it, so I don't believe it.
Okay. And?
I'm just saying that is what you're doing.
Yeah, because that's my approach basically, and I would do that with science as well. Yeah. But you said they do it for the alternative, and that's like, I mean, the opposite. I don't think, maybe that's not what you're saying. Maybe I'm mistaken. That's fine.
Remember, there's some like thing, experiments or whatever.
Yes.
People can go and like reproduce it if they want.
Yes.
If there's a whole bunch of people that reproduce it, and maybe there's like a small subsection who doesn't, do you think that it's more likely true, given that a lot of people were able to reproduce it?
If they're actually doing an experiment by my standards of what an experiment is, sure.
Why does that have to be your standards?
Because, well, not my standards, but the standards of scientific evidence, I would say. And that is a no. Because that's what I choose.
Okay.
Yeah, if you choose just, I read a book, therefore it's true. Someone else read a book they think is true. Oh gosh, the book is true. Hey, that's the religious standard.
I'm not saying we should just take an
Why that standard?
Yeah, because it's proven to be good. It's demonstrated. It fucking went to the moon last week because of a standard like that. You know, although there's people here that probably don't believe that. So, you know, it's
the problem I have is like, am I correct that it is actually like a good standard to meet? But it seems like we have all kinds of beliefs that don't meet that standard.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, 100%. We're human. I don't apply the scientific. I don't apply the scientific method to my relationships.
Right, but yet you have good reasons to believe those.
Yes.
Right. So I'm just talking about having beliefs that we have good reasons to believe, even if they don't meet that scientific standard.
Yeah, we do it all the time. You know.
Okay. Well, then why don't you think that's maybe what someone else sees?
Because it doesn't rise to that level for me. It's not the case that I would use that for theism. Like to me, it's too important of a question.
Like the relationship, you didn't apply the scientific standard.
Yeah. Right.
Okay. And yet you still believe it, and you think that's fine.
Yeah, I do.
So why is that not acceptable for theism?
Because theism is a much more consequential thing.
I mean, I think people would.
I don't. It's not in the same category as me. Sorry, it's kind of a category problem for me.
I feel like the relationships are very important.
Mine are too. Don't worry, I think mine are too. But it's like I don't do like fMRIs on my girlfriends to find out whether or not they love me.
I agree. I think that my relationships with my family or my girlfriend, spouse, whatever, is probably more important than that.
Okay.
It's like I don't really give a shit about electrons.
Okay.
Like they found out like there were like another particle that existed. I wouldn't give a shit.
Okay.
I mean, don't you agree? Like, if you had a choice, you could give up one, your relationship, or like the knowing of a particle. Probably would give up the knowing of a particle.
Yeah, I don't really understand. The question is so absurd. I don't really understand how to answer. Sorry. I want whatever Phoenix is smoking. He's got some sort of generator going on, is my suspicion. There's something that's generating this word salad. I can't believe this comes out of a brain that's functioning. ChatGPT, generate me some word salad about philosophy. We should start responding to him with ChatGPT. Take what he writes, plug it into Claude, and see what it says.
You ever use the argument of divine hiddenness?
Me?
Yeah.
I've heard it. It's interesting. Yeah, I think it's not a bad argument. It usually comes up with deists, actually.
He's better against Christians.
Yeah. Well, I remember when I was first kind of getting into atheist debating, I thought it was a really good argument at some point. It hasn't come up recently. I'm not saying it's a bad argument or anything, but I haven't used it recently, I would say. There's a lot of arguments, obviously. That's just one of them. Yeah.
I think that one and probably more compelling and well known. There's some like more what's the word? I want to say esoteric, but I think I'm probably using that word wrong.
No, that's actually probably not a bad word in some cases. Even though sometimes that's a bad word, but
but those two, I think, the good thing about this, they're just like really simple to understand. Like, I'm not saying that like because I'm so much as it is simple for me to understand, and I think they can definitely bamboozle most of these. Not all, of course, because there's some really clever ones.
Yeah, I always go with like they've had 2,000 years to refine their apologies, and and some of them are really good at it because of that. You know, they've learned, oh, it's not maximally logical. It's, you know, blah blah blah. You know, if you see how like William Lane Craig's arguments have evolved over the years and things like that, it's that. It's like when you talk to a really convinced flat earther sometimes, you know, like I can't say a single thing other than it's a sphere. They have an answer, you know. They literally have an answer to that. It's bullshit. It doesn't conform to any known laws of the natural universe, but they have one. I feel that way about apologists sometimes too. It's like they've had a long time to say, oh, if you interpret that Greek word as meaning this instead of this, and you combine it with this chapter over here, you get this. And it's like, I haven't done that. I haven't been around for 2,000 years making my atheist apologies. Wokeism functions as a modern alchemy. Yeah. Let me take his quote, and I'm going to feed it into ChatGPT and see what it says. I'll use Claude, actually, because it's better. That sentence sounds profound, but when I try to pin down what it's actually claiming, it mostly dissolves. Spiritual wokeism also isn't a defined thing. I can engage with any of those, but the original sentence is more incantation. That is so funny.
Yeah, I think universe is a woke person. We do a lot of tarot card readings and stuff.
Yeah. You know, I think this may come as a surprise to some people here, but I'm not really opposed to tarot cards. I think they actually have a really interesting function in psychology. Not as a truth tool, but as an exploration of archetypes. They're super cool.
I mean, I'm really interested in psychedelics and what it did during the 60s or something. The counterculture and wokeism, the whole thing is really good.
Can you just define wokeism, like in a sentence? Because I don't think you know what it means.
I don't either.
Fight against injustice. To be aware of injustice, yeah, is to first to be awakened to injustice, like racism. It started from the African American communities to fight injustice.
So like 10 years, it's been around.
Yeah, and what is the relation between psychedelics and wokeism? I think that's tenuous at best.
I think that it seems like conservatives don't like mushrooms.
Yeah.
Conservative environments don't like psychedelics because they make people.
Okay, you're just totally generalizing here. I'm sorry.
Around way too much. For example, a lot of New Age Christians, a lot of woke people are going to be Christian, right? It's nothing connecting wokeism with atheism.
Yeah.
It's just completely confused. Like these two.
Yeah, wokeism and woke atheism are not performance.
Can you just stop using the word woke? It's really dumb. It's really, really dumb. It makes you sound like a pedantic conservative.
Liberal Christians, they're woke.
Yeah.
Do you think that I care what others think?
I don't think you care, but I'm just letting you know how it sounds. It makes you sound like someone who's listened to too much Joe Rogan.
Okay.
It's just not even using the right word. Wokeism has nothing to do with atheism per se.
Yeah. It's really.
I think it's fighting injustice against.
Yeah, okay, then call it fighting injustice, which many of us would support you with. But to use the word woke is used as a pejorative term by the right about those things. So when you're using it, you sound like some sort of incel piece of shit. So stop doing it.
No, I will not stop.
Okay, have a nice day then. No one here is going to engage with you on the topic either.
I like Pink Floyd, so I like Pink Floyd.
Why are you saying that? Do you think they're woke? Of course they're not. He's just a weirdo. He's just saying random shit.
It's how do you think woke? Yeah, just explain that.
He's awakened.
From what? Boy, that's going on.
Awakened from the preconditioning of the,
Oh my God, you sound like you've literally been brainwashed by someone. It's really...
Many woke people are Christian. That's your problem. Stop saying it's anything to do with atheism.
Yeah, I think it is like Christian mysticism. Wokeism is that.
Look, if you saw like a Black Lives Matter protest, right, and you just polled everyone there, guarantee you the vast majority would say they were Christian. Is this just like a really dumb conversation we're having?
I think being awakened is better than being intelligent.
What does that even mean? I'm sorry. Like, yeah, it's really bad. And if you're trying to come off as, liberally enlightened, you're doing a very bad job of it.
The woke is about liberally enlightened.
Yeah, but you're doing a bad job.
Thank you for defining it for me.
If that's what you're trying to do, you wouldn't be using the word woke.
So why not open your eyes? Have you seen the movie Doctor Strange?
Oh, good grief. Stop quoting movies.
I think it's that eye, Frank. Go ahead.
Go watch Melancholia. It's a better movie.
Have you seen the Buddha's monk when she said to him, like, open your eyes? He was tripping balls.
What's that? Oh, it's such a great movie. It's my acid test for relationships. If you watch that movie and you get depressed, we're not going to work out. But if you watch that movie and you go, life rocks, we could be friends. Yep. And the soundtrack, oh my God, that Tristan the whole soundtrack. It's just like, yeah.
As a baby Christian, have you come up with or have you always had a response to divine evidence?
I think it's evidence.
Interesting.
It's just that the reason that I was waiting for that argument as basically a counter, it's like a second argument that points to theism.
Okay, so you say sort of evidence for atheism, but you've got counter evidence. What was another argument?
With the same, so when we ask, okay, why do we believe premise two that there are no systems?
Yeah.
My answer is because I take their testimony to be like a true representation of the world, of their psychology.
Okay.
And then I say, I do the same thing when people say, I saw a God. I think that there is a true testimony about their way of
I see. Yeah. So if atheism were true, why an atheist kind of idea? I mean,
Couldn't you say the opposite though? Like, if theism is true, why are there atheists?
well, that's the point. That's what others is doing. So the argument starts off with if theism is true, why are there non-resistant non-believers? And then is like, fair enough, but if atheism is true, why do all these people believe in God? And he doesn't want to say, well, he doesn't want, like I think the atheist would just immediately be like, oh, they're just deluded, right? And he thinks that's like saying the non-resistant non-believers deluded, right?
Yeah, that's kind of why I avoid that word.
You would be committed to saying billions upon billions, and far the majority are deluded.
Yeah.
I really don't want to say that.
But it sounds strong, doesn't it?
If you take out the word deluded and you just go mistaken,
Well, I think that's less likely.
Yeah.
How about alternative?
Which one is more likely? 100,000 people are mistaken, or billions and billions of people?
It's dominated bias and heritage. So many of what's going to be
think it also depends on what topic you're talking about. If you're talking about like thunder and lightning being gods on top of mountains, throwing down lightning bolts, then what do you call all the millions and millions of people that believe that for thousands of years? Deluded, mistaken? You know, the numbers don't really matter. You can't just say there's 100,000 on this side, there's a million on this side. The context matters too. The topic matters. And what we've learned as human beings, I start with, knowledge is cumulative. Like, I don't believe in like mystical ancient knowledge or anything bullshit like that. Knowledge is cumulative. And so, yes, we've been wrong about some things. And I think we're wrong about gods. But I can't stand and go, here's the one thing that proves we're wrong about gods, like we can do with, a lot of other stuff. But I still think that the people who believe it are wrong. It doesn't matter if there's millions of them or thousands of them. I still think they're wrong. I don't think they're deluded. I don't think they're psychotic. I don't think they're, cold. I just think they're wrong. Just like the people who believe that lightning bolts being thrown off of mountains were wrong. And there were millions of them.
No, you're asking the atheist to give an account for why there are billions of theists. I mean, they could give a naturalistic account, I think.
You can give an account. I think that's not really the problem. It's like justifying that premise without also implicitly justifying the other premise that I use.
Yeah, I mean, right, because the deist account is going to be something like it's suppressing the truth. Basically, like, unless they just want to flat out say the lie, which probably that's not the way they want to go. Because how can they prove that?
Right.
But the atheist account doesn't have to do that. It's like,
well, the whole idea is like if you're going to reject the premise,
yeah,
you're taking a stance that I think in most people's eyes are going to find problematic to some extent.
Preposterous, maybe.
And that's why, I don't reject. I think it's right to just think it is we're reasoning correctly.
Right.
But then part of that also just means we should reason towards the other side. That's my view.
Yeah, that is what you got. It's like the divine hiddenness of atheism.
Isn't it kind of like just the difference between being like valid and sound? Like you can make a perfectly valid argument, but it's not sound because your premises aren't demonstrated.
Althea thinks it is sound.
Oh, okay. But I mean, and so my response to that when people do that with me in one-on-one debates is take your premise and make it the conclusion of a different argument.
Yeah.
And demonstrate that, whatever it is, and generally they can't because it's
if God's triomny and he wants us to believe in him, we shouldn't expect there to be non-existent non-believers. There are non-existent non-believers, therefore God isn't triomny, it doesn't exist, whatever the conclusion. And then the argument for premise 2 is justifying on the basis of, well, there's a lot of people that say it, and it's very unlikely every one of them's right. It's also very unlikely that they're all mistaken because they're like different people through different times, through different circumstances. Then it would be just unlikely that every one of them's mistaken. And so,
but that's not true. Nobody can demonstrate that. Yeah, but you can demonstrate that premise isn't true.
Frank, do you know what a non-resistant non-believer is?
What's that?
Do you know?
What is it?
Non-resistant. Okay, so you fight with one hand. I think you would agree with this argument. A non-resistant non-believer is someone who has the capability of believing in God, i.e., they've got cognitive functions. Is not actively hostile to the idea of God, but yet continues not to believe.
Yeah, I to that camp.
Okay. No, you wouldn't.
Why?
Because
Why should we believe you?
you spend your time actively arguing against theists.
Yeah, but what do I start with?
Dude, I think you're resistant. Again,
Okay.
anyone would think you are, based on the fact that your hobby or pursuit or profession is, I'm a professional atheist.
It's not actually, so. I have another profession.
You have a fucking room saying I'm ask an atheist.
Yes, that doesn't make me a professional atheist. I never claimed to be one. Again, it makes me not a non-believer. It doesn't make me resistant. I'm an agnostic atheist, and the fact that that's not, Frenchie, the fact that that's not pure enough for you, I don't really give a flying fuck what you think I am. So stuff it. I don't really care what you think I am.
By the way, I'm an ex-atheist. The worst nightmare for atheists.
Oh, shut up. Oh, my God.
If you want to know what I am from belief, you just have to ask me. And you don't get to tell me. You're already categorizing me as a professional atheist, which is bullshit, number one. And number two, I'm an agnostic. I'm open to the possibility of a God. And you can't...
That doesn't mean you're not resistant. You have resistance. You talk about how you debate Christians all
Yes.
the time.
And what if that is being driven by my curiosity about whether or not it's true?
How many years have you been doing this?
40.
And have you found any evidence that compels you yet?
Nope.
But you still think you will, right?
Could happen.
How likely is that?
I don't know, but could happen.
Not lying.
Oh, please.
No,
Please.
it's not likely.
Frenchie, just stop. Frenchie, you're embarrassing. You're embarrassing to atheists, and I'm done talking to you. Goodbye. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Ciao.
Thank God.
Here, I'm going to flush a toilet for you.
There you go. He doesn't know how likely it is. What a liar.
This is what I was talking about in the back channel, Andrew. These fucking purist atheists who I don't meet their standard of purity, and they just want to be completely unhinged about it, and that's all she's doing.
I'm just telling you,
You're just an unhinged atheist, and you're giving us a bad name. Yeah, sure they would. Okay, fine.
Does anyone think he's non-resistant?
Yeah, because a poll of 10 people on Clubhouse is going to get you an answer. Your whole world is your ego on Clubhouse. I'm sorry. I mean, you're just such an arrogant little piece of shit. I really don't even care. You do nothing but pedantics here. And every time I've been in a room talking to you, I've had 10 people come in and tell me she's just an arrogant person. And all she does is like to scream at people. So people have a very low opinion of you here because of this pedantics. And maybe that makes you happy. But it's true.
Are you done with the voting?
I'm done.
Okay, great.
Bye.
Yeah. Oh, you're leaving now? What a fucking bitch. What a fucking little bitch. He's been doing this for 40 years and he thinks he's not resistant. 40 years doing atheist debates and he thinks he's not resistant.
They ask him what the evidence was.
Well, I'm the fucking definite silence. No one actually backed me up. Probably never think you all think I'm an arrogant piece of shit. So thanks a lot for that.
Well,
But you asked, like,
I don't care about any of that, but he literally said he doesn't care about the opinion of the roots. But I just got back after dropping my son.
I want to ask you about determinism and through what the conversation that you had with Charles. No, the conversation that you had with Charles about determinism and free will.
Who are you asking?
I'm asking you. You had the conversation with him.
Oh, okay. Yeah, what's up?
If you could steal back his position and I would give you an argument against it, can you do that?
I mean, I feel like yes, I could, but I feel like dishonest by doing it because I think that what he's doing is making a mistake.
Okay. Can I say something? Like how we can define determinism and how we can define free will. If we say A is true no matter what, that means it is determinism. And if A is a possible, that means it is freedom of free will. Do you accept that definition?
I mean, those are definitions I would want to work with, but I think for the purposes of the discussion that Charles would have, it's probably sufficient.
Yeah. But let's say, make it simple. Let's say the action is A, God, human, and if it is A, it's true always. That means determinism. If A is a possible, like it could be B or A, that means freedom of will. Do you accept those? Okay. So if you take like the point of view of God, A will always be determinism. But if you take the point of view of a human, A is always a possible. So yeah, if you take always like the truth fact of God, you have right to say everything is determined. But if you take the point of view of a human, there will always be a possibility that will make it a free will. Yeah, but I have to accept the heart to give another arm. Like you can't deny like a determinism for God, but you can't prove, according to the definition, the free will for human.
Shalom, guys. Salam alaikum.
So, alaikum salam. Would that be like a response to that? Like you prove the freedom of will exists even in the framework of the predeterminism.
I mean, you could say it, so whether or not he thinks that that's me personally, like how I feel about that. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's just like a totally wrong framing of it. I wouldn't want to, like free will, I don't think is something that we're looking at as like, well, it kind of just depends on who's looking at it. I don't think that's how it is.
It depends. So he denied that is dependable. The free will is dependable.
No, you're saying, well, it depends on what perspective we're looking at, or if you.
Exactly.
I'm saying I don't think we should look at it.
But like every truth is relative. Every truth is relative to something. If the free will is relatively to the human is true, then it's true for a human.
I feel like I want to resist saying every truth is relative, but there might be like a trivial sense in which you're using it, which I would agree with. So it's probably not what people mean when they say like truth relativism, like context makes it true or something, or truth conditions.
The true, yeah, something like that.
Like truth makers.
Yeah, those are
truth,
but that's usually not more relative. I think the philosophy used to do it. So I'm just making it clear that I would disagree with the philosophy relativism, but if you're talking about like conditions, I mean, it's
really understand what did he mean by saying truth is relative?
Truth is relative to all humans. Like for example, the truth being having the ability to choose is true for all the human. We make it tautology for the human. And most of the time, human, when they take tautology, they consider it as true. But if you're gonna put God into the factors, yeah, things change. So according to all human, A is possible. That make it the true. That's why I said it.
Yeah, is he making like this correspondence theory of truth, where he's saying like, what makes a proposition involving human free will is actually the human being that's doing the free will action that serves as like the truth maker. So is there a verse that corresponds to this?
That you can find out the answer to this question without going and asking way more questions.
Okay.
But you can follow that up.
Oh, I thought Nabila. Oh, I was interrupting you and Mohammed, right? Nabila.
No, I'd actually rather someone else try to do something like that.
Okay. So what were you guys?
Well, just quick question. Like I asked him like to take the point of Charles, and I was trying to have another point to attack the point of Charles. That's it.
Other people probably know Charles's position. I mean, I can restate it. I'll just tell you where I think the mistake is. He thinks that because once the fact about what will occur is fixed, that it means it couldn't not occur. Like it's impossible for like the negation. No, I mean I think that like it doesn't follow from something that will occur that it could not occur. That's just two different propositions. The true negation is what follows from something that will occur is that it's impossible for it to not will occur.
But I can understand your point of view because you build in your idea on the premise that knowledge have to be externalized to be true. Like that's what you're saying and what you believe in initially. Like it doesn't contradict; it goes hand in hand. So the action have to be done to make it true. This is according to your belief. But in my belief, like whether like even if the action didn't happen, the knowledge is true. That's like where we will have the difference between my view and your view.
Anything that it's like actually I'm not even sure. Like if you say like right now I'm in my house, it's like that's true. But if it weren't really true that I was in my house, actually I'm not even arguing until like parse that. So maybe I'm not even sure what to say.
No. According to our previous conversation about the knowledge of God, and what do you believe that the knowledge of God need external sources to be true or to be confirmed? Do you remember that conversation?
Yeah.
Yeah. So according to that, actualized according to your belief. And that's why you're making that argument. But in my view, you don't think every truth, every knowledge that God has.
I don't think every truth has to be actual.
Yeah, but I think
with all seem like they're not actual.
Also, Albedo, you don't think like you're not like truth maker maximalist, right? You don't think that every
Although I want to uphold the maximalism maximally, so
yeah. But you're right. I mean, actually, I think like most people say like even most correspondence theorists of truth are not like truth maker maximalists, right? Of course, they would want to maximize as much as possible. That's what truth makers. They would say like, yeah, certain propositions wouldn't really correspond. Yeah. Go ahead, Mohammed. I'm sorry.
I'm not stuck.
Okay. Understand the defense that you make for the argument because you depended on the action and the knowledge for them to be true. But in my position, like God knowledge is always true. Like even if the action didn't happen yet, it will happen. So there is no other way.
Yeah. I mean, in a sense, you have to hold to that. You believe that God has infallible knowledge, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
What happened with Frank?
He had a tantrum and left because I said he was a non-resistant non-believer.
Well, you said he was a resistant believer.
Sorry, I said he was a resistant non-believer. And he thinks he's non-resistant.
was weird. I was listening. I couldn't talk because I was like, managing my son. But he I think at some point he claimed. No, he got hung up on as a professional atheist.
Well, I think he thought, I mean, when I say professional, I don't actually mean, that's your job that you advertise.
No, I know. You just mean high profile, you create rooms, you're a community organizer.
But you're a professional, personality.
Great analogy.
Yes, thank you. Anyway, point is, A, he didn't understand that, but he doesn't actually let anyone explain or clarify, just tantrums. And then he got very upset because he thinks he's
I find him easier to talk to than Steve Appel. Like, he has, like, at the core, they're the same kind of atheist.
Well, I mean,
Steve is much more difficult to talk to.
I think he thought it was like an insult, or, like, I'm a resistant non-believer. It's no big deal.
Maybe he didn't quite understand what you meant or something. Like, I think what you want to say, is that he's, like, motivated. He's, like, highly motivated because he has a huge dog in the fight. He has invested a lot of social clout into being an atheist.
The evidence suggests that he's resistant, but I don't think he even, I think he didn't even, like, he just tantrum, so it couldn't even be like, this is what it means, this is why I think you are resistant, and then he just started bullshitting, like, hardcore, because he said he's been looking for evidence for 40 years. And I said, what do you think the chances are of me finding some? And he said he doesn't know. And I just don't think that's true. I think he thinks, I'm just an agnostic. So then, at that point, I just called him a liar and then just like tantrumed and left.
I don't fuck with any of these, like, philosophy, that's just the book.
But yeah, but he comes here and he wants to do all the talking, so.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You gotta actually
But are you talking about Steve, the atheist guy?
No, not Frank.
Oh, Frank.
Well, we're talking about Frank right now. I was just comparing him to Steve Appel.
Steve Appel is.
Thrash.
Okay. I think he once told me that he thinks there's no evidence for God or naturalism. This is Steve, and when I asked him, so why are you a naturalist? He says, because he divorced his wife. Because of the amount of issues he had to deal with, he basically was emotionally moved to naturalism, but even though there's no proof for that.
What? That's
What does that have to do with the divorce?
What is the divorce?
I don't know, bro.
So also, why do you guys keep up like Phoenix Magenta on the stage? He's like a concept. Just raise some. Well, I wasn't around. I wasn't at my phone. I couldn't.
Just like even simple differences, unfortunately.
Right.
So it's very difficult to just have a conversation with.
I agree. Did Albedo talk to Frank about his
understand?
Argument about you.
Albedo, did you think he understood your argument?
Oh yeah.
Well, Andrew explained it, so it's possible Andrew didn't do it justice. Well,
did Andrew explain it to Frank?
Yes.
Yeah, we don't want to be in the position of having Andrew explain other people's views.
No, he said because a lot of
very rarely do as well. Is Andrew around?
He was a little while ago. He's probably pulled an all-nighter and is now kind of dropping over.
Yeah.
Andrew
talking to that guy, Austin Powers. It's like I have just realized that as long as someone isn't like difficult to talk to, you can talk to anyone about basically anything.
You can.
It gives me optimism. Yeah, I like me. Like for mine. I just lose patience immediately when someone is difficult to talk to. Like Muhammad is basically carrying this like clubhouse Islam on his shoulder.
Because he's the only one understand.
Thank you for that, by the way.
By difficult to talk to, do you mean aggressive, or do you mean just like really dumb? Both?
Way more aggressive than dumb. As in, they're really sensitive to interruption. They insist on ranting for a long time, and they become upset if you interrupt for clarifications or something like that.
Right.
They're kind of belligerent in the way they interact. But just like these sensitivities to interruptions and like breaks in the dialogue. If I'm finish my plane. Like that kind of
thing. Yeah.
It's just like, oh my god.
There's a really good example of that yesterday. I think it's because someone said, referred to me as, they do this, or I don't, it doesn't matter. And a couple of people immediately come in and said, who's there?
Yeah.
And she's like, did you let me finish? But it's like, no. You know them 10 minutes. You still wouldn't know who they are.
Right.
You've got to stop.
They're like completely insensitive to the fact that they're using a pronoun that is completely vague and nobody understands what they're saying.
Yeah.
They're like, they don't even make room for that.
No, and I think that's perfectly reasonable interruption. Who
Yeah, no, I hate those people.
Because we still don't know what you're talking about, and you can go on and on about what they're doing.
Sometimes I go into chillism when there's absolutely nothing else.
I see
You can spend like 5 minutes in there and it's like, oh, good. Unless Nathan is in there rigorously moderating, then that's not fun.
I think that moderation is a little too gentle.
No, it is way too gentle. That's what I mean. Like, unless Nathan is there to kind of, pull the ears up on people. Because he's the only one who aggressively moderates.
Yeah.
You know, I used to be a PNR moderator.
Well,
I remember. I go way back.
I don't think he's aggressive enough. He will say stop.
Sometimes he's not. I agree.
He will do the basics, and some of the other ones don't seem to be doing this. I just think this usually they're asleep or something. But there's some really wackadoos in there. And also just some really obnoxious, like, oh fuck, who's that guy yesterday? I think AJ was beating you up.
Oops.
Oh no. He's beating you up about something, and he just wouldn't let you speak at all. He just like doing that game in chillism.
Interest left this morning.
Was it Mr. or something?
I think he was arguing with the same guy. Just really, obnoxious. You can't make sense of people here, so I always forget.
What's up?
Like, can we argue that every truth we know is relative truth?
What do you mean?
We can. We can or we can't.
You can.
Yeah, so relative truth is truth.
Yeah.
Well, what is an example of a relative truth, you think? Like, do you mean like,
Free will.
I'm in the middle? I thought you meant like I'm in the middle, and that's relative to some other reference point.
No. Okay, you can take it, simplify it as that, but I mean relative truth for all humanity. I mean, this is truth for all humanity. Red is red according to.
But what does the word relative do?
Relative to human. Like you can't say that truth is truth without using human into a factor.
You can't say truth is truth without taking humans into it.
So every truth that we consider truth have relative to humans.
Sorry, big guy. I'm not talking.
Just has to find context outputs. Like all this one goes to.
Yeah, it is relative to human mind.
I don't agree with that.
Okay, if you don't
like logical truths, if you take that to be a logical truth or like a necessary truth, that's right. they're supposed to like not be that kind of thing.
Okay, I agree, but logical is dependent on mind too.
Oh, really? Oh, this is, I didn't know. He's saying logic, also logic are dependent on the human mind.
Well, I suspect there's an equivocation going on
Yeah,
when it comes to the use of logic. Like, I agree with you, in order to do logic or reason, you have to have a mind. But when I say logical truth, I mean something different than using a cognitive faculty. I mean stuff that is true in virtue of, I don't know, axioms of logic. Except they're not the kind of thing. They're not the kind of thing where you would say, well, they're true here or true there, or they're like true dependent on others.
No, I accepted that. Like, I have no problem in logical truth, but when you mention logical truth, it's still dependent. It's still relative to human mind. So that's my point.
But that so like maybe we when I say logical truth, I mean something very specific. I mean something that's true, and it doesn't really depend on like what the propositions are supposed to be. You know, I don't know. A equals A. It doesn't matter what the proposition is. That's just going to be a logical truth. So if you take, like, it's not just true, it's also true under any sort of construal of its constituent propositions. Like any interpretation of its propositions is still going to be true. So that kind of thing to me.
I'm not denying that, but
I guess so we know what I mean when I say logical truth.
No, I'm not denying that, but you need the faculty to assess that logical truth. And that faculty is a human, or for example, say supercomputer or something that can think about it. So
that's an epistemic concern. Okay. Like that's about like how do we know this?
Okay, so it is relative.
No, the truth isn't. Like there's a difference between like if you think that the external world is real, you think there's a matter of fact about, you know, stars and planets and atoms and stuff like that. Now, that whatever grounds the truth of some proposition, like, you know, the sun is a main sequence star, that example. The sun, you know, is such and so extended, it's spatial temporally. You know, it's such and such big. That kind of whatever grounds the truth of a proposition like that. There's our epistemic access to that fact, but then there's the fact itself.
Correct. Yeah.
I'm saying the fact itself doesn't seem to me to be dependent on minds.
Exactly.
What you could say is there's an interpretive framework by which you are apprehending something, and then it goes through your epistemic filters, and then you interpret that. Now, that might be fallible, and that's going to be mind-dependent in some sense, but the truth itself, so to speak, doesn't seem to me to be mind-dependent.
Bob, are you a realist about abstract objects?
No.
Okay. Yeah, Bob said we said absolutely correct. Yeah, I think it's absolutely.
No, I'm not disagreeing with it at all. Actually, I agree with it. Like there is moon and sun, whether you exist or not. But to reach
there's truth about the moon and sun, whether you exist or not.
Yeah. So I know what you're saying, but the only way to confirm that true is true, or to know that true exists or not, is to have epistemic way, and that epistemic way needs the faculty that is a human.
No, I agree with things. Yeah. Oh, like our epistemic attitudes about propositions and truths. No, I agree with that. Those obviously require minds, but I don't think that's a very substantial claim.
Yeah, but if we accept that, then every truth that we consider truth is relative to him. Make it a total truth. That's what we take it as.
Maybe you could say that. I just think that some things like analytic truths, you know, something that's true in virtue of its meaning, it's difficult to say that that's that's in a sense true relative to humans, if I'm borrowing your phrasing, but in a sense it's just like under any interpretation or in any possible world, if these are like necessary truths. So it's difficult to say, but maybe you would say that, hey, the fact that they are necessary truths, that's, that depends on human investigation, and you could be wrong about that. I agree, but I don't know. That just points to some general fallibilism.
Yeah, I'm not saying the truth is not true. No,
I know. I wasn't trying to say that.
I'm accepting the truth, but I'm just saying all the truth are relative. Like they need a human. Yeah.
Well, so in the sense that you outlined, sure.
But brother, but on that aspect, though, say for instance, if I'm eating something that's spicy to me, it's true to me, it's a fact. But if you was to eat it, you would not think that it was spicy. Just give you like an example. So it's all about relativity.
Well, that's an example of you could say a fact that's stance dependent. Like what makes it true or false is indexed to the stance of a mind. That's a different kind of truth. That's one kind, but there are also going to be stance independent facts or truths, and those don't depend.
You know what I'm saying is the fact that say for instance, if I say everything that's true is relative, right? Then there could be like it depends 100% on relativity and how the person thinks. It fully depends on the person.
Right. In some sense.
The reason why I bring that up to connect it with my initial first argument about determining and freedom of will. And if we say A, like the action A is always true for God, and that make A predetermined.
What does it mean? You're saying if action A is always what do you mean by always true? You mean it always happens?
Yeah, it's always true for God. So the action, like for example, you doing action A, it's always true for God. You're gonna do that action. There is no possibility.
Sorry. You're saying choices, whatever choice you're going to make, God has knowledge of the truth of whatever choice you're going to make.
Exactly. So that make it determined. But in the case of a human,
I don't agree with that.
Okay. But I'm saying in the case of a human, A is always choice. It's not determined. So according to the human, as a relative truth, A is always choice. That's what make it freedom of free will.
Okay. When you say determined, you didn't mean that because God knows my choice is determined. You didn't mean that.
No, I'm putting relative to it. I'm saying A for God is determined, but A for a human is not determined. That's what.
Right. I get you. So someone's gonna have to pick it up. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I get what you were saying, brother, about that. So you're basically saying like with God and with humans, it's different.
That's what create like the knowledge of A is creating the freedom of will. This is my insight. For God is always true, for human it is possible. So it is relative for human. When it is possible, so it is relatively freedom of will. But for God, it's always true, then it means determinism. It's how you see it.
Muhammad, do you think you can know anything without God revealing it to you?
it's a matter of perspective, like I said. God created.
No, like this finger, like this.
Yeah, I'm saying it could be both cases depending on of how we are.
Okay, so if it's both, that means each given thing that I know is from God.
Right? It's saying that everything is revealed by God or created by God. Okay, I accept that.
Do you think that it's possible for God to reveal something and not be true?
Never. No.
Okay. So the same way you constitute your sin with your eyes as a relation with God. In Surah 844, the Quraysh saw the Muslims saw the Quraysh view. Was this also a revelation from God?
Revelation talking about the Quran, yeah. Quran is revelation from God.
I'm talking about what they saw during the battle. It's what they, because remember when I asked you what you see revelation, you said, yeah, it's God revealing the world to you. So
You kind of broke up. What did you say?
I'm saying when he agrees that it's God, what he revealed was false. Therefore, God's revelation can be false. And now, if all of your knowledge is from that,
I'm not.
God's revelation,
I really don't understand.
What?
Could you I really don't understand. I'm trying to really understand.
You don't understand what?
No, what you were saying.
What? Okay, what do you understand?
No, I'm not understanding the concept of what you're trying to say.
So what are you understanding? So I know what's in it.
No, really, I'm confused. That's what I'm saying.
I know, bro. I'm saying, what do you? Okay, so you're confused about the What? You want me to restart the whole thing?
Let's go out, question. It wasn't clear. Chef, are you running some tag arguments?
No, I'm just saying it's possible for God to reveal something that's false.
Okay, so
according
to you don't believe that God has infallible knowledge.
I'm saying it's wrong. I'm not saying I don't know.
Okay.
But you mixing two things between revelation and what you see. There is different. Like what you see and the revelation are two different things.
Yeah, but we're not clarifying what I mean by revelation. We're not doing different things because all revelation is communication of information from Allah. And I'm pretty sure in the Quran it says that when you see, you're seeing because Allah is making you see. Does it not say something like that?
No.
Do you believe that? Okay. Do you believe like when you're seeing something, it's Allah revealing the world to you instead of you revealing it to yourself?
No,
I don't think that the word revelation would be fit in that category. Like you could say you see the world and God created the world. I understand that. But saying revelation now you like entering so many factor that doesn't like it's not according to the definition that we have.
Okay, but I'm saying reveal and there's information communicated. Okay. Do you think when you're seeing the world and there's information that goes from outside into your mind, that's God doing it?
Okay, so there's signs. Yeah, we believe that. I'm talking about the world. You said the world, right? You're saying that in fact, if you're seeing the world, when you're seeing the world, you're seeing it through God's. Basically, that's what you're saying, right?
I'm saying anytime you see something and there's an understanding of the thing you're seeing in your mind or the experience of that seeing in your mind, I'm saying that information being put in your mind is not put there by you. The object.
Yeah, it's ultimately put by God, but it's in your mind, in your eyes.
Okay. So the knowledge in your mind is put there by God. So it's revealed by God. When the world is revealed to you, it's not you that reveals it, it's not the object that reveals it, it's God. So now I'm saying, when God is putting the information about the world in your mind, is it possible for him to put information about the world in your mind? Which is false. And obviously, according to Surah 844, it is possibly false because he put something in their minds which was not true.
listen. When God does certain stuff, right? It doesn't mean that we can do that. So God didn't deceive anybody, and those people that you was talking about.
That's not the point I'm making. Right? You're jumping ahead of me. I'm not saying God deceived. I'm not saying God lied. All I'm saying is when there's information from God, it's possibly false. That's all I'm establishing.
It can't be false.
Okay, so is it true? Okay, so if it cannot be false, then that means there's a contradiction in the Quran.
How
Because
you
it
establish
says that
that
the
it's
Quraysh
false?
were few. Because it says that the Quraysh were few. So we know they were not.
Yeah. Okay. So So that's what they see. What they look like a smaller group.
Oh, okay. So okay, I see. So there was an actual number, but what they saw was less than that. So I was right. What you saw was.
But God didn't reveal that anything to them.
So how about you read what it said? First of all, it says when Allah showed them, so it's all and he showed them to you as many perfect. Why you saying around the word God? And he showed them to you as many.
No, it says it's perfect.
I'm reading the verse, bro. Read the verse.
Okay, I said that's good. Well, I can't say it's perfect. What you were saying.
I thought you read paraphrase. My fault, bro. So you believers would have certainly faltered and disputed in the matter, but Allah spare you from that. Surely He knows best what is hidden in the heart. And this is the verse I was quoting. Then when your armies met, Allah made them appear as few over others, and made you appear as few in theirs. So, wait, I thought you said there was Allah making them appear as few or revealing it. But
Okay.
it says Allah is not one that showed them as few.
Alright, okay, so let me explain that, right? So this is something God showed them, something they see, but how did God lie about anything?
I didn't even use that word, my brother. You're not even.
No, I'm using that word.
Well, why you use that word? It's not relevant.
Because that's what it said. It said God showed them, right?
So you're saying it says God lied?
No, you said that
So
though.
I didn't say lie. I didn't say the word lie.
Then what did you say?
I lied. I said it's possible that there's information from God which is false, and you're conceding that. You're saying that when the army. Okay, so do you agree that the information from God that they were few in number was false?
The fact that happened.
No, that they were few in number. Is that a false fact? Or it wouldn't be a fact. Is that false that they were few?
Whatever God says is correct.
God does. Okay, God says there are many, but the Quraysh saw few. So which one is it, Bing?
No, the Quraysh, the enemies when they saw the Muslims.
Or I meant the Muslims saw the Quraysh. Well, they saw each other as few because there's a hadith that says.
No. When the enemies. Okay.
The point is, the Muslims saw the Quraysh as few because of Allah. So Allah made them look like they were few, but they were not. Okay?
Yeah.
So what Allah showed in the world was not true.
Yeah, who said it's not true? Where did you get that from?
The Quran, because it says, verse 43 says that He showed them as few, because if He showed them as many, they would have gone and fought. So He's saying,
so what's wrong about that?
This is what He's saying, babe. He's saying Allah is saying if He did not show them as few, then they would have went and not fought. Okay? Which means what, babe? That means few has to be distinct from what the actual number is
number they saw has to be less than the actual number, which would make it a false number, but that's the number that Allah showed them. So Allah showed them something false.
Okay, so yeah, I get what you're saying.
That is possible for the information that Allah puts in your mind to be false.
Listen, he didn't put nothing in somebody's mind.
Wait a second.
So I thought you said everything in our minds is put there like Allah. I thought you said that.
No, I didn't say that.
Who said that?
You said when we're
just a second.
When we're seeing the world, the revelation of the world is revealed by God. That's what you said.
No, that's what you said. I corrected what I said.
Okay, so let's
yeah, I corrected it. And I said God created the world and we see the world that God created. That's it.
Oh, that's true. There's no other propositions that are true about the world.
What do you mean?
There are other things that we consider true of the world other than those facts, right? So I'm saying of the other things that are also true about it. I'm not just saying those things are true. Like, okay, when you look at something, this object is being revealed to you, okay, and reflected in your mind. Is that revelation and reflection from God, from yourself? No. Where's it from?
Yeah, exactly. I said I don't accept the word revelation for the things that you see. Mix it to the definition of revelation. It's not what you see. Like you can see things and things can deceive you. There is no problem.
Okay, then you know what, Muhammad? I won't use the word revelation.
Okay.
When we say something is true, which is a piece of knowledge, when we say we know something, is that in virtue of receiving that knowledge from God?
Is that in virtue of receiving the knowledge of God? I don't see
from God.
Yes.
So, wait a second. Can you explain that?
Thanks. Since you said yes, can you explain why yes?
Go ahead, explain to him so he can answer.
You know, or you would say you know things. When you say you know something, you're referring to the contents of your mind, which.
But that knowledge,
okay.
My knowledge is not absolute.
Okay. When you're speaking of that, okay, the knowledge in question, if it is actually knowledge, is it something you got from God?
How do you mean that the knowledge you got from God?
Is it?
There is a.
Okay, so no,
I'm saying. I can repeat it.
You said, what do you mean? I'm going to clarify. Do you know what knowledge is?
Yeah.
Do you know what it is to receive something from God?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any knowledge you have without receiving it from God?
Is there any knowledge you have? You didn't
That's
receive.
What I asked you.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, yes. Yes, I said yes.
What knowledge do you receive without God?
Yeah, for example, I didn't have direct revelation of math, and I still didn't have.
Okay. What do you think it means to get something from God? When I say receive something, what does that mean?
Direct message from God.
Oh, okay. Do you receive love from God?
Do you receive love from God? I don't know how to say that.
Receive love from God?
It could be the case.
Oh, does that contain any propositional content? No, right? So receiving things from God doesn't just have to do with words or like declarations or something like that. It's more.
But you need to qualify.
I'll re-ask the question. It's obviously not limited to some kind of propositional revelation or something like that. Do you receive any knowledge, or sorry, do you have any knowledge without receiving it from God?
Yeah.
Okay. And what?
I just give you an example. I didn't have received message from God about math, and I study math.
Bro, I just explained to you why that's not what that means. Cool.
Hey, Chef, bro, what's wrong with you, man?
Good morning. I wanted to have two questions for the stage. We'll list the room if Hey, Simon.
I'm on the panel, so pretty far.
I don't know how long it's been, Monica, but we're very far away from Islam right now. Or they're talking about Islam.
Great. I don't want to change the topic.
No, change the topic. What do you want to talk about? Feminism and abortion. So talk about.
Well, I believe that the original feminism, giving women the right to vote, was a good idea. Some of my sisters don't vote correctly, but I forgive them. I'm not a fan of the idea of repealing the 19th Amendment. And I think second wave feminism is where we started getting into trouble, and third and fourth wave feminism.
Isn't that the one that gave you guys rights?
Right. What did you hear me say?
Is that your point? Is that, yeah, maybe I have to listen to the first one.
I said the first wave feminism was a good idea. I think giving the right for women to vote was a good idea. And then we started getting into trouble with the second wave feminism. And
Why do you think women should vote?
Third and fourth wave feminism. That's the topic you want to discuss. Because women pay taxes. Because women pay taxes and we get representation in government. That's why. Anything else?
Monica, what if, do you think women just have a problem? What if women just have
I'd like to hear from Sam, Chef, actually.
Okay. What if women just, because of their higher empathy, they tend to, prioritize what feels good as opposed to, long-term strategic interests? Would that be an argument that they shouldn't be able to vote? Or is that just principle of if they have paid taxes, they need representation, regardless of whether or not they make good or bad voting decisions? This is what you should go with.
Well, that's a valid concern, and we've seen it implemented tragically when women lead with their emotions. And well, actually, all humans lead with their emotions and make decisions with their emotions. However, men seem to have the logic on lock where they're able women. Why can't men present the ideas that will enable women to get more information to make the decisions as sound and reasonable with logic that they emotionally do? If you so in other words, in summary, is that we can't.
What if the good ideas just intrinsically sound bad?
Yeah, that's a huge problem. I'm trying to control my crazy sisters, a la Jordan Peterson, and they're crazy. And I'm seeing an increase in not only verbal violence, which women are greatly skilled at, but physical violence too. Some of these women will snatch the hair off your head, and I'm not inclined to engage in that kind of battle.
Well, you see, men can do in a conversation because they know that violence is on the table, but we don't know how to control a woman who's out of control. Our culture hasn't yet designed the right mechanisms to control an out of control woman.
Yeah, no, that is a valid concern.
Someone just muted me. Who muted me?
Your Jordan Peterson impression has been better in the past.
My bad.
I think you're out of skill. Yeah, practice. But your who was it that you did such a spot on impression of?
Yeah, I used to do it more Kirby. And then they kind of trying to, I don't know. Yeah, I guess it's better if it's Kirby.
Anyway, it's good to see you, gentlemen. I am pinged for my coffee.
I think the issue, Monica, is not women voting. It's obvious that women should vote. The question is whether stupid people should vote. That's
that's it.
Like an IQ test?
No. This is great. No, this is good. Y'all should talk about this because there are some men who are not making good decisions either, but the women get the brunt of it because we're loudly out wrongness.
Right to exercise political power over me if you're too stupid to fucking know what 3 times 3 is. You do not have the right to exert that kind of power. You just are not confident enough. In the same way you get a fucking driver's license, take a little test, or a fucking test for getting a gun. Maybe you have a test vote or not.
What about a poll tax where you have to take the citizenship test before you vote?
Are you saying that there should be some kinds of restrictions for like blindness and dyslexia?
No.
There should be restrictions for if you don't know the 3 branches of government. If you don't know 3.
Oh, you want like a citizenship test?
You just
How many Americans would pass a citizenship test?
You need some mixture of knowledge and intelligence to be able to vote. You have to be competent enough to wield power over people, because that's inherently a form of violence. That you're using. I'm going to use the state to enforce certain mandates on other people.
And you're saying like you have that right over the dummies?
Yes, they're basically they're children that need to be controlled, and so like yeah.
They should be qualified for politics.
Even early theorists of liberalism, like John Stuart Mill, said things like this, and I don't know why this idea has become so unpopular. That like, oh, voting is good because you want people to have representation in their government, but also it's a real big problem when complete fucking morons that don't know anything have lots of political power.
Yeah, that's part of the point. Like, after me comes the flood. Once you like empower the wise, conscientious landowners to all civilly vote on matters of import, everyone else joins.
I just don't think landowners is relevant. Landowners is just not relevant to whether they make decisions about.
Oh, it used to be.
Why would it be in any way relevant? Whether you
Wait, hold on. He's not finished straw manning you.
No, I'm just saying the original.
Keep straw manning.
I'm just saying the original voting rights, it didn't go to everyone. It was to landowners because they envisioned it a bit more like a gated community where everyone is literally a combined cooperative of different land-owning interests of like a similar contractual style, which is why, homeowners associations do it, because it's identical to what they were starting. But again, that's what I'm saying. They got rid of that. They said, we don't want to limit it to homeowners. Also, not just like the men as representative of that tract of land, the women too. So like, they're also getting a vote. They threw that in. Also, they had to, parse out the approximation of population to distribute votes amongst the representatives. One thing is like, you're right, their conception of voting was limited towards like their sense of like an enlightened common man of some kind of landowning type. But like after me comes the flood. Once you let them in, how long do you really think it's going to be before everybody else also has the right to vote?
Yeah, so we removed that. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, we gave too many people the right to vote, and now we need to roll it back. You need to know something about, the branches of government, something about the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and then you need to know some basic stuff, like the really basic logic. Oxygen is required. Yeah, is the Earth a globe?
No, it's evolution true.
Wait a minute. You want to disenfranchise the flat earthers?
Yes.
Keep that out, yes.
So in the military, if your IQ is lower than 80, they don't take you, because they figured out that people with low IQ and handing them weapons is a bad idea. They seem to cause more disruption and harm than they do service and skill. So if Sam's argument is that we shouldn't allow people to have authority over us who are incompetent in life, why is McZed fighting so hard? Why, McZed?
Hey, Monica, how's it going?
Good morning, Coptic. I was actually looking for you. I have fears that this room is lasting longer than 12 hours. I'd hate for the replay to be deleted, but no one knew when it started. If you could tell Andrew when he starts the room to put the timestamp in the chat, and that way we could have an estimate so no replays are lost.
Andrew has it going for it, but maybe I thought to put it in the chat. Yo, Mixed, I think Monica was asking you a question. Sorry for the interruption.
Look, Monica, I wanted to ask, so you believe that you have to have people who have better IQ in the military? shoot, or I mean, this is the
Right. Right. No, and Bank, really cool PTR. Really think that PTR is epic. So there's a cutoff.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, there's a cutoff. Like 81 IQ, great, welcome in. But I think it's 80 or lower, they can't take you. They can't even take you to scrub the pots and pans. Because sadly, along with low IQ, sometimes it is met also with violence, limited verbal vocabulary. So they tend to solve problems with their fists instead of their words. They have low impulse control. Not all, but those are factors when the military, it's a standard, and so those standards have reasons and value and purpose, and I think we forget them to our detriment. Just like, let me think of another example that's a cultural one. We have standards for people renting cars, not IQ, but age and insurance. So when we don't have our standards, things go badly pretty quickly. Now, they can't get too authoritarian. They could get too stagnant, too dogmatic, too strict, and we should watch out for that too. But I'm of the opinion that we educate people, provide them with as much information as they need to make the best decisions possible, then gatekeep them from ideas.
Yeah, but I don't think that they like. Do you believe that? Say for instance, a person's at war and he's a sniper, and he's the best sniper that's known. What really matters about the IQ?
Well, we already know he has a higher IQ than 80, so there's nothing wrong with him. Thank you for your service, sir. Appreciate your duty and your dedication to your country.
There are very stupid people that are very capable soldiers.
Exactly.
Zed, are you arguing with the military standards that enlisted have to have a higher IQ than 80?